Hello everybody, this is Blind. You may know my voice because you may have seen my Dwarf Fortress tutorials. A number of people have asked me to do this, so I decided to comply. I am creating a master list of every single Dwarf Fortress tutorial I've created up until this point. This is all of the tutorials of Premium, so starting back in December of last year, all the way up to the video I just uploaded, in one video with timestamps. Of course, there's going to be some trimming around the edges. I've removed any Patreon plugs and whatnot until the very end of the video, but what I have to say is, if you would like to skip to a particular portion of this video, you should see timestamps on screen right now. And of course, if you would like, for your convenience, down in the description of the video is a link to every timestamp. If this is the sort of thing you want, and you want to see more of these, let me know in the comments section, and I will look into doing another one next year. Although, based on the runtime of this one, that might be very, very long. So I may have to split them into Fortress Mode and Adventure Mode tutorials. But we'll see. All in all, thank you very much for watching this video. If you find things like this useful, slap a like on it, and of course, thank you for the watch time. If you want to use this as some sort of strange ASMR goodnight thing, you can do that too, because this video is very long. Now that I've continued talking for a while, you probably have skipped to the tutorial that you're actually looking for, or alternatively, are just listening to the sound of my voice. So, if either of these things are the case, you're either not listening to this, or you just like the sound of my voice. So, based on that second conclusion, let's get on with the tutorials. Hello and welcome to a video about Dwarf Fortress. This video is aimed as a getting started guide to anybody who is just learning to play Dwarf Fortress. Hopefully, will take about 15 minutes, and by the end of this video, you will ideally know how to get started with a brand new fortress. Now, Dwarf Fortress has been known for a very long time to be one of the most complex games ever made, which makes it a little bit daunting for some to get into. But I hope to remedy that a little bit and show you that it's really not that bad. It just kind of has a few quirks that you need to wrap your head around. Something else that's worth noting is Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game. It's a fantasy world simulation. It generates a very large amount of history for you to play around with, and the player kind of gets to poke and interact with that simulation in several different ways. In this video, we're going to be covering Fortress Mode, where you construct a fortress for dwarves in your generated world. Currently, Dwarf Fortress is available in 3 places. You can purchase it on Steam or itch.io. It's also available for free on the Bay12 Games website. But keep in mind, if you pick it up on Bay12 Games website, you will be playing the ASCII version of the game. Paid versions of the game have these pretty pixels for you to look at with your eyeballs. Once you have launched the game, you will see this button. It says Create a New World. We're going to click on that. And then from there, we're going to see this. Now, these are a couple of different parameters for your world. You can set how long your history is going to run, the number of civilizations, the number of beasts, the amount of savagery, but we're going to ignore all that and instead just simply click Create a New World. Now, this is going to load a little bit, and then it's going to generate our world for us. Now, as you can see, the world is generating. A lot of stats are appearing, and you can see some history being written in real time as the game flies through the years. Because we left everything on default, it's going to generate for 100 years, making us a place to stay, and a beautiful world for us to live in and explore. Once the world is ready, it'll give you a few options. It says that you can keep the world and return to the main menu, essentially saving the world, and then you can generate another world, or Play Now. We're just going to click Play Now, because it's going to speed our process up a little bit here. Then we're going to get another load screen, and the game is going to prepare the world for us to then load in and play. It's going to give us a couple of different options. The first one being Legends mode, the second one being Adventure mode, which is crossed out, and then, of course, Fortress mode. Now, because this video, we're not going to be covering Legends, we're going to skip that and simply start a fortress in Fortress mode. Then we're going to see this interesting little calendar here. This is the world actually moving time forward by 2 weeks. Every single time you set a new embark location, it moves time forward. We're also going to skip the tutorial as we're not going to be needing that here. And now we can kind of begin exploring our world. We can pan around and see all these different beautiful locations. But there's a couple of buttons down here that I need to cover first. The most important one is this: Choose Origin Civilization. Now, this gives us a list of the current dwarven factions that are alive in this world. Right here, we can see that there is some forests here, and there are these tiny little green icons here. These are elven civilizations. We can see that there are forests, we can see that there are mountains, some deserts, and some round hills, and of course this little island here is the Land of Snarling. Now, if we go over here to the other Dwarven civilizations, I can click on here, and it's going to highlight this small one. Very small civilization right here. Only 180 dwarves live in this civilization. So if you're a beginning player, you want to look for a civilization with a larger population. So if we click on the Brilliant Fountain, we can see that there's this more northern-based faction, and there are some goblins in the vicinity, as well as other dwarves. And then, of course, the Lash of Champions, which is in this neighboring mountain field right next to the Brilliant Fountain. Now, these are all pretty decent places for us to start, but I like the look of this little one here on the island, because elves, while they can be a little bit tricky to deal with, certainly less of a threat than an army of goblins. So now we can pan around and see where we're going to stay. And of course, as I'm moving the mouse around, you can see that there's oceans with varying levels of aquifer, light and heavy. I do have a video about that if you would like to check it out. And we have various different metals and things available to us. Now, because I would like to play as this faction, just got to make sure that they're selected. We do have 2,900 dwarves living in this faction. We are going to find ourselves a spot to embark. Now, when I click, it's going to zoom us in, and this is going to let us have a very specific view of where we're going to be embarking. One thing that you really should pay attention to is your neighbors here. If you're a new player and you're just starting out, make sure that there's nothing that says tower there, or you might get invaded by an army of undead on day 12 and just get insta-gibbed before you know what you're doing. Fortunately, all we have close by are elves, and they are not hostile, otherwise they would be marked as hostile. So, panning around here, I think that this is a pretty good spot. We do have elves that are a short trip to the north, but plenty of friends around, so I'm going to click on the Embark button. But there is one other button I would like to show you first. These two, Show Elevation and Show Cliffs and Grades. If you want to find waterfalls, you definitely want to look for something like this, because that's going to be a nice big trench for you. So there's definitely a waterfall of some sort right here. So I like this spot. I think this is going to be where we are going to settle for our first fortress. Now keep in mind, you can increase the size to ludicrous levels of the map, but while this can be tempting, I would recommend against this because it will make your game run slowly. Dwarf Fortress is renowned for its lag, and you'll never have any problems with space for building, even in these small 4x4 maps. While you can make them huge, your game may run like a slideshow. We're now going to select our location and then click Confirm. Now, it's going to give us a couple of options, and I have some saved profiles here from previous fortresses, but I'm just going to click Play Now. If you would like to watch a video on how to prepare for a journey carefully, I do have a video on that subject as well. Once you get in game, you're going to see this screen. It says a bunch of text about the area that you're in, and we're not going to worry about it too much because while it could be useful for your own fortress, for the sake of this tutorial, flavor text isn't particularly necessary. And now, immediately the game is going to be unpaused, so I recommend pausing it as soon as possible once you get in game. Then from there, you can begin panning the camera around using the middle mouse button or the WASD keys. If you hold Control, you can zoom in and zoom out, and this allows you to get a better view of things. And you zoom out by scrolling on the mouse wheel while holding down Control, and then either hitting C or E, you can move up and down Z levels. You can also do this by scrolling in and out with the mouse wheel. Now, Z levels are like layers of Minecraft blocks. So essentially, playing Fortress mode is kind of like playing flat Minecraft, but there's a bit of a city builder in there. And largely, that's what the gameplay of Dwarf Fortress is. It's learning to navigate these Z levels and keep yourself oriented. These little ups and down areas around the edge of the map, these are ramps. Ramps are how dwarves access different Z levels. If it's just a sheer flat cliff, like over here, they're not going to be able to access those levels as easily. However, they can run up and down the Z levels when there is ramps available. And if you find these ramps confusing, if you press R on the keyboard or click on this button, it will give you little arrows that will signify exactly what is up and what is a down area. So essentially, this is an up ramp when we're on the layer with it, but it's a down ramp when we're a layer above it. If I zoom out a little bit more and move up, once again, you can see this has now become a down arrow moving down. And when we scroll down, it's an up arrow moving up. So I'm going to turn those off because I don't find them particularly necessary. However, they are quite useful for a beginning player. Now, because the game is paused, which we can unpause at any point using the space bar, you may go, oh wow, I'm lost. Well, here's a very easy way to remedy this. press F1. If you press F1, it'll teleport you from wherever you are back to the wagon. You can, of course, rebind hotkeys using this screen right here, but we don't need to worry about that yet. Just remember that if you lose the location of your wagon and you need to figure out how to begin again, just press F1. The next thing I would like to cover is looking at things in your environment. If we pan the mouse around over top of things on the ground, you'll see that there's this little pop-up window up here on the right side of the screen. And it tells me exactly what I'm hovering over. So in this case, it's a pine tree trunk. In this case, it's a piece of barley. And then it's some blueberry bushes, as well as some longland grass. Now these materials and things and sprouts that show up on the surface can be harvested. One of the first tools I'm going to show you is this button, the Gather button. Now, this is a very important tool. If you're settling anywhere that is kind of more temperate area where there are things growing, there will always be some plants and food and vegetables around that you can harvest. And this harvest tool will then cause dwarves that have the harvest job available, which we'll cover in a second, to run around and gather food and plants. And then they will put them in a stockpile once you have a stockpile constructed. Stockpiles can be found with this button down here at the bottom or by pressing P on your keyboard. Then you click the new stockpile button. From there, you click and drag, and it'll create a stockpile to that shape. Let's just build a small one right here. We're going to accept this stockpile, and we're going to select all. Now, there might be some conflicting things on the wiki saying that you shouldn't press this button, but at the current point in this game, it is safe to use all stockpiles. All stockpiles assign everything to the stockpile with the exception of refuse and corpses. But just for my own sanity's sake, I'm actually going to remove stone and wood from this stockpile, just so it doesn't get immediately covered up with boulders and wood from the trees that we're about to chop down. Now you can see the dwarves running around and gathering stuff, and they are going to bring them all over to this stockpile. They are then going to begin unloading this wagon. Once the wagon is unloaded and the dwarves are done moving things around, I'm going to show you the jobs screen. Now it seems like this stockpile filled up a little bit quick, so we're actually going to expand this stockpile. We're going to do that by clicking on the stockpile, clicking View Stockpile, and then we're going to click on this Paint Brush button, which is Repaint the Stockpile. And then from there we can simply expand the size of it so that the dwarves can continue moving items out of the wagon and into the stockpile. As this is being done, we can then click on the wagon itself, and we can see that there are now no items in the wagon, so the stockpile is full. Now that our life possessions are sitting here, we're going to show you the jobs screen. Now I can do that by pressing Y on the keyboard, or by clicking on this little hammer down here in the bottom left. This screen shows you the current assigned tasks. Now, it's very simple, right? You don't need to really mess around with the add new work details and make super specific jobs like some people may tell you, but things get a little tricky with these top three, right? You want planters, and fisher dwarves can be assigned to only specific dwarves because otherwise they'll just fish 24/7. Plant gatherers, I generally just leave this as open, and the dwarves will automatically assign the highest skill that is available to do the job, and generally they are pretty good about it, so I wouldn't worry about this screen at all aside from this. Now there are three pesky ones up here at the top that do not allow you to set everybody does this, and you might go, why is that? Well, the reason is they require specific items for a uniform in order to be used. The hunters require a quiver, ammunition, and a bow or a crossbow, and it needs the correct ammunition for either a bow or crossbow, being arrows or bolts, which eventually you'll just have in your fort, so you'll be able to assign a few of these dwarves anyway. In fact, we may already have this stuff for it in the fortress, but we don't need to worry about hunting right now. Then there's woodcutting, and woodcutting requires a battle axe, or apparently a halberd to complete. Someone discovered that recently. Lastly, mining requires a pickaxe, so dwarves cannot chop wood and mine at the same time without some weird conflicts going on. So just make sure that your miners and your woodcutters are separated so that they don't worry about dropping and picking up battle axes and moving things from stockpile to stockpile and jobs getting canceled because they can't find their pickaxe and whatnot. So just make sure that your miners and your woodcutters are separated. You have a minimal number of hunters if you do need them. Keep your fisher dwarves specific to fisher dwarves because fishing is a very dangerous pastime for dwarves, and just let the rest be everybody does this. Or if you want to be more specific, select a few and just make sure that you do have dwarves assigned to each job. The next thing I would like to cover is the kitchen menu, and just something that you're going to want to do as a brand new player right off the bat. So you're going to want to click on kitchen, you're going to want to find plump helmets, and you're going to want to click on this little button. It doesn't really matter as to why. Long story short, you won't have enough seeds to plant more plump helmets. And now we're going to get into digging. we're now going to click on this tool. This is our digging tool, and we're going to move some stuff down into the fortress. So what we're going to do is I'm going to click on dig right here, and we're going to select the stair tool. Now stairs are pretty simple. You just simply select where you would like them to go, move down the number of Z levels you want to go, and then click build. There are some tricky techniques to get through aquifers, but we don't need to worry about that for this video, because we're not going to be digging through an aquifer today. But if you would like to see my video on aquifers, simply check them out on my YouTube channel. I'm sure there's a link in the description. Now, as we move down, we can see that we've dug into stone. Now remember, it's a good idea to be a couple of Z levels beneath the surface when you start building your fortress. And the reason for this is if you build right on the surface and you chop down trees, which we'll cover in a moment, it might leave holes in your ceiling if you're only one Z level down. So just make sure that you go down a couple of Z levels. Although we will actually have to build in this layer for some farming. Once we get down to the bottom layer, I'm going to dig out a little living space. And something that you need to keep in mind while playing Dwarf Fortress is dwarves need 3 things: food, beer, and beds. And if we can provide those 3 things, dwarves will be very happy, or at the very least, survive for more than an extended period of time. But I'm going to show you a fancy little tool here real quick with mining, because we've dug out this area here, and we've dug some stairs down to this little area, but up here, I would like to also build some space for farming, but I want him to dig out this lower area first. How can I do that? Well, if I click on the mining tool, there's this little arrow here, which can be accessed by hitting N on the keyboard. Now, this is your priorities screen, so I would like him to do this afterwards. And so we're going to dig out this little space, and he's going to complete this lower layer before the upper layer. Now, this mining is getting done rather slowly, so let's open back up this mining screen and go, well, our expedition leader here, Zuglar, isn't really doing much currently, so why don't we give them a pick as well? And let's see if we have another pick in the fortress. I'm sure we do. So, already has grabbed a pick and is now mining, and it appears that I have collided with an aquifer. Well, that's a little bit awkward. Anyway, we can simply just remove this area and not worry about it. However, if the ceiling starts dripping, we know why. This being said, we can also continue mining out this area just so that we have a little bit of space for our tavern, which is what I'm going to put down here. Very important for Dwarven society. We're also going to need a couple of bedrooms, which I'm going to put on this layer right above, which will probably also collide with the aquifers, so instead let's go this way. Now, I'm going to build a couple of bedrooms here. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go back up to the surface and we're going to chop down some trees. So I'm going to hit the tree chopping down menu, which is L on the keyboard. And once again, we have the same priority options open, and we're going to drag. I'm going to chop down some trees. Dwarves will then run from tree to tree and chop them down, but be careful about chopping down large chunks of trees that are very close together. It can cause some things to happen where trees collapse, and this can be rather deadly for dwarves. So just be a little bit careful while chopping down large amounts of trees. Remember how I said that dwarves need food, beer, and beds? Well, it's time to start up with beds. So we're going to make ourselves a workshop. We're going to make a carpenter's shop. And we're going to place it right here by the entrance. You can put these underground or above ground, it doesn't matter. And we are going to build this out of sandstone, because I don't really want to use wood for this. Now, they're going to go down and they're going to grab a boulder, and they're going to bring it up, and they're going to place it right here. Now that we have this carpenter shop constructed, I can click on Add a New Task, and we're going to make some beds. And I'm just going to queue up 7 beds here. So that's 7 beds queued up, and our carpenter is now going to start grabbing wood, after they're done felling trees, I assume. And then they're going to start grabbing wood and making us some beds. Looks like my planter got to the job first because the woodcutter was a little bit busy, so they're now hauling these pine trees and making beds. And of course, these beds are now being moved to this stockpile. Now, I can scroll back down to that layer where I was going to be farming, and once again, it looks like we collided with that aquifer. Well, I mean, as it is, so we're instead going to dig this way, just so that we can dig into sand more. Most maps will have either a dirt, clay, or sand layer, and all of these are perfectly suitable for farming. Keep in mind there are more effective methods of farming, but that's probably a topic for a different video. What we're going to do now is we're going to start moving our stockpiles around a little bit. I'm going to make me a seed stockpile. I'm going to do this by building a little stockpile here in the corner, clicking custom, and then I'm going to go to food, and then I'm going to go to seeds, and I'm going to click all. The next step from here is we're going to go into this barrels button. I'm going to set this button to 0, okay? Just don't ask why. Just remove barrels from your seed stockpiles. You'll thank me later. Then go to this all stockpile that we built initially, go to food, go to seeds, and click none. This will simply move the seeds down to the farming layer. Once we've done that, we can press B on the keyboard or click on the Place Structures and Buildings button and click on Farming. From here, we can then either hit P on the keyboard or click on Farm Plots, and we're going to build ourselves a nice-sized farm plot. This is going to be for plump helmets. If you would like to be a little bit more fancy, you could alternate with plump helmets and pigtails, but plump helmets are probably the most important crop for a beginning player in Dwarf Fortress because they are brewable into alcohol, and dwarves will eat them raw without complaining too much. Now that the farm field is ready to go, I'm going to click on it, and we have 4 seasons worth of planting here. You can worry about fertilizer if you want to be fancy, but I would say don't bother. You can add plump helmets, then go to summer, add plump helmets, then go to autumn, add plump helmets, then go to winter and add plump helmets. And dwarves will come booking it down into the fortress and plant all of your plump helmet seeds that you have available, or in this case, plump helmet spawn, because that's the correct name for them. Task number 1 is done. The next task we need to do is we need to make bedrooms. Now, because I've got this nice little area cut out here out of this stone, we need some doors, and we need some properly dwarfy doors. So I'm going to make a stoneworker's workshop. Now, stoneworkers' workshops are where bricks are made, which cuts the size of boulders into quarters and makes them way lighter and makes your constructions more efficient for walls, but also is a really good spot for making furniture. Of course, I could make this furniture out of wood, but stone doors are a little bit more dwarfy, shall we say. So I'm going to queue up stone doors. Now, if you want to be fancy with your stone doors, this is just a repeating button, which just makes the job repeat. If you want to be fancy, click on the magnifying glass, and then you can select a specific material. I'm going to select chalk, just so that they're all the same color. While that's being done, I'm going to scroll back down to my bedroom layer, and I'm going to press B on the keyboard. Then I'm going to click on furniture, and we're going to grab our beds. Now, I have several different options here. I can use the closest material, which will just use whatever is nearby, or I can select material after placement. Because I don't really care about the materials my beds are made out of, I'm just going to click all of these and just bring them as they are closest. Then, once some doors have been made, they will start showing up in this stockpile, and we can place those as well. So I will continue once my doors are ready. Now my doors are ready to be constructed, so again, we're going to hit the B key. We're going to open up the structures menu. I'm going to click on doors, and then, or doors and hatches, click on doors, and we are going to place doors in all of these locations. Now, the dwarves will just sleep in these beds, and they will be happier for just having beds. However, if they can assign them as their own personal bedrooms, they will be even happier. So I'm going to go to the zone tool, which we haven't explored yet. The zone tool are for various different room types. We're going to click on bedrooms, and then I'm going to click on multi. And then I'm just going to click and drag because there's doors on these bedrooms. The game automatically detects that these are bedrooms, and then we can create bedrooms. Then the dwarves will just simply claim them as they sleep in them. As you can see, this dwarf now feels blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom versus this dwarf that sleeps without a proper room because were asleep while I made it and haven't claimed it yet. The next and extremely crucial step that I'm going to cover also includes zones. We're going to make a pen and pasture. Every fortress starts off with a couple horses and donkeys or things that pull your wagon. Maybe if you're very lucky, you'll get elephants. And lots of creatures in Dwarf Fortress are grazing. Now, grazing creatures need to be pastured in a pen and pasture zone. So I've queued up this pen pasture zone right here, and I'm going to click on this little plus symbol with the bunny rabbit on it. Then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to add our donkey, our camel, our horse, and also our sheep. These are all of our current grazing animals. The game doesn't really tell you anywhere, so I would recommend referencing the wiki if you're confused as to whether or not an animal is grazing or not. But long story short, if you see them wandering around with the little hungry symbol above their head, they're probably grazing, and you should probably pasture them somewhere. There are 2 more things I would like to cover in this video, and that is taverns and brewing. The first thing we're going to do is taverns. So I'm going to scroll back up to where these 2 workshops are, and we are going to queue up some tables and chairs. Lastly, we're going to go over to this workshop, and I think we're going to make chairs at the workshop, because I kind of like the way wooden chairs look sometimes. We're going to make 1 chair for each table that I'm constructing. And from that, we are going to then go back down to our large area that we've carved out down at the bottom. Now, dwarves need meeting spaces. Meeting spaces allow them to socialize and make friends. Without this, they kind of become depressed. So we have to give them a space that is sort of public where they can spend their time. Now, we're going to do this by making a tavern. And the way we're going to do that is we are going to make this meeting area zone and cover this area that this dwarf is currently digging out. Of course, we can expand this later by using the repaint tool. From there, we are going to click on Assign a new or existing location to this zone. we are then going to add a inn/tavern. Now, the inn/tavern will automatically get visitors, which maybe we don't want in a brand new fortress because they just show up and drink all of your alcohol. So we're actually going to set this to citizens and long-term residents only in this middle button here. Now, as you can see, immediately all the dwarves are down and in the tavern, and they have this socialize job. If we go to this other screen that we haven't looked at yet, which is the units screen, we can see what everybody's currently doing. And no job means they're literally doing nothing, and socializing is considered a task that they have to complete. It's something that they have a need for. They need to socialize and speak with other dwarves and make friends and have a good time. Otherwise, they get quite depressed. Now we're going to quickly expand this zone because I didn't quite fill it out enough. And then from here, we're going to start brewing alcohol. Now, I personally like to brew alcohol in my taverns, especially because, you know, they'll have little spaces to sit with these chairs that we are placing in the tavern right now. And then they'll just be able to drink their alcohol in the tavern. So what we're going to do is we are going to go to the farming tab once again, and we're going to build a still. Now, this still is just going to be built out of the nearest material, which is going to be a piece of chalk, and we're going to see if we can get that last table in. Yes, now we can. So this still, in order to brew alcohol, requires a plant that can be brewed into alcohol, which is many things that can be harvested from the surface, like I showed you at the beginning, or plump helmets, which we are growing, or any other number of underground crops. But currently, we don't have any empty food storage items, which means there's nowhere for us to put the brewed alcohol, which means it's probably a good idea for us to go make some barrels. Now, there are a few alternatives to barrels. You can make rock pots at craft dwarf shops. You can make metal barrels. I think you can make glass barrels, but that's probably a topic for a different video. Right now, we're just going to make a couple of these barrels. I could set up a repeating task, which would just make barrels until they ran out of wood, but I think for this beginning fort, it's just easiest to just create a couple of barrels. Once this dwarf here has made the barrel out of the pine logs in this instance, then we're going to check back in with our still and make ourselves some alcohol. Now that the barrel has been constructed and we can see them popping up in our stockpile, I'm going to scroll down to the still. And let's see if we can make ourselves some alcohol. Looks like we have some plants that are brewable. So we're going to brew drink from plant. They're going to go grab whatever plant is brewable, probably something we harvest from the surface. Nope, it's some plump helmets and a pine barrel. And then the dwarf is going to make alcohol. So, in this video, just to recap, we've covered the job screen, so you can assign jobs to your dwarves. We've covered brewing and farming and basic survival techniques for your dwarves, as well as making furniture and mining. We also covered the basics of scrolling around the map, and now we've made alcohol and we are farming. Which means because we'll be farming throughout the year, even on the off chance that this river freezes, then we will be able to keep making drinks for our dwarves and not die of thirst. There is one more thing I would like to show you, however, and that is necessary because we are fishing. In order for dwarves to be able to consume fish, you need a fishery, because they won't eat unprepared fish. So I'm going to place a fishery right here, and this is maybe the simplest thing you can do in Dwarf Fortress once you're fishing, because they will just automatically go prepare raw fish, and then they become edible, and your dwarves will eat them and your food counter will go up. If you've made it this far into the video and you've followed along, consider yourself prepped and ready to be a beginner Dwarf Fortress player. Expect much fun and failure, but that is part of the game, as you will learn from your failures and hopefully increase over time. One more final tip: when you are finished with a fortress, my recommendation is to retire the fortress or abandon the fortress and then create a new fortress in the same world. I know that there's always the temptation to simply move on and generate a new world. However, if you abandon or retire your fortress and then make a new fortress in the same world, only abandon it if it's in an utter peril, and you're playing as part of the same faction, your old dwarves may show up at your new location and continue stories and allowing threads to really kind of form from fortress to fortress. And that's really what gets those story juices flowing, like you hear the Addams brothers talking about. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you'd like to see more like it, I have many, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome to Dwarf Fortress. In this video we're going to be covering the basics of Legends mode and how to get as much out of it as possible from the perspective of a brand new player who's never played the game before. If you have some basic knowledge of Dwarf Fortress and maybe you've messed around with Legends mode in the past, this video probably isn't for you. If you've never really ventured into the realms of Legends mode, this might be a good place to start. So, without further ado, we're going to create a world just to kind of have a look at and do some exploring in. So the way that we're going to do this is I'm just going to leave everything default, right? The game gives you a little hello and welcome guide and notification when you start it up, but we don't need that right now. We're just going to leave the world medium size, generate 100 years of history, leave the number of sites and civilizations medium, and leave everything else on default, okay? Now, by default, the game gives you a everywhere mineral generation. The way I would normally generate this is sparse, but that's fine. We're just going to leave everything default and click create a new world. If we want to get really fancy with things, we can go into detailed options, but that's a topic for a different video in the future. So as the world generates, Dwarf Fortress is building a series of histories. It's generating factions, it's generating artifacts, it's generating civilizations, it's generating many different sites and locations. It's naming everything. It's factoring in rainfall for the amount of stuff that's falling. And as you can see here, there's a list of events happening. Now, if I pause real quick, we're going to see the Hydra. Sturor Strapstand, the special, was struck down by a grizzly bear and clapped-butted. That is quite an epic event for year 55. Perhaps we should look up that Hydra, or we could just let it slip by. These are all different events that we will be able to look at specifically and find out what happened in Legends mode. So let's continue generating and let World Gen finish. We're almost at the end here. It's 80% or 80 years out of 100 years completed already. As you can see, we do have this abridged chronicles, so some more interesting events have happened. The colorful ships of the Joyous Gates founded scribed paddles, and an elf became the master of the laminated curses. Some more interesting events. So we now have a very quick option. We can click play now, and it'll take us directly to the mode selection, or we can keep the world and generate a new world. This will boot us back to the main menu and give us an opportunity to load into this save if that's what we want, or alternatively, just, click on Play Now. Play Now is a new feature. Previously, the way this worked was you had to go back to the main menu and then select the world you wanted to play, but we're just going to dive right in by clicking Play Now. So now what's going to happen is the game is going to give us an option of modes. Of course, the most popular, Fortress mode, followed by Legends mode. But I personally think it's a good idea to take a look at Legends right when you're starting up a world, just to kind of get an idea of who you're going to be settling with and what kind of factions are in your world. Dwarf Fortress chronologues everything, so every living entity in this world is now available to be viewed via Legends. So that's Fortress mode. Adventurer is coming soon. That'll be out at a later date. That lets you play the game as a single-player RPG. And Legends mode is what we're selecting. So we click on Legends, and now we are given a list of options. Now, the first option here is historical figures. These are figures that had some sort of impact on the world. There are a lot more entities in the world that are not historical, things like random cows, cats, giant spiders, and, various other things. But these historical figures are figures that have had some sort of impact in the last 100 years, this being all 9,490 of them. We also have sites. These are locations these are locations that these people might be living in. We have artifacts, which are legendary creations that have been made by people in this world, probably by many of these. These can be anything from like a fancy chair all the way up to a book. It could be a legendary thing that summoned a demon in the past. Lots of other interesting things. Then we have scrolls and codexes. So these are books that have been written in this world, which can be covering a variety of topics from sciences to tales of necromancy to a story about how a person wrote a book in the past. A lot of autobiographies that are very self-indulgent and that sort of thing. Regions are areas of the map that are named. So these are different places in the world. And when selected, you will get little bits of information about them and things that have happened there. Of course, whenever you select one of these options, a tab opens up, and you can have many different tabs open in this mode. Underneath that, we have underground regions. Now, usually these are just kind of unnamed zones. These will become a little bit more known as you begin playing in your world. And then lastly, we have civilizations and other entities. So these are things like dwarven civilizations, human civilizations, elven civilizations, and kobold civilizations, and goblin civilizations, as well as bandit groups, mercenary groups, religious groups, groups of refugees, armies, that sort of thing. So this allows you to glean bits of information from different groups. And as you play Dwarf Fortress, you'll begin to notice who's what and from where just by looking at the names of things. So the Scalded Bells very holiday-like. Kudistrich is definitely a goblin, or not a goblin, is definitely a dwarven civilization, whereas something like Sausalirmus is absolutely a kobold civilization. But as you stare at these and start to recognize the different words from the different factions, you will very quickly realize that something named Atir is absolutely a dwarven group from the Ageless Realms. So as we look at these different tabs, we can start to glean little bits of information. So let's see what we can do here. We also have structures, which puts these underworld spires up at the top, which are the way that the evil beings in the world take control over the goblin civilizations and throw things into internal war. Also, I think it's hilarious that we have the Fortress of Cats is an underworld spire. So there is a underworld spire which was formed by the chameleon fiend Dirlu Ford Languished, thrust a spire of Slade up from the underworld, naming it the Fortress of Cats. Very, very fitting, I say. And established a gateway between the worlds in Crazed Hates. What's Crazed Hates, you might ask? We can now click on this hot link to open up another tab, which informs us that Crazed Hates is the place where this chameleon fiend lives, ruled the Fortress of Cats of the Thief of Stirring. So the Thief of Stirring is a goblin civilization of the ancient realms. Okay, let's read a little bit about this goblin civilization that is run from the dark fortress Crazed Hates of the Fortress of Cats. Wait a second. We've already got a little narrative here. Look at this. We've got a demon, a chameleon fiend, Durlu Ford Languished, who created the Fortress of Cats in this place called Crazed Hates of the Thief of Stirring. So now that we are all the way up to the Thief of Stirring, let's find out what some of the first debauchery they got up to. The Deceiver of Rage of the Thief of Stirring founded Nourish Spiders. These are different locations. So we can now jump over to the locations screen and start to read about what's going on over here. Now, as you'll notice, these tabs, they build these little kind of arrows left and right. If you want to be able to see more on your screen at one time, there is a setting on the main menu to, instead of inflating the size of the UI to the size of the screen, you can have it much smaller, but I don't have the greatest eyesight, so it's much easier for me to have this bigger UI. But you can fit more tabs up top otherwise. And also, just looking at this, I immediately want the ability to pin these, but I digress. So if we close these down a little bit now, of course we could, look up the structure again, the Fortress of Cats, and find all of these people again. Let's jump back over to just plain legends, and let's go down to civilizations and other entities real quick. The Buck of Summer was an elven group of the Ageless Realms. The Buck of Summer founded Fragrance of Rhythm in Toned Dale. Or Dale? Toned Dale? It's probably Toned Dale, I would guess. And the Buck of Summer of the Fragrance constructed the Tufted Bottles. In the mid-spring of year one, the lamented curses attacked the Buck of Summer. Oh, that's horrific. And the monster demon Susos Clawdust, the Brilliance of Drilling, led the attack. The defenders were led by the elf Magi Lyric Plunged, who was the princess of the Fragrance of Rhythm. Man, so it was an elven princess versus a monitor demon. And it seems like the fight kind of came out balanced because nobody got taken over, but they must have been a horrific battle. Let's actually jump over to the monitor lizard demon here and see what they were able to do. So if I scroll down a little bit here, this is where they attacked. So shortly after they created... So Stiti aided Susus in becoming a permanent part of the living world in the Great Fortress. That a great fortress might be raised and tested in siege. And the ritual took place in Kudge Healed. So after this demon was summoned in the year one and it became a permanent part of the world, they immediately attacked these elves and fought in the battle in this, and then shortly after, they seem to have just gone on like a combat rage, just attacking many things. Looks like they did strike down many elves in Tonedale, but they didn't take over Tonedale, so they were pushed back, it looks like. Then they attacked them again at a different location. This demon really does not like this elven civ. Really very much just going after everything. But by year 48, this demon of the Scalded Bells of Boat Rumors seems to have actually become a little bit more sports focused rather than just straight up combat focused. Maybe they got their fill and started taking place in wrestling competitions, specifically in boat rumors. Where's that? Boat rumors of the alchemical quake and the scalded bells. So boat rumors seems to be a dwarven place. Boat rumors was a fortress. So this demon really likes vacationing in boat rumors and taking part in these wrestling competitions of the scalded bells. I mean, I would too. Demons definitely have an unfair, advantage when it comes to these wrestling competitions. Clearly, because look how this demon is the victor in every single instance. Oh my god. As we scroll down a little bit, we find out that Caesar's murdered an elf in Nightmare Socket. Nightmare Socket is a dark fortress that is a part of that demon's domain. So just going from taking part in these wrestling competitions to briefly going home and murdering somebody for the fun of it. Demons, am I right? Scrolling down a little further, we immediately start to notice that, yep, this demon really has a love for forts or dwarven fortresses and wrestling competitions. Maybe just likes winning, actually, because look at all of these victories. So after being undefeated after many, many, many wrestling competitions, seems to have gone back to fighting. In fact, attacked the lamented curses of the Hill of Law, and the human Lalago's speech beyond led the attack. So after this demon was done with elves, they've moved on and dove directly into fighting with humans. After striking down many humans, mashed a whole bunch of humans up in the year 78, finishing it off with a camel, and now they are simply a member of the lamented curses from 1 to 178 and a former member of the Frightful Terror. The Frightful Terror, of course, was a goblin group, and the lamented curses, I think, is their current goblin group, a goblin civilization. So they went from being a member of a goblin group to being a member of a goblin civilization and becoming a wrestling victor and a hobbyist murderer and a long time running wrestling champion amongst the dwarves. Legendary tale of a local demon. Let's go find a person of royalty and see what they've gotten up to. So let's dive into the realm of lances, Omon Ingar. Omon Ingar was the realm of lances, was a human civilization, in fact. So as we scroll down the human civilization, in the early summer, let's see, the human Lepa find rumor of the realm of lances compelled the creation of the position of lawgiver. So they're inventing their laws, they're writing their book of treaties, they're figuring out where they live and exist in this world. And as time goes on, the realm of lances in the year 6 created the position of head treasurer as a matter of course. I mean, it was a matter of course. And it looks like the human Gisep became the head treasurer of the realm of lances. So let's see what this human has gotten up to in their life. He was one of the first of his kind, so existed before history began. And Gisep settled in Squash Wandered initially, found a lover with Renel. So Gisep became became lovers with Renel Dimobbed, and became a Gelder in Squash Wandered. So went from a Gelder, broke up with their lover, found another lover. Broke up with their lover and then hooked back up with their lover a year later. And then got married. Well, okay, I guess a brief flirtation with separation, I suppose. By the year 6, became the head treasurer, so from cutting nuts to being the head treasurer. I'm not sure how they acquired that job. 2 years later, divorced their spouse and became lovers with somebody named Atir. Atir is a female human, which is interesting because Atir is a dwarven name. So let's jump back over to Gesip right here now that we have Atir open. Got married to Atir and then settled in United Bell and then died of old age in the year 39. Let's see what happened with Atir. Initially settled in Squash Wandered, so lived locally. Had a lover named Thadar and became a fish cleaner in Squash Wandered. Married Thadar and then got divorced from Thadar 2 years later. Gesip and Atir became lovers and seems to have stayed with Gesip, as we know from history. And moved around to a few different places, became a bard eventually. And Atir got married after becoming a bard in United Bell. I guess they traveled together to United Bell. And then in the mid-autumn of 16, doubts about the village was authored, and doubts about the village was created and then stored, I'm assuming. And in the early spring, Atir actually got a promotion in the realm of lances and became the master of beasts. Found another lover after their previous spouse had passed away. with Astri Bristle Snarls. Bristle Snarls is an interesting last name. I'm quite a fan of that one. Astri seems to be another human, also of Squash Wandered. So again, maybe somebody they knew previously or someone that they knew in passing. But unfortunately, it didn't last, and after getting married and settled back in Squash Wandered from where they were previously, they found a new lover, so began cheating, and then got married to their new lover. Or, alternatively, Sitsu passed away before they were able to get married. So let's find out. Sitsu died of old age in 64. Okay, so instead of getting married, they broke up and split. And then in the late autumn of 70, Atyr fought in the Scalded Onslaught in the Assault of Seduced Way. Oh no. Seemingly went to war, maybe as some sort of battle bard, or perhaps they have some form of military training at this point. Etus, Tone Joke, and Atyr cemented a friendship amidst the horror of combat, and fought in the Strifeful Sieges and Assault on Seduced Way a second time, and then a third time they fought in the Squeezing Attack, all 1 year apart, and then eventually dying of old age in the year 84 after 2 years at war. I can read. 2 years at war and making a longtime friend. As we scroll down, they did kill one human, Goto, Distant Suitors, who was born in 36 and died in the year 70. As part of the first assault on Seduce Way. Seduce Way seems to be a fort of the Seductions of Shadow, which is a goblin group. It seems to have humans living here as I scroll down. Or not as I scroll down, I can't. But seems to have humans and goblins. Interesting. So as we scroll down here, we can also see all of their former spouses, their object of worship, and various other things. So let's change gears just slightly and close these little stories down that we've discovered and jump into just plain old historical figures. Let's see if we can find something interesting. We have a zombie rock. A rock is a giant bird of prey which died in the year 9. So initially it was just a rock named Ephili. This is a elven name. Esteemed Buds, the vigorous hoof, was a zombie rock animated by an unknown force. It was associated with hunting, the wind, and the sky, a grand bird of prey. Obviously wasn't initially a zombie. Initially, it was a grand bird of prey. The human, Alwist, Stab Hopeful, his right ear was ripped off by it, and then was struck down by Stab Hopeful in Denleapt. So it was struck down and then I'm assuming raised from the dead somewhere in between there, and then proceeded to be an absolute reign of terror throughout Denleapt, and routed the outrageous fellowship, destroyed an entire colony of people. The Outrageous Fellowship was a human group of the Ageless Realms, which means they came from a bigger empire and they were either going to settle somewhere, or they were a refugee group, or some sort of wandering band of humans was destroyed by this giant zombie bird of prey, became the enemy of a bunch of people, stole a Kimberlite earring, which is, a grand theft auto at the very least. And then attacked the mountainous boots and struck down a dwarf and then was struck down in the year 9 finally by a dwarf in Paddle Jade. This is a figure who is not historical, but is known enough to at the very least be listed. So we won't be able to find this particular dwarf in the histories because this was clearly the only thing they participated in. Although we could figure out potentially what they were like if we looked up Paddle Jade and figure out what kinds of people live here. But as you can see, I hope that this is kind of giving you a little bit of an idea of the sort of things that you can find in Legends mode. And as we, look at things like Giphy, the Sunken. Giphy is the native tongue translation of the Sunken. The Sunken was a forgotten beast, only one of its kind, a gigantic three-eyed, six-legged sauropod. It squirms and fidgets, and its auburn scales are blocky and overlapping. Beware its poisonous vapors. The Sunken was associated with water, thraldom, and caverns. And the Sunken, in year 1, began wandering the depths of the world. I hope that you find this at the very least interesting, maybe an idea on how to get some information out of Legends mode. Some of you in the comments might be thinking, but Blind, you didn't say anything about Legends Viewer. I'm well aware of that. That is something for a later video. Hello everybody and welcome to a video about Dwarf Fortress. This is a short tutorial about preparing carefully, with the goal of explaining everything that you need to know, at least for the basics, of preparing carefully in Dwarf Fortress. We're going to go over embarking, a few different mechanics, explaining what a few things mean, and do our best to have you set up and prepared to embark carefully. Now keep in mind, if you're a new player at the game, I recommend leaving the tutorial on and just clicking the Play Now button. Don't worry about preparing carefully, because a lot of this stuff isn't needed. This video is going to include some tips, how I usually embark, as well as what all of the tools and buttons mean, and what you can do with them, and the powers of them. So, we're going to start off by embarking. This is a rather large world that I've generated. It's 50 years old, with a whole large number of civilizations. So I've kind of selected a neat spot that I would like to embark, but I'm going to explain a little bit about what everything means before I do that. So, since we're looking at the world map here, assuming you've played through the basic tutorial, you probably have a decent idea of what all this means. You see, we have little villages around, little towns of dwarves and elves and humans, alongside of these lovely, beautiful mountain homes up here in the mountains. We have various different biomes, from these tropical shrublands to these mountains, all the way down to these temperate, joyous savannas, with deep wilds of swamps and various haunted areas that are maybe a little bit darker or more brooding. Up in the north here, as you can see, we have these glorious taigas and glaciers and amazing places to settle. So something that I always recommend you start off with first when choosing a place to embark is selecting your faction. So here we have this list of different dwarven factions that we can play as. If you want to read more about them, you can do that via Legends mode before you get to this screen, but that's another video. I already have a video on that if you would like to explore that further. But we have the Staff of Flames, the Coastal Fountains, and the Red Mechanism. So why do you want to select your faction and kind of have an idea of where they are before you embark? Well, it's because certain areas are locked off from certain factions. So let's just say you select the Squeezing Channel, which has one fortress to their name, very, very small little faction, and then decide to settle on this island right here. Well, you're going to have a hard time because they're not going to be able to reach you, and you're not going to get as many migrants, you won't get traders, and things of that sort. So, it is wise to select a faction that is in general proximity of where you are settling in Dwarf Fortress. So for this particular video, I've selected the Greater Iron, just because I really like taiga biomes and I like having seasons. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be selecting an area kind of in this general vicinity, close to the Greater Iron. They have a good number of fortresses. There isn't a huge number of threats nearby. If I go and look at these neighbors, as you can see, there are elves nearby, about 1.5 days travel away. There are humans, that is a day's travel, that are hostile, that we're currently at war with, alongside of goblins, which are a day's travel to the northwest. Not hostile yet, but could very well become hostile in the future. So I kind of like this side over here, not too far away from everything. The nearest hostile faction is 2 days away, so we're going to kind of zoom in here. Now that we're zoomed in by clicking the left mouse button, we have two different options down here that are very important, as well as a lot of information up here that is very important. So the information that we have to look at here is Show Cliffs and Grades. This is going to show us the steepness and the vertical nature of the surrounding cliffs. So an area like this, very, very steep, while as the green is much more flat, as you can see. The kind of sharper the angle, the steeper the cliffs and grade of the areas. Now, the other button we have here is Show Elevation. Elevation shows the general elevation of an area. So as you can see, it's kind of like sloping downhills. The lighter the color, the lower the elevation, the grayer the color, the higher elevation. Now remember, you cannot embark directly on mountains, at least without mods, so a lot of these pure gray areas are kind of off limits, or rather these little mountain icons here are off limits. However, you can still settle partially on mountains, so you could theoretically settle around here. So if I turn this off, we can kind of have a look-see around the cliffs and elevation. I'm a big fan of kind of the elevation in this little spot, but I also, as I said earlier, I'm a big fan of taiga. So this is a really nice area right here that I'm kind of fond of. Right over here, you can see there is Rampart tunneled, the Dwarven Mountain Halls, which is part of our faction, so we're settling right next door to our friends. So what we're aiming to do here is we're aiming to find a spot that has some interesting stuff for us to mess with close by for eventual fun, alongside of making sure that the biome suits our needs. So we're going to zoom in here and kind of look around this cliff area because everything's a reasonable distance away. I'm not seeing any aquifers. Aquifers are useful in the current game, actually. Just make sure you don't settle on a heavy aquifer, but getting through them can still be annoying, so we're just going to avoid that entirely here. So let's just have a peek around. We have iron, gold, copper, nickel, platinum, and tin and lead, not bad. A very wide variety of metals. So the fact that we've got little soil, the lack of soil is kind of hurting me here. We can increase the size of our embark location or lower the size of our embark location. If you're on a weaker PC, I do recommend doing like a 3x3 or a 2x2 embark, but on most normal average computers these days, you can run on a 4x4. You can increase this number up to 6x6, but keep in mind, if you go with these very large embarks, you will experience lag. It's kind of like playing Cities Skylines with the unlock all tiles mod. Eventually, the game's just going to run slowly. It's just kind of a matter of course. So I'm really liking this zone right here. We get a little bit of mountain. We get some vertical stuff. We get some taiga, as well as these lovely temperate conifer forests. Everything here is cold. The surroundings are calm, so it's not going to be too difficult. The general difficulty of a region is dependent on your neighbors and the surrounding wildernesses. So the calm note there is very important. If an area is maybe untamed wilds or wilderness, you're going to get a much harsher zone. Now, keep in mind, we do have trees down in this conifer forest as well as in the taiga, but the mountains have no trees, okay? Each one of these different biomes is going to have a different amount of metals, so we kind of want to check them all and do a little scan here just to have a pretty good idea of what we're in for. So I'm quite liking this embark spot right here, so we're going to click it. Now, the game gives us a few different options here. There's enemies off, normal and hard. So if you just want to chill, not fight anything, and just like basically have a creative Minecraft style of experience, I recommend turning enemies off. However, if you're down for fun, crank it all the way up to hard, and you'll get some pretty mean things pretty quickly. The game will be notified of your existence immediately, and you'll have to deal with threats very quickly. As for economy, I will be completely honest, I haven't had enough time with this version of the game to really know how that changes things. Considering the economy has been completely rebalanced, that's something for another video in the custom settings there. So now, recommended for new players, just click play now and don't worry too much, but we're going to prepare for this journey carefully. So this gives us a list of dwarves over here on the left, and then a list of skills over here on the right. Now, there's a few important tabs that we're going to cover in this menu really quickly. So over on the left, we have dwarves. These are the 7 dwarves that we're going to be starting with. We can view their thoughts. We can look at their personalities. Consider this like your character creator for an RPG. This is where you're going to sit down and go, all right, what theme do I want for this embark? What kind of character do I want this fortress to be? How do I want to build and design this setup? You can go through the items that they're going to be starting with. These can't be edited or changed. We can look at their health, although because these are brand new dwarves that have been snapped into existence for the purpose of creating this fortress, they have no health issues. And their skills have not been selected yet, although we do know that this dwarf is a competent dancer and a novice musician and a wind instrumentalist. Very much a hobbyist. And they have the knowledge of the musical form, the pregnancy of couples, all right, and the musical form, the lyrics of adoring. And then over here, like, of course, they have nothing yet. We can look at their personality. We can look at their thoughts, which they don't have any yet because they don't exist yet. And we know that they are a citizen of the Greater Iron, which is the faction that we selected. And of course, the god that they worship and their friends. We'll learn more about the god once you get in game, but again, topic for a different video. So now that we've looked at a dwarf's thoughts, we can then click back over to their skills tab. So because these dwarves are all listed as peasants, it means they have no skills at the beginning. So what I generally do when I embark personally is I just go with 7 peasants and then assign skills once I'm in game, and they learn pretty quickly. But especially if you're settling in a harder biome, it's wise to start off with a few points in mining on one dwarf. It's wise to start off with a few points in wood cutting or carpentry just to get better quality beds off the bat. It's also wise to start off with a mason. So we're going to do a little bit of skill assigning in a moment after we finish covering the rest of this UI. Over here we have items. Now this screen looks a little bit daunting initially, however, it's really not that bad. Over here on the left, we see our total points for the items that we are currently bringing. So this is your default embark profile. This is everything that you need to start a fortress with minimal issue. You know, a wheelbarrow, a step ladder, some crutches in case there's injuries, same with splints, a couple buckets, which are used for bringing water to people who have injuries, some quivers for hunting, some ropes, which are used for making wells or making prison cells. We have pigtail thread, which is used for making cloth or stitching up wounds. We have pigtail bags, which is just literal cloth bags used for storing seeds generally. Some pond turtle. Now these aren't living. This is food. Plump helmets. Those can be brewed into alcohol or food. We have worm meat. I almost read that as ren meat. Worm meat, which is just meat. And then, of course, we have some dwarven ale, some dwarven beer, 2 picks, two battle axes, which are used for chopping down wood, an iron anvil, very important for dwarfy things, our necessary seeds, and some cloth. Now, we have 500 points to spend. Those points go towards our citizens' skills, the items that we bring, and the animals that we bring. So over here, this is our inventory that we're going to be embarking with, or would be embarking with if we embark with this exact inventory. In the center here are all of the different categories of things that we could bring. And over here, currently selected, is leather. Using this window, we can search for, let's just say, up at the top is bobcat leather. So if you're looking for a particular type of leather to bring with, you could do that. If we go through, we can see the different cloths we could bring, the different crafts we could bring, which would be a little bit redundant, the different types of wood we could bring, metal bars. Maybe we want to start without any pickaxes or battle axes for a little added challenge and make our own bars off the bat. We could bring some gems. We could bring some large gems. We could bring stone blocks. Again, anvils. We can see that our faction has access to steel, so we could bring an iron anvil, or we could sacrifice some points for a steel anvil, which would make the dwarves real happy if they get to use that early on, as well as weapons and all of the other different categories. Now, personally, I don't recommend messing with this too much, at least from a beginner's perspective. You can just leave this entirely default and do just fine. That's something that I just want to say pretty bluntly. When you're messing around with this game initially, you don't want to be changing this too much. However, something that I generally do is I often will bring a little bit of extra alcohol just purely so that I don't need to worry about brewing booze as quickly. I want to make it at least to fall on my initial beer stash. Now, since dwarves only have to drink every couple of weeks in-game, and it's a good, 6 months before the first trade caravan comes by, you have a pretty healthy amount of time of not having to worry about brewing booze. So usually I'll just crank these up to about 60 a piece and just kind of not worry about it too much. And then we're going to move over to the animals tab after I increase our initial beer bring along. So that's going to spend a couple points. And also, just for good measure, I'm also going to bring a little bit of extra food. Although food is very easy to access once in game, but that's for another video. Over here, we have animals. So by default, we're not bringing any animals with us. Now, here you have the opportunity to bring different animals with you. This is all of the stuff that my faction has access to. We have, of course, young and old variants of all of these different animals. So there's lambs and rams and lambs and iwis, which I've been told I pronounced incorrectly. We have pigs and sows. We have piglets, of course, as well, both male and female variants. And for some reason, they haven't given us a search tab on this screen, which I think is a little strange, personally, if you had to ask me. Of course, we also have drakes, which is now spoiled. In the old game, a lot of people used to assume that drakes were dragons initially, not knowing that it's actually a word for mallard. But that's a male duck we could bring. I like to embark with a couple turkeys, usually, because turkeys give leather, as well as a healthy supply of eggs, and all that they require is being put into a pasture zone and being left near a nest box. So I'm going to bring a couple of turkey hens, let's say 3 of them, and 1 turkey gobbler, just so that we can make more turkeys, because infinitely multiplying turkeys is generally a positive if you are farming turkeys. A lot of people will recommend bringing cats with, as they will stop your food from being eaten by vermin, like rats and mice and such. But in my experience, bringing cats early just kind of leads to a lot of garbage everywhere, and the amount that the vermin actually eat is small enough that you don't need to worry about it early, and migrants will bring cats. So instead of that, I'm simply going to bring with 2 dogs, which we're going to train for which I would train for hunting dogs. The next thing we're going to do is jump back over to our dwarves. Now here that we're looking at our dwarves again, we can go through the skills that we want. So as I mentioned before, it's wise to put a bunch of skills in early game because then you don't need to worry about assigning stuff right when you settle. So we're going to add a couple points to our first dwarf and give them a little bit of mining. The second dwarf, we're going to give them 1 point in woodcutting and 1 point in carpentry. Right off the bat, this dwarf is going to go and grab a axe and will immediately start chopping down wood for us without us needing to worry about assigning those skills. Because that is the benefit of this. Instead of having to, assign the different job profiles to your dwarves, all you need to do is just give them the command and they just get right to it. The next thing that I usually give to my next dwarf is a couple more points in mining, because it's good to have 2 miners. We do have two picks after all, might as well have 2 miners, right? Now, the next thing that I always recommend is bring a mason with you, because you're going to start needing to make thrones, you're going to need to make tables, you're going to need to make doors, and you're probably going to start working on blocks. Unless you're settling somewhere strange without any stone, it's generally a good idea to bring a dwarf with at least some skill in masonry. Now, unless you're planning on starting off with blacksmithing super early, you don't necessarily need to bring a blacksmith, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to give a dwarf 2 points in blacksmithing and 2 points in weaponsmithing. The next thing that I would recommend bringing with is a brewer/planter dwarf, because planting is actually quite an important skill. It's not hard to train, it's something that dwarves train quite quickly, but it is a rather important skill to get the most out of your farm plots. So I'm going to just put 2 points and make Solon here into a farmer. Now, as you can see, there are plenty of points left over. At that point, this is all just up to you what you want to throw different points into, right? These are your crucial skills up at the top. Your carving, your crafting, your farming, your carpentry, your mining. But we also have some more interesting skills. We have mechanics, we have pottery, we have glazing, papermaking, bookbinders, and waxworkers. Honeybee wax, for reference. These alternative jobs are also very useful. I'm going to throw a couple of points on this farmer into herbalist. Because you want somebody to be able to run around and gather stuff for you, right? Now, the last one that we're looking at is kind of our other dwarf, right? We have 1 dwarf left. If we want some assistance early, because we only have 1 woodcutting dwarf, we could chuck a couple points into axe dwarf and make Domas our military chief. Or perhaps we could go into a more specialized labor. Perhaps we want a specialized tanner right off the bat. Those turkeys will be producing leather after all. You have a lot of decisions here, and it is up to you. But, at least initially, the only thing you really need to worry about are these crucial skills. But for this particular dwarf, we'll just leave them as kind of a general laborer, I think. So I'm going to give them a point in weaving, I'm going to give them a point in cooking, and I'm going to give them a point in, where did it go? Mechanics, and I'm going to give them a point in tanning, so that we can get some better animal skin quality made into leather. Now, we can look at combat skills, of course. There are some pretty sneaky sneaky things you could do with these combat and other skills. You could bring a doctor with. Maybe you want to be super cheesy and you're planning on flooding your fort. You could then bring a swimmer, okay? So that is kind of the extent of these more role-play, further off skills that maybe, making a dwarf a very talented poet, while it might be fun, certainly not the most important thing for the long-term survival of your fort. Same with things like wordsmith and writing. Those you can essentially ignore. So, all of that aside, now that we've selected our dwarves, we've increased some points in our embark stuff. I think we can put some more points into our beer, and I think we can put some more points into our ale. We're going to scroll down a little bit. Plump helmets are only harvestable in the cavern layers, and while they can be grown elsewhere, they grow optimally in the cavern layers. So we're not going to be getting more plump helmets unless we decide to do a shallow garden of them, or until we hit the caverns. So what I'm going to recommend we do here is increase the plump helmet count just a little bit, because as you can see, we still have plenty of points left. We're also going to scroll down a little bit, and I'm going to bring with an extra wheelbarrow. Just to kill some more points off, we're going to bring with an extra axe, an extra pick, and an extra anvil. So that's going to clear a lot of points. This is going to give us a very safe and easy embark. Now, these are seeds for planting, and because we're not going to be getting plump helmets for a while, I'm going to increase the plump helmet count. Keep in mind that every single consumed, eaten plump helmet from down here will turn into a plump helmet spawn, unless it's cooked. So it's a very good idea to remove plump helmet cooking from the kitchen menu, but we'll worry about that later. So for now, we have a pretty good amount of things that we are bringing with. We're going to jump back over to the animals because this is a good way to use up the rest of our points. And I think we're going to bring with a couple of cattle. Actually, no, instead of cattle, let's do sheep. Let's do 2 lamb or a lamb and, yeah, because I only have 32 points after that. Let's do a lamb and then spend the rest on turkeys. Just bring a couple more turkey hens, a couple more gobblers. And actually, let's knock out 2 of those. I'm going to bring with another dog, but I don't quite have enough points. We'll just bring with another turkey hen and then jump over here to beer and then increase the last. And just file out the last of those points. So we could spend a lot more making our dwarves super skilled, but like I said, they will train up pretty quickly once we in-game. So we can save this profile if I want to be able to select it again next time. Then from there, we can go into fortresses. So I'm going to click on fortress name. This allows us to select what our fortress is going to be called. Now, Rift Gravel is the default name. So we have several options here. We can hit random a couple of times, like free whips. Free whips excite me. Arch bridges. Let's see, what else do we have? Rampart Masters. Of course, you could just leave this all the way up to chance. We can add in adjectives here, and these are all translated into the Dwarven language, meaning like your choice of words is actually a little bit limited. However, considering this game has randomly generated the name for a fortress, Bulbous Sore, for me before, you can get some pretty interesting combinations. So I'm going to hit random a couple times over here until we get something I like. Let's go with glaze routes. So now we've selected the name glaze routes. From here, we can go to our group name. All of this, by the way, for clarity's sake, is completely irrelevant. It is purely roleplay purposes. That's what we've gotten to at this point with this. We're going to look at our group name. So this is the name of the local government. This is what other factions are going to know us as. So we're going to be the fortress of glaze routes of the local dwarven government, the Ancient Hammer. Now, what would the image of the Ancient Hammer be? Again, this is all for roleplay purposes. So let's go to an object. Let's go to an object and type in hammer. Hammer, so hammer. So these are all instrument pieces. Okay. Let's go war hammer. Perfect. A war hammer. So this is the image of a war hammer. All right. Let's say an image of a war hammer and a dwarf. And a dwarf, yes. The dwarf is raising, let's say the dwarf is embracing the warhammer. And we're going to remove the element that I accidentally added here, which is this one. So this is an image of a warhammer and a dwarf. The dwarf is embracing the warhammer, the symbol of the greater iron. So this is the symbol of our faction. And we're going to keep working, and then from there, click done. So, we now have a name. We are the Fortress of Glaze Routes. We have a group. We are the Ancient Hammer. We have a group symbol, which is an image of a warhammer and a dwarf, and the dwarf is embracing the warhammer. And we have our labors selected, we have our items selected, and we have our animals selected. And then from there, once again, we can save the embark, or we can just click embark, which is, I think, what we're going to do. And then it says you have 47 unpicked skills because we haven't filled out all the dwarves because we opted to bring more items instead. And that is okay. And from there you click, I'm ready. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be covering my recommended settings for Dwarf Fortress. These are the settings that I use to play the game, as well as talking about a couple other settings. So we're going to hit escape on the keyboard and pop open the settings menu. Now the first thing that you're going to see here upon entering into the settings menu is you're going to see the windowed and full screen options. Now I play the game in window mode. The full screen options, this is the resolution for full screen. For windowed, this is the resolution for windowed. So I play at 1600 by 900 in a window. That is completely up to you. You do exactly what you want to do. I set it so that it's 1600 by 900 and then you hit minus and then plus because for some reason it doesn't register that you changed it when you restart the game. This does require a game restart to make function, unless you want to just click and drag your window. Once I have it set, I then set it so that the window is not resizable on restart. This just stops me from accidentally resizing my window. But again, you can set that to whatever you wish. Now, the next thing we want to talk about is the maximum interface percentage, not counting minimap. Now, there's this lovely little option here, which allows you to just do that by default, which is this. So by default, the interface just has its own pixel perfect sizing, but if you turn this on, it resizes it to whatever your resolution is. This will give you like UI that fits better, and if you have certain UI elements that are missing or you can't see stuff, you may want to fiddle with these 3 settings, the grid height, the interface scaling percentage, and whatnot, just so that you're certain that the game fits your screen. If you're playing in a super ultra wide monitor, sometimes the game can be a little bit fiddly, but you should see all of these UI elements that you see around the edge of the screen right now. The next thing I'm going to talk about is graphical FPS. Now, default for this is 50, but as you can see, I have it set to 60. The graphical FPS is what the game uses to process the UI. So specifically, the UI and the graphics, the closer that is to your monitor, the better the game will feel. I set this to 60 because I have a 60 FPS monitor. If you're using a 144 FPS monitor, you might want to crank this up a little bit. But this doesn't actually affect the speed of the game. That is a different setting in the game settings, which we'll get to in a little bit. Now we've made it into game settings. So first off, you've got your seasonal saving. Set that to seasonal. Do not change that. You want as frequent saves as possible so that you have the highest chance of being able to recover lost progress and the odd chance that there's a crash. I generally get a crash maybe every 100 hours or so, but your results may vary on there based on how many mods you're using or how much you're messing around with the game itself. There are certain things that can cause the game to just kind of and fall over, and we'll talk about that in a little bit as we get further down this screen. You can also see temperature, weather, and cave-ins. Now, if you want to make a floating Minecraft world, you want to disable cave-ins because otherwise the world's going to start caving in once you start to, remove all the supports for things. So if you want to do floating islands or any silly shenanigans like that, you can do that by disabling cave-ins, but I leave them on. Temperature and weather are 2 of the highest recommended things that I see people turning on specifically to fix frame rate. Weather only really matters if you are building above ground a lot, and if you are running into frame rate issues, maybe fiddle with that. Temperature, not really going to cause you too many problems unless you either are on a volcano and there's a lot of snow everywhere, or alternatively, if you are pumping lava from underground to the surface and there's a lot of ice everywhere, or if you, say, have a bunch of creatures running around that are made out of snow and fire, that can cause some issues when they try and walk past each other because the game's trying to cool them down and heat them up and also change the temperature of the general surroundings around them, which can cause some weird frame rate math. So if you're running into issues with frame rate, you may fiddle with those settings, but keep in mind, in general, in most circumstances, turning these off will actually just cause issues with the game, such as weird puddles of lava not evaporating and water doing strange things. So just keep that in mind if you're going to start messing with temperature and weather, because if you start seeing weird anomalies, you may want to re-enable those pretty quick because it can cause some issues. Walking spread splatter is something that I really like to turn on. It does cause some issues with dwarves running in and out of the fortress, especially if there's liquids everywhere. But that being said, I think it's kind of great when a dwarf vomits and a dwarf's bleeding and there's some weird mud everywhere, and then a dwarf runs through and tracks it into the fort. I think it's just more believable, but if you want your fortresses to look pristine and clean, you may want to disable this. I do leave keyboard cursor disabled because, frankly, the game is mouse-driven now, and I don't see the reason for that to be on at this point, but that is up to you. Multi-threading generally adds about a 15% frame rate increase on my rig. This is disabled by default, so you may want to turn this on if you are one of those people who insists that multi-threading is increasing the frame rate and currently aren't playing with that. Because they did add some basic multi-threading specifically for just the line of sight code for the dwarves themselves. Nothing else is multi-threaded in the game, just that. Well, the graphics technically runs on a second thread, but that's a bit of a different subject. Because the multi-threading is only for one specific part of the game, this may give you a huge frame rate boost or it may give you a small frame rate boost. It kind of depends on how you build your fort and what is happening. This does cause crashes in some cases, so keep that. So if you're getting a repeated crash you can't figure out, maybe try disabling this and see if the game still crashes, and then send your fort in to be looked at by the developers. Now this next one, this is something that a lot of new players I think miss. When you're getting large amounts of migrants, this is because you're selling a lot of stuff to your trade wagons. The amount of migrants you get is based on the amount of wealth that you are exporting. Now, if you're suddenly finding yourself with way too many migrants and you can't keep up with them, or you just want to build slower, you can actually adjust your population cap. So by default, it's set to 200 and 220 up here. the baby and child cap is set to 100, so you can have up to a maximum of 100 children, 200 dwarves, and 220 total. Now, we can decrease these numbers. So let's just say you only want 50 dwarves in your fort, and then 60 total, and then let's just say you only want 15 of those to be babies. Then this will allow you to very much customize the number of dwarves that you have. We're going to turn all this back to the default so I don't forget to change them back later, but just keep in mind that if you are running into more dwarves than you can handle, you can turn that down. Same with visitors. If you're just like, man, I have 100 visitors nonstop and it's insane and they're constantly asking to join, maybe just set this to like 5. And then you'll get a couple bards coming around and a couple weird mercenaries coming around, but you'll never get completely flooded by the default 100. Engravings start obscured is primarily something for ASCII. If you do not want to see the engravings that your dwarves have made, because in ASCII it can make the game actually almost unplayable because it's impossible to discern between a wall and a floor. If you would like to turn that on, it'll make life in ASCII a little bit clearer. Or alternatively, if you don't like the look of the dwarven engravings on the floor, you can also disable that there, and then you just won't see them. The rest of these can be adjusted while it's in game, including the numeric liquid levels, so we'll just keep scrolling down. And now we've hit the games per second cap. Now, this is set to 80 because that's what I like to start at, but by default, it sits at 100. This number here is essentially the speed that the game runs at. It will clock your CPU as fast as it can go, and it will just propel the dwarves through the fortress. Now, this can be set all the way up to 1,000 or to a minimum of 5, and this is basically the rate at which the game does the math to figure out exactly what every dwarf is doing. If you are running at a frame rate that you think feels too fast or the game is progressing too quickly, I know certainly a lot of new players go, oh my god, the dwarves move so quick. You can absolutely just set this to 30 and have a much more reasonable move speed. For me, when I start a new fortress, I start off at about 80 frames a second, and then the game naturally slows down as more and more dwarves arrive, and the fort gets bigger. And by the time I get to endgame, usually my forts run anywhere from 30 to 50 frames a second, depending on the fort or how well I've built it. If I've built it really well, I might even be upwards of 70. But it depends on the fortress layout and exactly what's going on the map. Now, lastly, we have compressed saves. I usually don't compress saves because it does speed up save, load, and auto-save time significantly. However, I have many terabytes of storage, so I'm not too worried about my saves being 5 gigs. But if you're limited on storage, you definitely want to turn this on. If you're not worried about storage, don't worry about it too much. Next up, we have control settings. Now, this is entirely up to you. If you personally feel that the game's control scheme feels off to you, feel free to adjust these as you see fit. I personally have just been going through and doing my best to learn the default bindings. And up until recently, I was also swapping it so that when you zoomed moved up and down with the mouse wheel in the Z levels, I used to mirror those, but at some point in recent patches, they swapped it. So now when you zoom out, it feels more natural than it did before. The first few builds of this version had it set so that it felt like the controls were mirrored for some reason, but that has seemingly been changed. So let's dive over to announcements now. Now, announcements is a very, very big list of things, but fortunately, we can filter these a little bit. Now, you'll notice that a lot of these are filtered into different sections. So let's start on the right and move this way. So we have alert. Essentially, this means that anything that pops up on alert is going to give you a big red pop-up at the start of the screen. These are things like a siege or a notice that you need to deal with right now. You click it, it gives you a full screen pop-ups telling you what's going on. These are only for the most important events. Then we have active reports and inactive reports. These are less important. You don't need to worry about them so much. And then we have adventure mode and fortress mode settings. And then we have our options. Pop-up puts a pop-up in the center of the screen that you can click OK. And then when you click OK, the game will keep playing if the game was playing. Now, if you set this to pause, when you click OK on the pop-up, the game will remain paused until you unpause it. Recenter then recenters on the event. So you can just pause and recenter, you can just recenter, or you can just have the pop-up. It is up to you, or you can just disable it entirely by, say, turning it off here. Now, you certainly don't want, a pop-up or notification every time a dwarf drops an item because literally the game would be unplayable. So we're going to filter specifically down to fortress mode because adventure mode isn't in the game, at least as of the time of recording. Now, for sake of time, because this is a very, very, very long list of things, I'm just going to simply skip to the ones that I like to turn on and explain why. If you have some very specific thing that you want to look for, you'll have to filter through this list and find the items that you like the most. The first one that I like to turn on is Martial Trance. Now, Martial Trance is what happens when a dwarf gains the ability to not gain any kind of exhaustion during a fight. I like to follow dwarves that are in a martial trance, so I give myself a pop-up, a pause, and a recenter on those events. Because combat can be really, really quick, especially if you're running at the maximum frame rate. Combat can be up to 10 actions per second per dwarf in combat. That can be a lot of actions. So if you want to be very much aware of when your dwarves go into martial trance, I'd recommend turning this on. Next up, we have Ghost Attack. So this is when a ghost is actually attacking something. Ghosts can be quite violent if you're not careful. So you may want to turn this on if you want to be aware of where a ghost is attacking if you've got a problematic one, or just like, memorialize it so it's not an issue. Now this is an interesting one, Found a Feature. So Found a Feature is you encountered something interesting on the map. This can happen in both Fortress mode and Adventure mode. In Adventure mode, it's like you found a cave. In Fortress mode, it's like, oh, you found a underground passage. You may want to turn on a recenter for this if you find, oh, I see the pop-up, but I don't know where it is, or, oh man, I already closed the notification, I don't feel like digging through the big menu to find it. You may want to just turn on recenter so that the game just jumps to that, but that is up to you. I generally leave it off. Praise the Miners, that's when you find a certain blue material. I like to know exactly where it is, so I like the game to pause and jump me to it. Well, it just pop-up is plenty, I don't actually need the pause, but as long as it jumps me to it so I know where it is and the game tells me. That's generally my biggest need there. Next up, we have dig cancel due to warm or dig cancel due to wet. If you want the game to recenter onto this, you can turn these on. Of course, you could also just completely disable the notification here. However, then you won't even know when it was paused and why. Next up, we have ambushes. Ambush, thief, skulking, ambush, thief, nature, ambush, thief, other. So ambush and thief and ambush resident. Resident is the cavern critters, so the creatures underground in the caverns. If you want to know exactly when an ambush is happening with the cavern critters, you may want to turn all of these on. Next up, we have ambush, thief, nature. Ambush, thief, or nature is for elven invasions. So if you want to be immediately aware of when an elf is on, you may want to turn these on too. I also have it set so that it pauses for these, just because usually a dwarf is in danger in those given situations. Thief, other, and thief, skulking. Skulking is generally just, your local kobolds, and I don't worry about them so much. And then ambush, thief, also maybe you want to recenter on these, because let's just say that ambush, thief, they might be trying to steal something important. And then gremlins, I like to pause and pop up and pause and recenter on gremlins purely because gremlins are fun. Thief, other, you can leave off because it's not a huge deal. Ambush, snatcher, these are the goblins that kidnap your children, so you may want to know exactly when that's happening and what's going on. I don't worry about the pop-ups, but I do want it to recenter. Same with ambush nature, that is when the elves are just directly attacking you, unlike the thief nature, which is when the elves are trying to steal from you. So I like to pop up, pause, and recenter on the ambush nature. Same with the generalized ambushes. There's a lot of different kinds of ambushes, shall we say. Now, one that confuses a lot of new players is migrants. And the reason for this is migrants, you get that tiny little pop-up with the little stick with the little baggie on it, and it teleports over to that dwarf. Now, or the dwarves coming into the fort. So I turn all of these on with the pop-up and the recenter. I don't worry about pausing, and the reason I do this is because I want to know immediately when there's migrants and how many there is, and exactly what they're bringing, because it's just very important to be aware of it. And then for no migrants, I just turn on a notification just so that the game tells me. I just like to be aware of things. You don't have to turn these on, of course. These are just my recommended settings. Then you could, if you wanted, turn on notifications for a diplomat entering the screen, but usually they enter the screen at the same time as a trade caravan, so it's not the biggest deal. But that being said, if you want to be aware of there being any kind of diplomatic characters on the map, you may want to turn those on. Next up, we have Strange Mood. This is another one that trips up new players a lot of the time. I set it so that it pops up and recenters and pauses generally on the Strange Mood because I want to know exactly what dwarf's in the Strange Mood and what they're going to go do, and then we can follow the artifact. Artifact made, this just tells you that the artifact is done, gives you the pop-up, and then given an item and name. This is usually military dwarves giving the items names. I like to turn the give item a name. I don't need a notification for that, purely because when a military dwarf names an item, it becomes legendary, but they don't have any interesting properties. It's just a matter of, do you want to read the name? And personally, I don't care all that much. Mega Beasts and Werebeasts, I do want the pause on the Werebeast and the recenter and the pop-up because I want to know that there's a Werebeast and exactly where it is as soon as possible when a Werebeast appears. And for Mega Beasts, I also want the pop-up and recenter, but I don't generally turn on the pause, purely because they arrive at the edge of the map and you know about them right away, so it doesn't matter so much and I can just hit the pause button. Next up, we have endgame events. I want all of the pauses and recenters on endgame events for what I would hope to be logical reasons. Undead attack. This is the dead walk. Hide while you still can. I like to have the recenter and the pause as well as the notification on this. Next up are the merchants unloading, need depot, and bypassed site. I like the pop-ups for these. Well, I like the pop-ups for the inaccessible site and need depot. As for them unloading, I don't need that so much because they've already made it to the depot. Next up, we have dwarves throwing tantrums, which is useful to know, in my opinion. I like the pop-up. I don't need the full screen pause or recenter or anything on that. But if a dwarf is tantruming, I want to know immediately. The rest of these, we can just leave off, at least as far as I'm concerned. Next up, we have demands and mandates. If you're a newer player and you want to be aware of when there's a demand or a mandate from a noble, being your mayor or a king or a queen or something else, the demand mandates and the new mandates, those might be useful for a new player, because if you can keep your nobles happy, then they do a better job comforting citizens when they're upset, acting kind of like the dwarven therapist for that portion of the community. Might be useful to have on, but personally, I'm pretty careful about keeping track of my nobles' demands, so I don't see it as necessary. Just wanted to make you aware that that is an option, though. Next up, we've got some more ghost events. I like to have the pop-ups for these. Tantrum, possessed by ghost, and building toppled by ghost. I find those to be very useful. And next up, we have weddings. Weddings, I do like to have the recenter and the pop-up, but you obviously don't need the pause for that. The reason I like the weddings notifications is because it gives me a pretty good idea of who's getting married, and I can look at all their thoughts, and weddings don't happen super often, so it's, in my opinion, worth noting. Thief, villain, these are characters that are trying to steal your artifacts. I like to have the pop-up to be aware that somebody's trying to steal my stuff. Same with all these. These are all related to artifacts getting stolen, with the exception of these bottom two, so don't worry about them. But witnessed handoff, witnessed stolen. I want the recenter. I want the pop-up. I want to know who did it. I want to know who witnessed it, and I want to know where it's going so I can kill the dude who's trying to steal my sword. Next up, we have site founded nearby. I want the pop-up. We don't need the recenter on that. And then nearby site linked economically, I also want the notification. These are for new locations that are associated with my fortress getting built. Next up, if you want to be immediately aware when a guild is founded, you can turn this on. I don't personally find this one necessary. You get a guild founded when you have 10 dwarves of a particular skill, so just keep that in mind if you want to be aware of when a guild is made. Next up, we have the first caravan. I like to recenter on the first caravan so I know exactly where they're coming from. This one has a specifically written piece of dialogue for it, which is always kind of fun. I also like to just know what part of the map they're walking from, so I turn that on. The rest of these, they don't need a recenter, but the pop-ups are very useful. Last in this screen, Cursed by Deity. Cursed by a Deity is a pretty important thing to turn on, in my opinion, because when a thing is cursed by a thing, you want to know exactly what thing is being cursed by the thing and what kind of curse they got. So you may need to isolate them immediately upon this happening. So I want the pop-up, I want the pause, and I want the recenter. As for new apprenticeship, I just like the pop-up because I like to know when somebody becomes somebody's apprentice. All right, on to difficulty. So by default, you can turn enemies off, enemies onto hard, and you can turn the economy to hard normal. Economy makes trading more expensive. It makes all the items more expensive, and it makes your items less expensive. It also makes guild halls and temples harder to satisfy. Instead of needing 2,000 and 6,000, you need, 2,000 and 10,000 to satisfy them, you need 10,000 and 30,000, which is a significantly higher amount of value, plus your items are worth less. So the economy, if you want, is a thing that you turn on if you want to have to build very large, very detailed, very busy rooms full of lots of stuff. Give me a fun little challenge, in my opinion. I quite like the economy on hard, but we'll just leave it on default for right now. Next up, we have custom settings. Now, this one, there's a few things specifically that I want to point out. If you're having trouble with werebeasts, like werewolves, pangolins, lizards, sheep, moose, mammoths, whatever. You can disable them completely. They won't attack you. This won't protect you, however, from visitors that may have werisms, but it will stop them from invading you altogether. Same with megabeasts. Megabeasts are your giant, your forgotten beasts, your titans, your bronze colossi, your dragons. Those are your megabeasts, so you can disable those as well, and then civilizations. But from here, if you set your population lower because you have a tiny baby PC and you don't really want there to be enemies attacking you, or you want enemies to still attack you, but at more reasonable numbers, let's say your computer can run 50 dwarves, then what I would recommend is setting, or maybe leaving this one at default, the population 1, and then turning this down to 30, so enemy siege trigger at 30, and then let's just say enemy size siege trigger at 40, and then enemy size siege trader at 55, and then let's just say 70. And then you can also change the amount of value your fort needs for them to attack you. You can also if we scroll down a little bit, change the size of the sieges that they can send. So we could say, all right, let's send a invasion cap of monsters, okay, an invasion cap of regulars, an invasion cap of monsters on attack 3, and then what we can do is we can say, okay, the maximum amount of goblins I want to have attacking me, let's just say 50, right? And then the maximum amount of mounts that they can bring, which are usually beak dogs. They're supposed to also bring trolls, which I haven't seen at all in a very long time, which makes me start to think that trolls might be bugged. I think Tarntuk don't feed the trolls a little bit too seriously. But invasion cap monsters, attack 3, let's say set that to 20. So the second attack we could do 20 and 5, and then just, let's say 5. So now we have a pretty balanced game for a smaller population cap. So let's say we can only have a maximum of 80 dwarves. Now suddenly we have the correct triggers, and we have the correct number of attackies to be able to enjoy the game on an older PC. Of course, you could also go in the other direction and be like, yo, I want 500 monsters, I want 500 goblins, and I don't want any pulling punches here. I want them to just send like the maximum size siege immediately on their first attack. If you really want to suffer, I need to do another fort like this soon. You can really turn those numbers up and make things, let's just say, very vile when the forces of darkness arrive. Next up, you can say minimum number of raids before first siege, which is, by the way, they send those little scouting parties, right? So that's what this first one is. Those are the initial raids, the tiny little one of these. Invasion cap, these tiny little attackers. That first one is the number of sieges that can happen. So essentially, if you want them to just send the biggest siege, set that number to 1, is what that means. Then, of course, you can make sieges more or less frequent, and you can do the other stuff. And then there's this one. This is one that I constantly recommend people change. If you're having trouble with cavern dwellers, the little fish people or ant people or guys that hang out in the caverns, regardless of what I'm doing and what my goal is for that particular fort, I usually set this to 5. By default, it's 10 and 50. So if it's set to 10 and 50, they will arrive in groups of 10, and they'll slowly stack up and fill up the caverns. They do have a maximum number. I think it's about 200. It's supposed to be about 200, but sometimes they just keep spawning anyway. But if you set it to 3 and 5, then instead of having, big gluts of like 400 amphibian men in the basement, if the game decided to just keep spawning them, you'll have a glut of like, let's just say 15, which one is significantly more possible to deal with if you're not 100% set up for it, and 2, to me, makes them a fun nuisance instead of a annoying drawback to digging into the caverns. I quite like having this setting as is. I know it's making the game a lot easier, but that's not where I want to get my difficulty from in the caverns. I want that to come from the mega beasts, the forgotten beasts, the deeper, darker horrors of the game. Next, if you have trouble with elves or don't like dealing with the limits that they demand for the number of trees that you can cut down per year, you could say, yo, these elves, they don't care so much about the trees. They'll let me chop down 150 trees per year so I can have all of the wood I want and not be at war with them. But by default, it is 25, so, you set that to what you want. Next up, since I was talking a little bit about the economy difficulty, if you want to customize the economy difficulty, you can do that down here. So you could set it so that guild halls need very, very low value if you don't want super high value guild halls. Same with temples. If that is a mechanic in the game that bothers you, nerf it, and you can do that here. Do you want to have very high value buildings? You can also do that as well. Increase these numbers tenfold, and good luck actually producing them. Now, the next thing, and kind of the final one that I really want to cover in these difficulty options, is right beneath these like Mega Beast sensitivity notifiers here. We have Wilderness Sensitivity, Wilderness Irritation, and Wilderness Irritation Decay. So, as an example of this, I'm playing on an Untamed Wilds biome right now in my most current playthrough, which is a glacier, meaning there's no trees and almost nothing I can actually do to, air quotes, damage the surface, meaning it's very difficult for, even though it's the fact that it's an Untamed Wilds biome, it's very difficult to make those creatures attack me. So, what I've been doing is I've been planning to turn these so that they will attack me easier, meaning I only need to place a couple wall pieces before I start getting agitated giant polar bears or whatever, or giant albatrosses. Because I'm getting none of them because there's no trees on the surface and there's no plants on the surface and there's no fish on the surface, it's very difficult to actually increase the amount of agitation I get in the wilderness. So if I make this number lower, let's just say 300 instead of 1,000, the speed at which stuff is going to attack me is going to be very low. So the lower you make that number, the quicker things attack you. And if you want them to attack you for a shorter period of time, because believe it or not, the wildlife agitation in a Untamed Wilds biome increases while you're damaging the wildlife and then decreases when you are not damaging the wildlife. So if you increase the amount of decay, then it'll go from waves of agitated wildlife attacking to that number going down quicker. So you can set it so that the second you start touching the wildlife, you get bombed by, 50 giant bears, but you could also set it so that you only need to deal with one wave, and then they're done. Or you can make it so that you have to do a lot of damage, but then it takes a very long time for them to go away. Contort the game the way you like. Like, really, that is the best way to enjoy Dwarf Fortress. So I think it is best to dig very deeply into these civilization and difficulty settings so that you can create the game that you want. And then if you decide you want to change it, well, just hit normal again, and it'll all go back to normal. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be going through the Dwarven interface, and we're going to be using Olon as our example. Olon Flag Conjures, Olon Flag Conjures is going to be our kind of description dwarf for this video. So we're just going to be running through the UI, and I'm going to be talking about what everything means, what it does, and what you can do to kind of use it as a storytelling method for your dwarves. So this here dwarf over here, as you can see, is 58 years old. Dwarves live to be 150 to 170 years old. This is kind of a cut down version of later portions of the UI. They are in fact healthy, and we know that for fact. They have no official position in the fortress. They're not in a squad. They have some unmet needs, which is important, and they have some skills, and they have recent thoughts. Now, these are all very much cut down, condensed versions of later portions of this UI. If we jump over here to the item screen, we can see their inventory. It says all of their clothing that they're currently wearing. This will also list any jewelry or armor that they're wearing. And now this is a very important piece of UI, especially as you get into mid and late game, because you'll start to see dwarves and you'll see their clothes getting old and worn. It's going to give you an immediate instructions as to what needs to be worked on and what they need to be improving. It's a very important thing, especially for mid/late game. Now, the next thing here is health. Of course, we can't see anything in this UI right now because this is a brand new fortress, but you do get critters' descriptions at the end of health, which is very important for things that aren't dwarves, especially. Like, just as an example, we could get this for a goose, and it could be kind of fun. But normally, this is where wounds would pop up. Once you have a hospital set up, which I do have a video on, wounds and treatment history will all pop up. It'll explain what kind of surgeries they've had, what the procedure was, like, say they had a lot of infected skin. It'll say that the dwarves removed the infected skin and stitched up the wound. It'll say that a bandage was applied, things like that. So you'll get some really fun details there, especially when it comes to like the description of the actual medical procedures themselves that were done. The medical system in Dwarf Fortress is actually like weirdly complicated, even though the player doesn't actually do anything aside from building the hospital and setting up everything. The actual descriptions of what was done surgery-wise is very in-depth and quite fun to read. Then over here we have a description of the dwarf. They are agile, but susceptible to disease. So the agile thing is this part of their combat abilities. So this can actually change as they get stronger. And as for the description of the dwarf, it can change if they get injuries. Say this dwarf gets a scar or a big cut, or they lose a limb or teeth. It'll be noted down in the description. So his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache, is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. He has slightly sunken bronze eyes that are very round, and he has a scratchy voice, just like me right now because I just woke up. He is average in size, and his ears are tall, and his hair is chocolate, and his skin is pale brown. Now, a fun bunch of interesting little factoids here. Dwarf Fortress has basic genetics, meaning when a faction starts at the beginning of World Gen, they have their looks. And then dwarves will take the visual look of their parents as the generations move forward. So if you are playing as a very isolated faction, and you start off and say you're off in the middle of nowhere and there isn't a lot of other dwarves around you, they'll all look very similar visually. They'll all have very similar skin tones, similar beard styles, similar hairstyles, and it'll be a very obviously a monoculture of dwarves. If you settle somewhere where there's a lot of other factions, and let's say they get along, or even if they don't get along, you'll have a much wider variety of looks and styles and skin tones for your dwarves. Just kind of a fun little storytelling element that I think is worth noting. Maybe you have a very monoculture faction or a very macroculture faction. It's one of those things that I think makes Dwarf Fortress a very interesting game, because you can be like, okay, where did you come from? Because you have one dwarf who's just like very pale amongst a fortress full of darker skin tones. Over here, we have our skills. So this dwarf is a proficient mason, an adequate stone cutter, an adequate stone carver, a novice engraver, and a dabbling planter, because we just started up the farms over here. This says the rooms that they have access to. Every dwarf would love to have a study, a quarters, a dining room, and a tomb, but the only thing they actually need is quarters. If you really, really, really want to spoil your dwarves and make them super happy, you could give them all individual studies, you could give them all individual dining rooms, but it's not necessary. If you want to get really granular with labors, you can do individual labors in this screen right here. And also, it says what workshops they're specifically assigned to if you want to do specific workshop assignments. Same with locations, as well as assignable work animals, such as combat animals. Locations is something that you'll mostly see underneath nobles and dwarves, like your manager and your bookkeeper. Workshops, of course, is the assign workers to workshop option. So just like with this carpenter shop up here. So where did our dwarf go? There he is. And so it's not something that I use super often. It's very rare that I will actually be like, all right, you dwarf, you're assigned to this workshop. I'll sometimes do that with like a legendary weaponsmith or something, but it's pretty rare that I worry about that too much, but I know lots of people do. And then down here, relations is a lot of fun as well, because this is a brand new fortress. We don't have a super wide variety of relations. However, when you embark on a brand new fortress, your first starting 7 dwarves are kind of snapped into thin air by the game to just make it work. But when you get more migrants, you'll actually see their family trees and where they came from, and you'll be able to look through and see like these wide families. And something that's really fun actually is being like, oh, this dwarf has 18 lovers and they're all from different factions. Like, what are you doing? Just going around like making out with people and then like abandoning them for new fortresses? Strange. Over here it says what civilizations they're part of. This is a really good way to spot vampires or were creatures, because generally those will be enemies with a lot of factions and have been kicked out of a lot of places. Also, it's real fun to look at where your guests are from. So if you have an open tavern, it's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of fun and very enjoyable in my opinion to just like look through their different religions that they're part of. This dwarf is part of the Creed of Sparkles. They must be a fan of Twilight, as well as they are a member of the Frilly Grove, which is our site government. That's this location, the faction for this particular fortress. And the Decent Chambers is, well, the name of the civilization that we are part of. So that is our Oversiv. So all of these dwarves are part of the same site government and the same civilization. Of course, we are the Fortress of Walleven. So, you know. Then there's military, of course. This will say their assigned uniform, the number of kills that they have, and the squad that they are part of, as well as their thoughts. So this one is also very important. This dwarf feels fondness when talking with a friend, feels satisfied at work, and feels euphoric due to inebriation. Very important little piece of UI, because you also get your memories. Now, in Dwarf Fortress, as they're going around your fortress and doing things, let's say they're walking into your tavern, they're walking through doors, they're sitting on chairs, they're talking to other dwarves, they will gain these memories. Now, memories have different tiers of importance, and certain dwarves will remember things. And if it goes into their permanent memories, if you've ever played Crusader Kings has kind of took this system almost from Dwarf Fortress in a way. I don't know if that's exactly where they got it from, but it's a very similar implementation. The way it works is major memories, so things that are a major event in that dwarf's life, when the game decides that that's a major event, and that could be like, I ate a really nice piece of cheese, or my best friend died, or my cat died and its body is still on the floor, or let's say I made a really nice statue. those memories could go into their permanent memory bank, and that can change their personality, which is the next tab. And the personality does affect the way the dwarf acts around other dwarves and can affect the way they function in the fortress. And you want to be very, well, maybe not very careful, but depending on the kind of story that you want to craft for your particular fortress, this is one of the most important portions of the Dwarven UI, is the thoughts and personality tabs. Now, once we're over in the personality tab with this particular dwarf, we can see that he has an amazing spatial sense and a very good intuition and willpower, but has poor empathy and lousy creativity. So this dwarf won't mind so much if they see bodies on the ground. They'll get over it much quicker than most other dwarves due to their poor empathy. Lousy creativity means that they will actually learn crafting skills slower than other dwarves. An amazing spatial sense is like dodging. So this dwarf might actually be pretty good for the military. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Would love being in the military, actually. Would probably be excited upon getting into a fight with some big, scary enemy. Has little interest in joking around and tends to be tight with resources when working on projects. Okay, so tends to be tight with resources when working on projects. Again, that is a knock against their crafting ability, but a buff against their combat ability, and has little interest in joking around. Probably wouldn't like listening to a bunch of poets talk about crappy poetry, you know? He does not often feel lustful. Okay, so is less likely to have children. Noted. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. Isn't going to like a lot of visitors in the tavern, especially from other factions. That dwarf will get maybe not very annoyed, but is more likely to get into arguments. So this is definitely not a dwarf that you want to have as a tavern keeper, as an example. Or a dwarf that you want to have as a tavern keeper if you want to see bar fights. You know, because Dwarf Fortress. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Okay, so others that are feeling impassioned about things, this dwarf is more likely to follow them. So like if other dwarves are arguing or start a fight, this dwarf's more likely to join in. Is a friendly individual, sure, I'll believe that, and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. So he's very likely to become really good friends with other dwarves, but because not often lustful, I guess that means like this dwarf will potentially fall in love with other dwarves and like make really, really, really good friends, but is not going to have kids or get married. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. So if we have a library, this dwarf is going to prefer to read historical works instead of fantastical works. So this dwarf is more likely to read technical manuals about pumping water and liquids than this dwarf is to read or enjoy rather. They'll read them, but they're more likely to enjoy technical manuals than they are to enjoy fantastical or like abstract manuals about gods or something. He is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors. So if somebody, say, rescues him, he'll be grateful being rescued from having an injury and being, say, put in a hospital. So he would be grateful about that and would try to return the favor. And he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Once again, so actually scrolling back up to the top where this dwarf forms deep emotional bonds, this dwarf's going to have a lot of kindred spirits, which is like the one tier beneath lover, but not actually lovers, and it needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. So this dwarf doesn't mind working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Something that you do need to note about dwarves is that if they do spend too much time underground, they can become cave adapted, and then when they go above ground again, they will immediately begin projectile vomiting. But when you it's kind of like cave sickness, right? So if they spend too much time underground, they forget what the sun looks like, and then they begin to hate it, and they begin to just puke when they see the sun. But in order for this to happen, they need to spend several years entirely underground. So if the fort becomes like entombed by some great creature or an army or something, and you have to seal the doors off, that is a long-term sickness that can happen. And if you keep an eye on this screen, it'll say down at the bottom whether or not they can tolerate being outdoors. At the start, they can always tolerate being outdoors, and they grumble more at the weather the longer they spent indoors. So initially, they don't mind being outdoors. You can actually run surface forts and do all that kind of thing. But as things get further on, they will run into problems with being outdoors and dealing with the sky and the rain and all of the things that come alongside of being a dwarf outdoors, and rarely speaks when he's angry, and he often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something. Those are flavor text. Now, we have values, which is the next kind of interesting part. So this dwarf dreams of mastering a skill, which means that they're going to want to do things like practice a physical skill. This dwarf would really like being in the military, is what I'm learning about this dwarf. Dreams of mastering a skill. This has several different options. It can be dreams of mastering a skill. It can be wants to create a masterwork. That's a dwarf you want to be on a craft. Because they want to make masterwork quality items. You can have a dwarf that dreams of ruling the world, which means that they want to be in a position of power. So maybe you want to put that dwarf as your manager, or try and make that dwarf into a baron. Maybe it could say they dream of seeing the great, gorgeous places in the world. Maybe that dwarf would want to be your messenger and be sent off to Helixes to ask for migrant workers to come and work temporarily in your fortress. Maybe there's several different options for these that are varying levels of frequency that you'll see, and I do recommend keeping an eye on your dwarf's values when assigning them to long-term tasks, like as an example, being in charge of something or a member of the military or that sort of thing. Major life-changing tasks, it's worth checking that because there's a lot of different variety. And dreams of raising a family is the other common one that I was thinking of, which is just like they want to get married and have kids. Really, personally sees merrymaking as a waste and does not respect the law. This dwarf doesn't care too much about being in the tavern and singing and making merry, and doesn't respect the law. Wouldn't be a good candidate for being the captain of the guard, and will get extraordinarily pissed if this dwarf commits a crime in the future and has to go into prison. So when dwarves go to prison, they're in the prison system, there are several different thoughts that they can get in their heads, and one of them is super angry about being in prison. This dwarf would be super angry, and going to prison for this dwarf would be a net negative. Then up top, like others in his culture, he holds craftsdwarfship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. This basically just means that this dwarf came from a dwarven faction. Different factions' ideals vary kind of wildly, and dwarves, elves, and humans all have their pretty standard ideals. So if you're curious about where a dwarf came from and you're like, you don't seem like a dwarf by reading their other thoughts, read this, because if it doesn't read like a dwarven description, maybe they came from a goblin faction. And that's cool. I mean, dwarves get raised by goblins from time to time when they get kidnapped and have horrific childhoods. I feel bad for any dwarf who gets raised like that. Then we have preferences. Olan likes orthoclase, silver, pipe opal, gauntlets, catapult parts, and goats for their eating habits, and elves for their grace, and the sight of the busset embrace, and when possible prefers to consume bat ray, turnip wine, and giant kangaroo's milk. Quinoa flour, and he absolutely hates toads. So previously in the game, they would get specific happy thoughts if they ate those specific ingredients. That's been smoothed out in its need, but they do still get like a little boop extra happy thought if they eat those particular ingredients as part of a meal. As far as the materials up top, those are things that they will prioritize for strange moods. So if they get possessed or if they go into a fey mood and they want to make an artifact, they will prioritize those particular materials. And it's also worth noting that if for whatever reason we had monitor lizard bone around, this dwarf might get happy thoughts being near them, or alternatively would want to make their artifact out of them. If they like a particular animal, like in this case this dwarf likes goats for their eating habits, if you have goats in your fortress and you make them available as a pet, this dwarf is immediately going to try and claim one of them as a pet, because they really like goats for their eating habits. It's just worth noting. And lastly, we have needs. So this is also important. Is unfettered after spending time with people, is unfocused after leading an unexciting life. This dwarf wants excitement, is level-headed after drinking. Well, that's good. And is distracted after being unable to acquire something. This dwarf wants to acquire things. We need to make clothing available for them. So Dwarf Fortress is a game that you can play at many different speeds. You can play it very fast and not worry about any of this stuff so much and kind of let certain dwarves fall to the bottom of the happiness scale, or you can play it really slowly and pay attention to every single dwarf and try your best to meet all of their needs. This is my video of how to kind of begin to glean storytelling elements from your dwarven description. I don't know if this is going to be useful to you guys. For me, all of these different little pieces of UI are very important, and I haven't seen a lot of people on Twitch, at the very least, while streaming, going through these. This is one of the most important storytelling elements, at least for the low level of Dwarf Fortress's storytelling capabilities. So if you're interested in more stuff like this, where I just go through descriptions and explain like how I try and glean storytelling elements from individual dwarves, let me know. These are hard to do. This is the only one that I can do easily, but hopefully this is the beginning of more of these. If you enjoy these short tutorials, this one's a little bit long, actually. 18 minutes, oh geez. I don't even know if this can go in the short tutorial series. Crap. Anyway, if you enjoy these tutorials, please leave a comment down in the description and tell me that this one wasn't short enough to go into the quick tutorial series and is too long. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to a quick tutorial for Dwarf Fortress. In this video, we're going to be talking about ramps. Ramps are a way that you get from one Z level to another, similar to the way stairs work. Except in stairs, you go vertically, and ramps, you go horizontally. So, something that I would like to show you right away is if you press R on your keyboard, you'll actually see kind of an older style of the ramps. This is going to give you a very clear indicator where all ramps on a given map are, using the ups and down arrows. Now, when you're looking down on a ramp from up above, the arrows are going down. When you're looking from the bottom of a ramp looking up, the arrows go up. Now, the maps that you spawn into in Dwarf Fortress are going to automatically be full of ramps everywhere. They're just going to be everywhere, and you'll get quite accustomed to seeing them. However, constructing them can be a little bit tricky. So first, we're going to construct a ramp to get onto this little walkway here. So the way we're going to do this for the constructions is we're going to construct by going to the build menu, go to constructions, followed by ramps. Now, ramps go in the direction that the wall that they're leaning against, okay? So, if I have a wall here, then you enter from this side or from the diagonal. If I put the ramps here, then you can enter from this side or on the diagonal. If I put ramps here, and there's a floor on top going this way, they cannot switch back and flip directions mid-ramp, if that makes sense. So, to construct ramps on the edge of this flat edge, we are going to place 2 pieces of chalk. Now we just simply need to wait for dwarves to come and construct them. And just like that, there's the first ramp, and there is the second ramp. Now if we press R on the keyboard again, it'll remove all of those beautiful little overlays for the more traditional ramp style. And if we move up, we can actually see the ramp sliding down. This ramp is now officially connected to this walkway, giving our dwarves another way into the fortress. This is also how caravans access my fortress. They're going to be going up these ramps, as caravans cannot go upstairs. In the second part of this video, we are going to be covering designating ramps. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover several very quick basic topics. We can channel and we can dig a ramp. These are 2 different tools with 2 different uses. Channels are kind of like digging out the layer beneath you with a ramp going down to it. So you can channel down. So if I were to dig this out right here, it's going to give me a line of ramps going down. And then right next to it, we can go down a layer and then dig. So we're going to see how this works from here, just to make sure these are lined up correctly. Yes, they are. And we do not want to dig directly underneath where the ramps are going to end up. So we're going to use the erase tool to remove the bottom of the ramp right there, and then we're going to wait for a miner to show up and dig out our ramps for us. And before the miner shows up, I'm just going to quickly erase this top bit, which I drew by accident. Now that the miner is here, they're going to channel down the ramp by removing the layer above it and going down to the lower layer. So now that we're on this lower layer, you can see these ramps are appearing. Of course, as previously, I can press R to show the overlay. And now that we are underground, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the mining tool again, and we are going to dig a ramp back up on the other side. This is going to give us access to a higher layer on this side, however, now underground. So we've built this nifty little kind of walkway thing. Now, of course, this can be removed if you decide you don't like it by filling it in with constructed walls. A dwarf is here now to dig it out, and we're going to move up and look at this axis. There's some sort of fighting going on underground, and I have no idea what's happening. But we'll check in with that later. Such is the way of things with Dwarf Fortress. I'm sure my mercenaries are fine. If you want more tutorials like this, I've got a whole bunch of them on the channel. And if you would like more videos about Dwarf Fortress, there's more Dwarf Fortress on this YouTube channel than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. Ramps are a very good way to get things around without having to worry about stairs. And also a very good way to get larger things around. A very good way to build entrances to forts, and a mechanic that is useful to play around with. There's lots of options with ramps, so best of luck. Let me know if you need any help. Thank you very much for watching. Hello everybody, and welcome to a quick tutorial for Dwarf Fortress. In this video, we are going to be covering designating and constructing stairs. Designated stairs are stairs that are carved out of solid rock, dirt, or stone, or various other materials that you can find underground. And constructed stairs are built out of blocks or rocks or wood or whatever materials you happen to have lying around. In this little courtyard, we are going to be digging and designating just below a few Z levels down, and we're also going to be constructing a staircase up onto this wall. Now, the way it works is just with a few simple clicks. We click on this pickaxe here, and then we're going to select the Dig Stairwell option. Over here, we have this button where we can set the advanced options and set priorities, and if we want to simply plan them instead of immediately saying, do this order now, we can turn on blueprint only mode. But for this video, we are going to be setting this as priorities number 1 just so that it gets done as quickly as possible, and we are going to start by clicking on the top Z level. Now, using my mouse, I'm going to pull the mouse wheel down, and we're going to go down a couple Z levels, and then we're going to click again. That's it. That's all that you need to do to build stairs in Dwarf Fortress now. This goes for both Classic and Premium. You simply click on the stairs button, and then you select. There's no more worrying about upstairs and downstairs and upstairs and all of that. Now, we're going to wait for a dwarf to show up and dig. And now that our dwarf has arrived, we can see that they've dug several Z levels down, connected the up-down stairs to the upstairs at the bottom. The downstairs is all set up. Now, if we wish to continue this staircase, it's very simple. We simply go to the bottom, and we select the staircase button, click on the spot where we left off, go down a few more layers, click again, and they will simply pick up where they left off. And as you can see, they are continuing to dig further down, all the way down to the bottom. So, now that we have that little designated stairway, we're going to construct a stairway. Now, constructing a stairway is a very similar mechanic. You click on the build button or press the B hotkey. You click on constructions, and then from there, you can click on stairs. Now, we are going to build a little stairway up onto this little wall that I have here. We're going to click on the bottom, and then we're going to move up one layer using the mouse wheel, and then click for the top. Now, if I were to go more Z levels up, it would automatically designate all of these layers. What we're going to do now is we're going to select the materials we want to use. We're going to use these chalk blocks so that it matches the wall. And then this is going to automatically construct our stairways. You can do this as small or as tall as you want. Just as an example, if I want to build a very large stairway, say right here, and we're going to make it into a kind of square pattern, we can go all the way up to here, and then simply select all of the blocks needed, and just like that, we have the beginnings of a designated stairway tower to use for whatever we want. And now that that little stairway in the corner there is completed, if this tutorial was helpful to you, give this channel a subscription. We've got a whole ton of these already in the works for you to watch. And if you want to watch more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, well, you're already in the right place. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to a very quick tutorial video for Dwarf Fortress. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to connect a bridge to a lever so that you can use it as a front door. So in order to do this, I'm going to need to build a bridge and a lever. The way we're going to do this is we need materials for the bridge and a mechanism for the lever. You build the mechanism at the mechanics shop. We're going to hit B to pop up the build menu, and then from there we're going to go to constructions, and then from constructions we're going to go to a bridge. So when building a bridge, you can select the direction that it raises, or you can let it retract. If I click this, and then when we pull the lever, it's just simply going to make the bridge disappear. If we click one of these directions, it'll make it raise in that direction and build a wall. So for the sake of this video, I'm going to have it raise to the right, and I'm going to make a little square here. And now it lets me select what material we're going to use. For the sake of this video, I'm going to use these two chalk blocks and a piece of wood because that is what is close by, which is going to give us this ugly multicolored bridge, but that is fine for the sake of a tutorial. We are now going to close out of that menu and let our dwarves build the bridge. From there, we're also going to build a lever. So we go into mechanisms and fluids, and we're going to select a lever and post that right there. And then select one of our mechanisms to be constructed. Now, we are going to wait for our dwarves to build everything, and then I will continue with the video. Now that everything is constructed, we're going to select our lever right here, this little dolomite lever, and we're going to click Link Lever. It's going to give us two of the closest mechanisms close by, and it's going to ask us to select a building to link to the lever. We are going to click this bridge. If you look closely at the bridge, you'll notice that the little mechanism there indicates which direction it's going to raise to. So we are now linking this building to the trigger. We are going to wait for our dwarves to connect the lever, and then we are going to ask them to pull the lever with this button. We're just going to give them a second as they run and connect the lever to the mechanism. Once the job is done, it's going to disappear from this menu, and then we can pull the lever and potentially launch a cow into space, if it happens to be standing there at that given time. And now that the lever is finished being connected, I can select the lever here and click pull lever. And this is how you make a front door to your fortress in Dwarf Fortress. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you want to see more of these short tutorials, I have a whole playlist of them. And if you don't see any more, it means I'm still building said playlist. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking about the labor system, and specifically the labor menu, as well as work details, standing order, kitchen, and stone use. I'll also be covering the tasks screen in this video. So the way the labor system works in Dwarf Fortress is a dwarf with the highest skill under the selected work detail will do the job. So if you have a set of miners, let's just say in this instance, 4 miners assigned to mining, the dwarf with the highest skill in mining will be the first one assigned to the detail. As other dwarves free up and acquire more available hands to go do those jobs, they will then move on and join in with those work details. So the highest skilled miner, in this case the expert miner, would be the first one in this screen to go start doing a mining job, whereas somebody like our adequate metal crafter here, Cog, would be less likely to take the first job. But if Cog is available and Zatan is not, Cog would go do the job first and then Zatan would join in shortly after. It's a very contortable system that confuses some people because there's a few quirks to it. First off, we have 3 different sections up here. We have everybody does this, only selected do this, and nobody does this. For the top 3 assigned jobs, miners, woodcutters, and hunting, specific equipment are required in order for these jobs to be completed. For miners, they require a pick. For woodcutting, they require an axe, a battle axe specifically. And for hunters, they require a quiver, a crossbow, and bolts. Now, if they don't have access to these items, these jobs can't be completed. So sometimes it might seem like, oh, nobody is hunting. Perhaps you simply have no bolts, or all of the bolts are forbidden. Or perhaps nobody's chopping down trees. Maybe all of your woodcutters are assigned to alternative tasks that they have much higher skills in, so they will prioritize those first. As we go down the list here, we now have the option for everybody does this. This just makes it into a general task where every single dwarf will do it first. But, of course, the first dwarf to go take this job would be Kib, because they are the proficient miner, or proficient planter, not miner. And if I select it to only selected does this, then we could be specific about who specifically we want to complete this task. Then there are some more nebulous tasks that are kind of hidden under the scenes, which are exposed via the custom work details options, which I'll be talking about in a second. We then later have fishing, which is assigned specifically like miners, hunters, and woodcutters, which can be customized a little bit in the standing orders screen. Plant gathering, which is for gathering farmed crops as well as items from the surface, by default is set to everybody does this. I currently have it turned off for this particular fortress as it's just my tutorial fortress where I explain things. And then lastly, we have stone cutting and engraving. Some of the hidden skills in this screen that are not surfaced in this menu are things like metal crafting. In fact, it's one of the most recommended ones to add in a custom work detail. Hauling is just kind of moving items about, and also keep in mind children separately do mining under the chores menu that can be found under chores. Did I say mining? I meant hauling. So children will do hauling under chores, but we'll talk about that in a second. Lastly, here we have orderlies, which is stitches, so giving dwarves stitches, tending to wounds, rescuing wounded and bringing wounded and sick, or alternatively imprisoned dwarves buckets of water so that they don't die of thirst and to have their wounds cleaned. Dwarves normally drink alcohol, but if they're injured or imprisoned, they are brought water for reasons. Underneath the custom work detail screen, we can add custom labor options. So if we want to be very granular about what dwarf and what type of dwarf can do what job, you can use this system alternatively. You can be very specific about healthcare. You can be very specific about butchering. You can get right down and add in a metalsmithing one. This is one that I will often add for myself if I have very specific dwarves I want to do metalsmithing, because that's one of the nebulous jobs that just kind of happens in the background. Same with gem cutting and a lot of the crafts. Because that's just one of those jobs that the game will automatically select dwarves that are available for, you may want to specialize even further. Now, there's a wrinkle with this whole UI setup outside of the work details and the custom work details. If I back out of this screen and select a dwarf, I can show you what I'm referring to. So if I jump over to, let's just say, Kosoth here, and I click on the labor screen, here I have a few more options that I can do. But it does break some things. So if I want this dwarf to stop mining, I can remove that. If I only want this dwarf to mine and maybe only mine and work with plants, I can remove this task and set these two to be the only tasks that this dwarf completes. However, the wrinkle here is when you do that, if you go back to this screen and then I select planting, it now says only selected do this, even if previously it was set to everybody does this. Because I've now specifically assigned one dwarf to that task, and the game assumes that for this labor, I want other dwarves to do that. I don't want other dwarves to do that task. I just want that one dwarf to do that task. So if you're going to be very specific, make sure you're specific for a lot of dwarves and not just assigning individual dwarves to do that task. Next, if I, say, make a metalworking custom detail down here, and I select all of the metalworking tasks, and we click done and call it metalwork. Then, if I select a dwarf down here and go to labor, it does show up down here. And because it's a specific new work detail, I can assign this dwarf to that and be very granular and specific about what dwarf I want doing what task. The next menu we're going to talk about in this video is the standing orders screen. Now, the standing orders screen is a very important menu that a lot of people miss. There's workshop automation. All of these are on by default, and it'll allow you to automatically weave thread in looms. So if there's thread available, thread will automatically be weaved. However, you can be more specific, and you can say no automatic weaving and only queue up jobs manually if you so desire. Same with dyed thread. If you're using dyeing, you can set it so that they only weave dyed thread after the thread has been dyed, which is a bit more complicated, but I generally just leave it on weave all thread. Same with cloth. We can tell our clothing workshops to only use dyed cloth for clothing, or we could just let them use any cloth. Down here is a very important one for when you're opening up cavern layers, because cavern layers are often full of spiders. Spiders tend to cause some problems for dwarves when like tripping over webs, and then all of the dwarves are bucking it out into the caverns to collect all the webs for the looms. If you have a lot of looms constructed, you might want to disable this when exploring caverns, just to stop your civilians from bucking out there and dying. Slaughter any marked animal, meaning any animal that is available to be slaughtered will automatically be slaughtered unless you want that off. Automatic butcher carcasses, automatically clean fish, automate kitchen, automate tannery. You can turn all of these on and off granularly if you want. Under hauling, you can allow whether or not you want your dwarves to gather animals, food, furniture, bodies, minerals, and wood. I've definitely had some people ask me, why aren't my dwarves gathering insert thing here? And it's because they accidentally toggled it off in this screen. Very important to keep an eye on. Under here, we have refuse and hauling. If you're having problems with bodies being hauled from the surface, it might be because they are considered refuse. Bits and pieces scattered about and damaged and destroyed, you may want to enable gather refuse and vermin remains from outside. Down here, we can set whether or not they save or dumps shells or skulls, bones, shells, skins, and corpses and all that. Underneath sieges and forbidding, if you're having problems with your hunters not repicking up their ammunition, you may want to allow claimed used ammunition. I personally generally just leave this to forbid used ammunition during sieges, so that you don't have your civilians running out into a sieging force to go gather a bunch of bolts. I can always unforbid them later. Claim your dead, claim death items. The rest of this is pretty self-explanatory. Next, we're going to jump over to chores. Now, by default, children do chores, and children do all of the chores. Now, this can be very useful if you have a large population of children in your fortress. However, the issue is they have delicate little minds. And if dwarves are, hauling bodies to be buried and hauling refuse and skulls and bits and pieces of dead bodies, you might have some pretty scarred children. So if you want to keep your kids happy, I would be a little bit careful about what you let them do in this screen. Maybe you don't want them hauling animals outside past your corpse pile. Maybe you don't want them hauling water inside on a haunted biome. Maybe there's certain things that you want to keep away from your kids so that they stay sane. Maybe you don't want them cleaning because that's where the blood and vomit from old sieges is. Maybe you do want them doing those things so that they get desensitized, but you have to deal with some tantrums now and again. Just keep in mind, this is a good screen to keep an eye on. Kids can be very helpful in a pinch, but don't depend on them for everything, because your older, more hardened dwarves are generally going to be better at the task for some of these. Lastly, and under other, we can see how many job cancellations pop up here. We can also just completely mute job cancellations. Maybe you just don't care about having jobs canceled and you know that they're happening in the background, so it doesn't really matter to you. You can actually just mute these entirely. I often do that. Everybody harvests or only farmers harvest. If you set it to only farmers harvest, then you can be a little bit more granular with the work details screen. Now, the nice thing about only farmers harvest is they will gain skills in planting and get better yields. Down here we have mix similar foods and barrels, or do not mix. If you want to be very specific about cooking and give and take stockpiles, you might want to set that. And then prefer zones for water drinking. You can set water zones. This is especially important for wells, or drink water from only designated zones. Very important if you have a well and you're underground and you don't want them going to the surface for any reason. Same with fishing. You can do specific designated zones for fishing, or they prefer zones for fishing. So if you have a zone and you only want them fishing there, definitely check that. Next, we're going to have a real quick peek at kitchen menu, which allows you to designate different types of things to be cooked or brewed. This is the cooking symbol. This is the brewing symbol. If you don't want something brewed, definitely deselect that. If you don't want something cooked, deselect that side. This can be very useful for getting rid of seeds that you're not going to be able to use. I've had some people ask me, what can I do with this kind of seed? Check your seeds menu. Maybe you can allow them to be cooked. There are plenty of seeds that many people will never actually do anything with in Dwarf Fortress. Probably a good idea to allow them as cooking ingredients, as dwarves like to eat them. Then under here for ale, is all your ale disappearing and you're cooking fancy meals? You might be using it as part of meals. By default, all ale is left on in the cooking drinks section. So just keep an eye on that, or keep it in mind. And then lastly, there's meat, fish, and others. I generally just leave those all on to be cooked. No problem there. Now, next thing is kind of an interesting one. This menu shows you whether or not certain material types are lava safe. If they have this little check mark here, it means that they are safe for lava. If they have a little X there, it means they will melt when lava hits them. Over here on the right side, you can see to use in non-economic jobs. So say, for example, you want to make something out of a particular type of stone and it's not letting you use it, check to see if it's forbidden or not forbidden here. By default, all of your other stone are available for constructions, whereas a lot of the economic stones are not. So if you would like to, say, use, I don't know, a certain type of item in non-economic jobs, you can allow and disallow in here. The last screen I'm going to talk about in this video is the tasks screen, which, as you can see, is empty right now. So let's queue up some tasks, and then we'll take a look. So now I have some tasks up here. I have a couple of Carpenter's Workshop tasks, as well as a rock altar, and I've also told my dwarves to go gather plants. If you, for some reason, need to cancel a whole bunch of orders, let's say you're getting attacked, you can pause, remove, set to repeat, and also jump to the location of and check the details of each individual task from the tasks screen. Every now and again, I see people saying, man, a bunch of jobs got canceled. I just want an easy way of unpausing all of them. They'll just show up as paused in here. Maybe a bunch of constructed floors that you wanted to unpause or that you want to unforbid that got canceled during construction. Well, you can unforbid all of those right here. You don't need to click on every single thing individually. Just simply jump to the task screen and you can forbid, unforbid, check details, check locations, as well as cancel task overall. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be covering literally everything you can connect to a lever. I figured this would be an interesting topic, as actually exploring this taught me a few things. First thing I want to cover is bridges. Obviously pretty simple. You click the link lever button and then you click on the bridge. Now this is going to be connected to two different types of bridges. We have retracting bridges and raising bridges. Retracting bridges vanish when pulled, and raising bridges obviously raise when pulled. When the lever is pulled and once the job is complete, it takes 100 steps of in-game time, which takes a couple seconds, and then the lever is triggered and the bridge does its thing, either closing and making a wall, covering one Z level, or vanishing. Once this is hooked up, we'll give it a test run. So now it's all hooked up, we're going to give her a test run, we're going to pull the lever, and summon a dwarf here as quickly as possible. So once again, it's going to take 100 ticks for it to actually close. Here comes our dwarf along here to give her a pull, and now that the lever has been pulled, there go the bridges. So one of them retracts and vanishes, and the other one makes a wall. We can then put this back down. And here we go. And a couple seconds later, thunk, there goes the bridges. Moving on to the next thing here, we have a door. Now, doors can have a lever connected to them. I didn't actually know this until this version of the game, fun fact. I'd played this game for about a decade and had no idea. So if you connect a lever to a door, it simply locks the door. And then you can force the door open. This can also be useful in a few other situations, such as maybe you want to stop water from flowing and you don't want to use a floodgate, or alternatively, you would like to stop a minecart that's going to go crashing through the door. You can force the door open and lock it shut. Once this is hooked up, we'll give it a demonstration. So our dwarf has hooked up the lever, and now you can see it is locked. Once a dwarf comes by and unlocks it, the door is going to be forced open. Very simple setup. Unlike the bridges, it opens instantly and closes instantly. There's no tick waiting time here. Moving on to the next one, we have floodgates. Now, floodgates are very similar to the way doors work, except they can get rocks stuck in them, so be a little bit careful. Any of these devices, including the next one, can also be used to stop water. We got the first half connected now, and now we're just waiting on the second half, and then we're going to give it a demonstration. Unlike doors, and just like bridges, it takes 100 steps to activate, so there's going to be a little bit of a delay time here between the opening and the shutting of the floodgate. So now we have a dwarf summoned to come pull the lever and give us a demonstration, and there we go. And Well, there it goes. It's open. 100 ticks later. Moving on, now we have hatch covers. Hatch covers are similar to doors in that they open instantly. They do not have a wait time, unlike floodgates and drawbridges. Now, the benefit of using trapdoors for things is like things underneath them, regardless of their toppling skill, can't actually topple it. So unlike some of the other options here, like doors and floodgates, if for some reason you do run into one of the rare building destroyers, it can't actually be toppled. It's locked when the lever is flipped, and then when you flip it the other way, it opens up the trapdoor. Moving on, we now have the two types of bars, floor bars and vertical bars. Now, both of these can be lowered using mechanisms, just like the previous things. And now, the beauty of this is something could land on this and then fall straight down. Unlike a drawbridge, where if you use this, it'll kind of launch them to the side. There will be a little bit of a kind of propellant that happens. When you're pulling a bar, it does have a delay time, unlike the trapdoors, so you might, if you want to have a slight delay, maybe you're trying to land a minecart on something, or you're trying to simply drop rocks on an enemy's head, this might not be a bad solution. Now, once they're both connected, we'll give it a test run. And just like the floodgate, not like the door and the hatches, for this to activate. And here it comes. It's been pulled, and kerplunk. They both vanish. Once we click the button again, they will reappear back into existence. It's kind of a weird one, the fact that they vanish. I guess the theory would be that the bars are tracked and then the vertical bars go up into the ceiling. Next here we have spikes. Now spikes can be useful for a number of things. One of my personal favorites is to attach this to a pressure plate, which of course all of these work with pressure plates because pressure plates are essentially a fancy lever. Now spikes go down and then when pulled again, they go back up. So for this one, with our demonstration, we're actually going to set it to a repeating demonstration. Another thing worth noting when connecting spikes is spikes are actually kind of similar to the way bridges work. Instead of having a 100 tick delay between opening and closing, they have a 40 tick delay between opening and closing. So a little bit less time than the floodgates and the drawbridges, but not instantaneous like the trapdoors and the doors, respectively. And they're a little bit quicker than these. So a little bit more viable as a trap, but they do need a repeating job to be useful. Now the next one here, I actually have some more setup. This is a powered set of gears. Now we can connect this to a gear, and if it's underneath a windmill like this, it will deactivate the windmill and destroy it when it's pulled. Let me show you what I mean. So we have this whole setup here, which is a powered setup, and the idea would be to remove power from this gear so that this stops powering whatever it's powering. But just keep in mind, if you're going to use a setup like this and it is connected to a windmill, you will destroy the windmill. However, this can be very useful for turning power on and off to minecarts. This can be very useful for turning power on and off to any device that requires power. Now, it's been linked to this, and I'm going to show you in real time what happens. So, currently being powered by some water wheels off screen for my main power section in the center of this fortress. And then once a dwarf comes over here and pulls this lever, now that the lever's been pulled, you can see that the mechanism has stopped moving and the axle has stopped spinning. This can be quite useful for deactivating any kind of machinery. And one layer up, the windmill is gone. It has been deconstructed. Now, the last thing we're going to do in this video is we are going to cover this. This is a track stop. Now, this is a track stop with full brakes. Fun fact, you can connect levers to track stops. I had no idea until I was looking at this article. It's fascinating to me that you could use this. This would be another one of many ways to stop minecarts dead in their tracks, pun intended, to either stop a minecart mechanism from running in a circle, stopping a minecart switch, or any other number of uses for minecarts, such as cart grinders, which maybe I need to make a video on one day. Now, the useful thing about this is if you have a minecart going up Mach 12, you could stop it immediately. I think the issue here is, though, it's not particularly clear because these things are hard to see as is, even when they're on, like, let's just say, an engraved track. It doesn't really matter how hard it is to see it because, well, it's going to disappear. So if you're a little bit worried about forgetting where your track stops are, this is going to make it even worse because personally I think track stops are one of the hardest things to see in the entire video game. Maybe even worse than in this version than it was in previous versions. Once the lever is pulled a second time, the track stop reappears. So if I pull this again, we can see we have our very clear track stop with full brakes that will stop any minecart that's going at Mach 12 around a track, and boom, there it goes. It's gone. Maybe you learned something, maybe you didn't. was this video helpful? If you want to see more videos like this, check out this YouTube channel where I have a very large collection of these very quick tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. And if you learned something today, that's awesome. And if you didn't, that's fine too. If you have any tips on things you can do with these lever setups or pressure plate setups, let me know down in the comments section. I'd love to hear them. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video, we're going to be covering digging through a light aquifer. Aquifers are actually very useful, and there's something that you kind of want to have on your map, especially if you want to have access to water while underground without digging down to the cavern layers. At the same time, they can also be really annoying, and a lot of people shy away from playing with them entirely, just due to them causing general issues with playing and actually digging. So we're going to run through some quick techniques to get through aquifers. Keep in mind, there are also heavy aquifers, which we're not going to be covering in this video. Heavy aquifers, I recommend just avoiding them entirely. All aquifers used to be heavy in aquifers, which is why you might see memes on the internet about how you shouldn't settle on an aquifer at all. Light aquifers aren't so bad. They're just a little bit finicky to get through. Once you're through them, they're not all that bad. Now, the reason you would want to have access to water underground without having to go to the surface, say you're in a haunted biome, or an agitated, untamed wilds biome, or somewhere where you're going to get attacked a lot frequently, and maybe you have injuries, and you need to make sure that your dwarves have access to clean water. This is a very easy way to have clean water underground without having to go somewhere or dig up to the surface or channel down through a creek or something that would require you spending a lot of time on the surface if the surface is dangerous for some reason. So, we're going to be settling in the wilderness right around here, and once I have my fort kind of set up and ready, we are going to continue the video, so hang tight. So now that we're settled, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to chop down some trees and just get access to a little bit of wood. So I'm going to zoom out real quick, and we're going to just cut down some of these. You can use wood or stone. It doesn't actually matter all that much. Or you could theoretically bring blocks or do something silly if you really want to do that. Now, we do have a light aquifer on this map, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab the stair tool, and we're going to start digging down. I'm going to dig a 2x2 staircase. You can also do this with 1x1. We're just going to go down 2 layers, right? Now, what we're going to do this is just we're going to do this just a couple layers at a time. So our dwarves are going to cut through that dirt. They're going to cut through that dirt. And as soon as we hit water, we're going to start seeing it. So we're going to go down another 2. We're going to start up on the current layer and go down, because apparently I messed that up the first time. Let's go down. We're just going to go down until we collide with the aquifer, and there it is. So now we're going to go beneath this and make sure that we delete these stairs. And now the way that we're going to do this is we're going to start on the layer that we're on currently, right? We're going to dig down into the aquifer. They're going to start digging, and as soon as they are finished digging out these 4 tiles, I'm then going to dig around these 4 tiles. So the game is now kind of upset with me because I'm trying to dig into the aquifer, and it's going, no, you don't want to do that. You really, really, really don't want to do that. We're going to dig through. We're going to go into the aquifer. Now, as you can see, we've got this damp loam wall. We'll know that we're through the aquifer once this dampness disappears, and once we hit stone. So we're going to dig through the damp loam wall, and it's going to start filling up. It's going to start dribbling. It's going to start dribbling. It's going to start dribbling. And then what we're going to do is we're going to back out of that, and we're going to grab these walls, and we're going to construct just using the hazelnut. We could actually I might just use the grab closest material, and just to keep things quick, we're going to go all the way around, and if they cancel one of them, that is fine. So we're just going to dig in a circle around that. The dwarves are going to come down as quickly as they can. The cats are helping too. How kind of them. And they're going to finish this all the way up. Done. Sweet. So now that's 1 layer done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to dig another layer down from the layer that we were on previously. Now we're going to sit here and we're going to wait. And give them a second. Here they come, popping down. Pause. And then we're going to open up the dig menu again. We're going to take a look. And looks like we're through it. That was actually really small when it was just the 1 layer. So now I think we can just dig down. Let's try that. Now if they cancel it, we know that there's more aquifer. Nope, that's all of it. And that is how you dig through a light aquifer. Now just because we're on a map now with an aquifer, it's worth noting that something that's really useful about aquifers is we can just dig over here from this layer. Now from the top we could fill this up. We could put hatch covers on top of it. We could defend it quite easily that way. But now that we can just dig over here to the left, we can, once they come and do it, actually, because they're still digging down, of course. Oh, looks like we've got some rock salt. That's lovely. We're going to scroll back up. Now you see they've dug this out. We could actually channel down right here. Over... ramp down. No, that's ramp up, jeez. For some reason, I always click on the wrong button when I'm not looking at what I'm doing. Funny how that is. All right, so now here you can see this little open area. Just like dig around it real quick. Remember that well tutorial I put up a little while ago? You could just build a well on top of that and have absolutely no issue. Dwarves will use that as a well, and they'll be super happy with it. It'll fill up with water in no time, and then you'll have a nice, clean, fresh, infinite water supply. It'll take a little bit to fill up, but these smaller light aquifers will fill it up eventually. They're also quite useful if you channel up into them from underneath these light aquifers, because they will send down little sprays of water, and dwarves love being misted by sprays of water. So that is a very quick tutorial on how to dig through a light aquifer. As for heavy aquifers, that requires building pumps and some actual black magic fuckery to really kind of get through them safely. I hope that you've been enjoying these videos. Everybody's had nothing but nice things to say about them, so I just wanted to say thank you for watching these videos, and I hope that you enjoyed them. I'm going to keep making them because there's more things to show and there's more things to talk about. So more stuff to come. And thank you to those of you who have tuned into the streams and everybody who's jumped onto the Patreon. Massive shout outs. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we are going to be talking about gather zones. Gather zones are a very easy way to sustainably feed your fortress, and a very easy way to quickly feed a fortress if you feel like completely avoiding farming altogether, especially in the early game. So what we're going to first off do is we're going to make ourselves a food stockpile. So because we've just embarked and we have these lovely elephants here, and we do have some dwarves that are underground farming already, they're going to be putting a bunch of food into this. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to be gathering plants and designating this zone for plants. So we're going to start off by quickly making a zone. We're going to click and drag and give it a nice little size here. And this fortress is going to be building up a little bit. We're going to be building down in a bit, and we're going to be doing more tutorials in this fort. So it's going to kind of have things all over the place for a little bit. But we're going to be placing this, and then what we're going to do is we're going to jump over into custom, and we're going to go into food. And then instead of giving you just kind of everything, we're going to say fruit and leaves, and we are going to say plants. Now, this is going to give us bushes, berries, and other things that we're going to get from the surface, as well as kind of tubers and stuff that's going to come from the trees and all of that jazz. So it's going to be kind of a nice little variety of things. Now, if you're settling in a more sparse biome, like let's just say something like this, where there's some stuff growing, this can be used and worked quite effectively. And let's say you're in a more dense biome where there's a lot of tree coverage, this can also be very useful. So there's two ways we can go about this. We can use the lovely little plant gathering tool and click and drag and gather these little wild plants here. As you can see, these plants are now all selected with the kind of little icon that comes alongside of the plant gathering zone. And it's quite nice. They will gather up quite a bit of food. They'll also gather up quite a lot of plant fiber, and we'll use that as part of the clothing tutorial and the cloth tutorial that we'll do later. But we're going to close all that off for right now. And the main point of this video is to talk about gathering zones. So if I click on this, place zones to establish meeting areas, pastures, and whatnot, and close the pesky tutorial. And then right down here, you're going to see this button that says Gather Fruit. And it says plant gathering zones are used in locations where plants will be gathered frequently. Use gather designation otherwise. So if you don't want stuff to be gathered frequently, you're going to want to be using the gathering designation that I just showed you. Otherwise, we can select this. Now, we can make this whatever shape we want. I don't like squares, but we just want to make sure that we gather a good amount of stuff, right? So now we're just going to click accept on this. And now, as you can see, there are 3 toggles on this. The first toggle is gather fruit in trees in and just above the zone. So essentially what they're going to do is, assuming you embarked with step ladders, which you probably did, especially if you did the default embark like we did here. If I scroll all the way down, there we go. Coconut step ladder. Of course, you can make more step ladders over here in your carpenter's workshop that you should build right away. You can build a couple of these even. Now, step ladders are, dwarves will use them, and they will jump up one layer into trees, and then they will pick and gather fruit in this zone, if you have step ladders available. Just make sure that you have some extras available, because keep in mind, dwarves can get stuck up in trees, and usually they can get down, but sometimes they have a hard time of it. So just make sure that if you're going to do this and you're going to leave this option on, just be wary that they might get stuck in trees. The second thing that I would like to show you here is gather fruit. This is going to get fruit and stuff from these plants. We got grapevines, we've got these prickleberries, we've got grape leaves, we've got more grapes. That can be made into wine, obviously, which is very good for brewing. Raspberries, also good to make into raspberry wine. Dwarves love that stuff. And then lastly, over here, we have fallen fruit. This is only applicable when fruits are in season and they fall from the trees. You can actually see them on the ground when they fall from the trees. It's quite beautiful. You get a large variety of colors, and it's one of the things that I really, really liked about the old ASCII versions. And now, as you can see, the dwarves are all over here, and they are gathering fruits and bringing them back. This technique in very calm biomes where you don't need to worry too much about being outside, or if you can kind of cordon off an area of trees and use it kind of like an orchard, you can get a lot of food supply in a very short amount of time without worrying too much about safety, or without worrying too much about actually having to manage it yourself. Just keep in mind that if there are scary things around, they will attack your dwarves, and you might not want to use this in a riskier biome like Untamed Wilds or anything haunted or Joyous Wilds or anything that I would consider, or that anybody would consider dangerous, I suppose. If you found this video helpful, give this channel a subscription. Leave a comment down in the description if you liked it. Give this video a thumbs up. And if you want to see my face while I play video games on the internet, check out my Twitch streams at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to a complete guide for Dwarf Fortress featuring taverns and dining halls. The goal of this video is to show you exactly how to construct a tavern, how to furnish it, how to lay everything out, what the benefits of different sizes are, what the benefits of dining halls are, setting up rooms for your tavern/inn, as well as whether or not you should have guests. Hopefully by the end of this video you will have a good idea of how to construct a tavern and dining hall in Dwarf Fortress. So let's dive in. Now, of course, the first thing you're going to need to do is select a location for your tavern. This is quite simple on the surface. And for me, I dug a couple layers down and found a nice layer with some stone in it. This is going to give us plenty of space for our tavern, as well as a good location for our dining hall. Now that the dwarves are digging out the tavern, we're going to grab all of the furnishings that we are going to need for a tavern and dining hall. So the first thing that we're going to be grabbing is 3 separate workshops. That's a craftsdwarf shop, a stoneworker's workshop, and a carpenter's shop. Inside of these shops, we have the ability to make all of the items that we need, assuming we have stone and wood available. We're going to open up the craftsdwarf shop initially, and we're going to make some rock mugs. Now, mugs are necessary for a tavern to function correctly. That, or if we want, we can also make them out of wood and make wooden cups. Maybe you don't have that much stone around or just don't feel like digging that deep. You can absolutely just make wooden cups and stone mugs. From there, we're going to move on to the stoneworker's workshop and queue up a handful of tables, as well as a couple of thrones to go alongside of our tables, because, you know, we're going to need tables and thrones, naturally. We could also make chairs out of wood, but for this video, we're just going to do everything out of stone. And then lastly, we're going to jump over to our carpenter's shop, and we're going to queue up some beds. Now, the reason we're going to queue up some beds is because we're going to be also attaching some rooms onto our inn to make a proper inn/tavern. The final thing that we're going to need to do is queue up a couple of coffers, because coffers are where mugs are stored in the tavern, alongside of musical instruments, but we'll get to that in a second. Once the dwarves are finished digging out the space for your tavern, you're going to open up your zone tool. You can do that by either pressing the key Z on the keyboard or by clicking the button down in the center of the screen. Then, from there, you're going to grab a meeting zone, and then you're going to click and drag and set it up as a nice little square over top of the zone, including the walls. From here, we then select the little plus symbol on the shield that is connected to the zone screen on the left. From there, you're going to see several different options: inn, tavern, temple, library, etc. But from here, we're just going to simply click on the Inn and Tavern tab. Then, if we click the little magnifying glass, it's going to give us our expanded options for the Inn and Tavern tab. The first of which you're going to see up here at the top. This is whether or not you're going to allow visitors in your tavern. By default, it allows all visitors using the little horsey symbol. Right next to it is the little tent symbol, which allows visitors and long-term residents. And then on the right is the dwarf face symbol, which is citizens only. This is going to minimize the risk of having an open tavern, allowing you to have a tavern that functions in your fortress without the risk of vampires and were-creatures and other kind of nasty individuals from stealing things from your fortress and potentially ending your fortress altogether. Right beneath that option is goblets. Now, goblets encompasses goblets, mugs, and cups. They are stored in a chest or coffer, which is why we constructed one earlier. And that is going to be placed in the tavern. Granted, the only dwarf that can actually access the mugs is your tavern keeper when they're serving alcohol. So if you're going to use this feature, and don't just store them in a stockpile beneath the tavern or something, make sure that you have a tavern keeper assigned. Beneath that is musical instruments. Now, musical instruments in Dwarf Fortress are procedurally generated and probably deserve their own video. We're just going to kind of leave that as is at default. But note, when traders come by, you can quite easily purchase musical instruments off of them, and they will either be constructed like a piece of furniture, like a table or a chair, And just like the mugs, you can set the number that you would like to have stored in the tavern. With all of our furniture constructed and the tavern set up, we're now going to select the furniture that we want for this area. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to smooth the whole area just so that it looks a little bit nicer and increases the value ever so slightly. We could also use brick floors or boulder floors to make the place look even prettier, but for this video, we're just going to smooth it. Then after that, we are going to place our 2 tables and 2 chairs. Now, keep in mind, when you are placing tables and chairs, only have 1 chair or throne per table. If you have more than 1 chair per table or throne per table, the dwarves will actually fight over who gets to use that table space, and it'll give them negative thoughts, so just keep that in mind. The next thing we need to do is place our coffer, or chest. Once you've done that, if you actually select the zone for the tavern and unpause the game, you can watch it fill up with mugs in real time, assuming you have plenty already made. The next thing we are going to do is we're going to add a stockpile for our drink. We're going to do this by opening up the stockpile tab and then clicking on the custom option, going down to the food tab, and then selecting drinks. Specifically the plant drinks, because we're not going to have any mead in this fort, most likely. We are also going to assign a tavern keeper and select a dwarf that has seemingly decent skills for it. Keep in mind, some dwarves really like doing this task, and if you notice dwarves that particularly like hanging out in the tavern, might look into making them into a tavern keeper. Then from there, we now have our stockpile, and as you can see, it is filling up with barrels. With the tavern being fully furnished and essentially ready to go, one other thing I would like to mention is when you're actually zoning the initial tavern, make sure that you leave a bunch of open space. This allows the dwarves to dance. If it's at least 6 by 6, to my knowledge, they are able to do the largest possible dances, so make sure you have some space for a dance floor. But with the tavern fully laid out, you can see that we're already designating some bedrooms. Now, these are going to be attached to the tavern because we want this to be an inn and tavern. So we're going to put some beds into them and then link them to the tavern by using the multi-select tool to select both of the bedrooms now that they're fully furnished, and then we're going to go to the plus symbol before I unpause the game and a dwarf claims them. Then I'm going to assign them to the tavern. If we open up the tavern UI again, you can actually see that they are rooms that are now connected to the tavern. So any long-term residents that have been granted residency in the fortress can sleep in these beds. Granted, they can also just use a normal dormitory or the side of the floor or under a table, whatever really suits them, but these are now an option for them. Now that our tavern and inn is fully set up, we're going to do one more thing that I think a lot of people skip. We're going to dig out a small space, and this is going to be used as a dining hall. Once it's been dug out, I'm going to grab the dining hall zone from the zone tool and paint over it. Once I've accepted it, I'm going to click on that little plus symbol again, and we're going to associate it with the tavern. Now, you don't need to do this. It will operate on its own. However, if you do associate it with the tavern by using this option, dwarves will use it as part of their dancing floor, as well as continue to socialize in the dining hall, which they don't do as often as they would in a tavern. This also allows any visitors in the tavern to also use the dining hall, helping keep them happy as well. Once you've done that, chuck a couple tables and chairs into it, and it'll work in addition with the tavern. Now that you've made it to the end of this guide, I do hope that you have full knowledge now on how to build a inn and tavern and dining hall in Dwarf Fortress. If you have any questions, please leave them down below in the comments section. And if you would like to see more tutorials like this, check out my YouTube channel and also the KitFox YouTube channel, where you can find more Dwarf Fortress tutorials, well, than you'll ever really need. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video, we're going to be talking about the things that happen when dwarves die. They come back as ghosts, and we need to prevent this. They have a tendency to haunt and terrorize and damage dwarves that are still living, so you do definitely want to deal with your dead quickly. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to make a coffin to bury this dwarf in. We could also make a slab if we couldn't find the body. So for this video, we're going to be queuing up a coffin as well as a slab. So once both of these are done, we're going to cover both methods. Now, keep in mind, you only need to do the slab one if for some reason you no longer have access to the body. Maybe it got burned, maybe you just didn't notice it for a really long time and it's at the bottom of a waterfall and you're too lazy to get it out. Perhaps it's stuck in a tower somewhere because they locked themselves in and starved to death. So now what we're going to do is we're going to dig them a small little space into a wall. This can be made by you or just naturally found, but it needs to be a little space underground. Then what we're going to do, or inside of a building alternatively, then we're going to place a door on front of it, and then we're going to take our sarcophagus and place it in the room. Now, the reason I put a door on this is so that we can use a secondary function. Perhaps we want to queue up multiple coffins, and then we want to do more of these at once. So the way this works, you go to the zone tool, and then from there you go to the tomb. By default, you can simply make individual tombs by drawing on them and then clicking its accept in between. So one tomb right here, one tomb right here. Alternatively, what we could do is we could delete both of these, and then I could use the multi-tomb option by clicking this button and then clicking and dragging. This automatically creates 2 tombs because it recognizes that there's doors on them and coffins inside. And then the dwarf, as you can see, has already been buried. Rest in peace, Cog. Now, if we were to also, once again, not have access to the body, then we could take our slab right here that was made over at the stoneworker shop, and we can add another task and click Engraved Memorial. Here, we can memorialize the dwarfs whose body we haven't been able to get so far. As you can see, it says Entombed. Some of the more watchful of you in these series may have noticed that in the Fortress of Well Even, one dwarf died. It was a very unfortunate situation with honey badgers. Anyway, I'm going to now click on this and engrave it for Stakkud, the other deceased dwarf. Now, as you can see, there is a memorial to Stakkud, and we're going to go down here by our little tomb area, and we are going to click on Slab, and we are going to place it. And as you can see, if I click this little down arrow, then it'll say that it's a memorial to this dwarf. If you have multiple slabs, it will give you a whole list, so just make sure you select the right one. The dwarf then comes in and memorializes the dwarf, and there's no chance of ghost spawning. Thank you very much for watching this full, complete guide on tombs and memorials. If you enjoyed this video and you would like to see more like it, I do have a whole ton on this YouTube channel. And if you'd like to see more longer Let's Plays, I have stuff like that as well as VODs from me on Twitch. If you would like to watch me live, you can find me at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. And thank you very much to everybody who's jumped on the Patreon recently. Cheers, everybody, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome to a video about Dwarf Fortress. One of the most important things that you'll learn when playing Dwarf Fortress is that bedrooms are important. Dwarves need a place to sleep. Now of course you can just scatter a whole bunch of bedrooms around and set them as a dormitory, but dwarves like individual bedrooms. As you can see here, we've got this old dugout mining shaft that was multiple different veins of ore, including this glorious platinum, which I've smoothed up as a lovely pillar as kind of a centerpiece of the room. And we have these little half-finished bedrooms around the edges, as well as some mostly and completely unfinished bedrooms. We're going to be walking through the process of making a bunch of bedrooms all at once. So what we're going to start off by doing is we're going to dig out some bedrooms. Now, an ideal bedroom has a cabinet, a chest or a coffer, and a bed. The cabinet is a place for them to put their clothing. The chest and coffer is a place for them to put their items and tools and toys and things. And the bed is a place for them to sleep. If you want to get really fancy with it, you could give them a weapon rack or an armor stand, but these are optional. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to make these simple square rooms. Of course, you can make them whatever shape you want. You could make them a line. You could make them a weird 6x6 pattern. You could do stars. You can really make whatever your heart desires. So we're going to start off by clicking the mining tool and digging into these mountains. So I'm going to make a couple of these squares with at least one space for a door. Remember, dwarves can walk diagonally, so we could also make a bedroom styled like this with a door on the corner. But just for the sake of this video, we're just going to kind of keep things pretty uniform here. So, first bedroom, second bedroom, third bedroom, and fourth bedroom. And now that all of this is finished and we've done this little setup, we're going to let our dwarves come in and mine. So, we're going to unpause the game now. And pretty quickly, you will notice the dwarves running over and mining. As you can see now, the dwarves have begun walking over and started mining out. The next thing we're going to do is we have these 2 unfinished bedrooms down here. We're going to begin smoothing the walls as they become available and these new rooms get dug out. So we're going to click on this tool here and we're going to smooth the walls. This is optional. You do not have to do this, but it will simply make things look a lot better in the long run. We're going to select all of the areas as they get dug out and begin smoothing. Also, the priority for smoothing is quite a bit higher in my settings than the mining, so we're going to increase the priority on the mining just to get the last of those bedrooms mined out. And as they get finished up, what we're going to begin doing here in these previously constructed bedrooms, I'm going to open up the build screen by pressing either B on the keyboard or clicking on the button. We're then going to go to Furniture, and from here, we can select beds, tables, chests, cabinets, the works. We're going to select a couple of beds. So if I click Keep Building After Placement, and instead of me having to open up the build screen again, it'll just simply automatically select the next bed. And we can also use the closest material, as I'm not picky about colors. So we can just quickly build all of these beds, although I clearly didn't click Keep Building After Placement, which I literally just said to do. So click, 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 click. As these spaces get done, we still have some more ones that we need to smooth. Remember to smooth the floors before you place furniture. If you don't do this, they will simply smooth around the furniture. So now that we've got those beds in, we also need to put in those chests and cabinets that I spoke of earlier. So we're going to once again open up the build screen. We are going to go to furniture, and we are going to go to chests. Now keep in mind, these are all items that I've constructed in various locations around the fortress. The coffers, in this case, which are rock chests, were constructed at the stoneworker's shop, and the beds were made in a carpenter's shop. Sounds like there's some fighting going on in the basement and someone is dead, but such is the way of things in Dwarf Fortress. We are going to select the rest of our furniture now. So, furniture, and once again, chest, done, and then done. So that's all of our chests, and then we need cabinets. So we're going to go back into the build screen, and we're going to go to furniture, and we are going to select our cabinets, which are right here. And once again, keep building, use closest material, select. Remember, dwarves can move on a diagonal, so this is not going to be a concern about whether or not they can get into their beds, but do not block doorways and walking space with stuff like these. Now we got 2 more beds that we need to place in those last 2, and we're going to click that. Now, next important thing is doors. All of my doors are made of stone, and they were all constructed at the stoneworker's shop as well. So we're going to place door. Now, once all of this furniture has been brought into place, we'll continue the video. And now that all of the dwarves are bringing the furniture over, what we're going to do as soon as the last few beds and things are in place is we are going to make a zone. And then we are going to take that zone and we are going to select bedrooms. And we're going to make this whole thing into 1 bedroom set with 1 click. Previously, the way we had to do this was individually selecting each bed and making a bed and then assigning it to a dwarf. We don't need to do that anymore. So the way this works is we're going to either hit Z on the keyboard or click on the zone screen, which is this screen. From here, we can now go to bedroom. The previously mentioned dormitory option is right here, but we can go to bedrooms now. So what we're going to do is instead of just drawing individual bedrooms, we can either draw via square like that, or we can use this to draw independent tiny lines if you want to be very precise, but we're just going to use the big squares. We're going to click multi so we can select multiple bedrooms with 1 rectangle, and it's quite intelligent. And as you can see, all the furniture is in place. Don't mind the naked bulldog running around. And we're going to select like this. Bang. With the exception of this one, because apparently I forgot to put a bed in it. Now all of these bedrooms have been selected and are good to go. Dwarves will assign themselves to these bedrooms. This is how you make bedrooms in Dwarf Fortress. Hello everybody, and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering making a temple. Temples are a very important part of Dwarven society. It allows them to kind of relax, socialize to a degree, as well as pray and meditate to their gods. It's something that a lot of people tend to overthink, and it's actually quite a simple system. So we're going to be walking through the basics. It's a zone just like taverns and other things, but first, because we are going to be building off of this little hallway, we're going to need to dig a space for it. Temples can be as small or as big as you like. But we're going to keep it reasonable, so we're going to go with about yay big. Kind of give it a nice rounded off edge kind of feel to it, just so that it doesn't feel like a boring square. And we're going to give it a door. Then we're going to wait for our dwarves to dig out this area, and once this area has been dug out, we will continue with the video. Now that our dwarf here is making some progress, we have to do the next thing that any self-respecting dwarf would in a cave, which is start smoothing the floors. We don't want to have dingy, rocky, stubbly floors around our lovely, illustrious, soon-to-be temple to our chosen deity or a generic deity. So, because there are many gods in any dwarven society, you kind of have to select one, or you can go with a generic temple. Now, this kind of leads to some discussion as to whether or not you should make one temple for every single god, or just simply one generic temple. I tend to lean in the direction of just making one temple for everything, and then over time opening it up to more gods as they become requested, where there's also some fighting going on in the basement as per usual. So as the smoothing continues and we continue to smooth stuff out, we can now pretty quickly, once an area becomes available, select a spot for our altar. Now, keep in mind, temples are a pretty modular thing and don't actually require any specific furniture. You can just make a temple an open square in an open field. It doesn't even need to be indoors, in fact. There really is some fighting going on in the ground and someone's been found dead, as per usual with Dwarf Fortress. So, first off, we're going to throw a door onto the outside of this, just so that it looks like a room or a space unto itself. Very important. So, we can either press B on the keyboard or click on the build key, and then we're going to click on doors and hatches and grab ourselves a door. This is something that we made at the stoneworker shop previously, and it's going to be built right there. Now that everything is dug out and we're just finishing up the smoothing, we're going to construct ourselves an altar, or also known as an offering place. Underneath the construction menus in any of the workshops that can build them, either out of wood or out of stone at the stoneworker shop like we did, they are referred to as offering places. So we're going to jump into furniture, by either pressing B to pop up the build menu and F to press up to get furniture. And then we can either press P on the keyboard to grab the offering place or simply click on the offering place. Now, this is a small little place of worship, essentially. Now, the rest of the construction of this here temple is going to be done within the zone screen. There are certain instances where you may need to increase the value of these zones, but because this is a temple that we're just building of our own accord and not one that is demanded by our citizens, we are not adhered to any specific item values. We can now click on zones, and we are going to go to meeting area. We're going to click and drag and fill this entire little spot up with this meeting area. And then if we want, we can be a little bit fancy and just make sure that things kind of fit and don't look off. So we're going to select all of this a second time, although we have it set to erase right now, so let's just remove that, and build our meeting area. Now, from this meeting area, we can give it one of these following settings. This one, as I said, is going to be a temple. So we're going to assign it as a new temple. Now, we could either assign one of these gods to each different temples of their own and give these specific religions each a temple of their own, but that would be incredibly cumbersome and confuse the dwarves' pathing, and they wouldn't know where to go to pray. So what we're going to do is essentially give a no specific deity temple to everybody, where anybody can go and worship at any time. If we want to set details for specific rules with this temple, we can click on this little magnifying glass here. We can allow visitors to visit the temple or citizens only. In this instance, I think this should be for citizens only, maybe citizens and long-term residents, as we do have a couple mercenaries living here. And this is going to be the spot where all dwarves can congregate and worship. If you want to add any other fancy additions to your temple, feel free. You can add anything from musical instruments to coffers and chests to store items in, right down to statues and various other pieces of furniture like chairs and tables, or food even if you want. There's still really some fighting going on in the basement. That's kind of unfortunate. If you found this tutorial helpful as a way to show your dwarves where to go and worship and get some much needed downtime, as our Kivish friend here, who is meditating on death, just like the basement, is doing. If you found this video helpful, I recommend checking out this YouTube channel. I got more tutorials on Dwarf Fortress than you could watch in a reasonable amount of time, as well as just more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video, we're going to be running over nobles' offices, specifically mayor's offices. So we have 3 little rooms here carved out. These don't need to be inside of a room. They can be outdoors. They can, well, as long as there's a roof over top of them so you can build furniture. They can be like anywhere in your fort. They can be in a specific room. They can overlap all in one big room, but for the sake of this video, we're going to do 3 separate rooms, which is my preferred way of setting up a mayor's office. Once you hit 50 dwarves, the dwarves will elect a mayor, and this is based off of their lying trait and intimidation trait and socializing traits and their general likability and dwarves' ability to enjoy being around them. If you hit the noble screen, once you have a mayor, you'll see that they have some demands. They want a bedroom, they want quarters, they want a study, and they want a dining room, and they want some specific furniture in them. So here we're just going to be running through the very basics of how to set up one of these, and also some things that will happen if you don't set them up. The red icons are the ones they don't have yet, the yellow ones are partially satisfied, and the orange over on the right there is a demand. The demands are items that they have to have made within, I think it's a 3-month period of time, or there will be arrests, and usually they ban that from export as well. So make sure whatever items your mayors are demanding, you just don't sell to traders, no matter how many of them you have, because all that's going to end up happening is there's going to be a bloodbath in the tavern when the captain of the guard goes in and starts cutting people's heads off. So we do need some tables, and we do need some thrones, so we're just going to queue those up real quick, and I'm going to pump those up in the build order so that they'll get done first. And once those are all constructed, we can then place them inside. So now that we have those constructions going, we are going to queue up several zones. So we're going to start off with a bedroom zone. Now that we have a bed placed in this bottom room, we're going to select the mayor himself to take that spot, or rather herself. My bad. We're going to be placing the mayor down there, and then she will take that room. And then after that, we're going to assign an office to the top one. Now the office, the only thing it actually needs to function is a single chair. So just kind of keep that in mind. The only thing you need for the office to function is a single chair. And with the dining room, it's very similar, except the only thing it needs is a table and a chair. So just when you're building these, just keep in mind that if you do want to keep them at the bare minimum so that they function, but maybe they're not super happy with it, that is all that you need. Although a happy mayor is a good mayor, because if your mayor is happy, then they basically act as the fortress's therapist. Sad dwarves come and complain to them, and they get a very positive mood on both sides. So just keep that in mind. It's a good idea to have a mayor and keeping your mayor happy. Also, they are your main diplomat, and they do all the conversing with any visiting traders. So we're now going to place our table and chair in both of these spots now that they're constructed. We're going to throw a throne in this bottom room. I'm going to put them in a slightly different pattern so that they look distinct from one another, and now everything is constructed. And so the only things that we are lacking now at this point are a coffer and weapon rack and an armor stand. Once they have all of those final items, these buildings will be operational. So we're just gonna queue over here to this here stoneworker's shop and just quickly power order up ourselves a weapon rack and an armor stand just to get them done real quick. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna select them at the weapon shop and click the do it now exclamation point button so that they get to it as quick as possible. This is a lovely fort, by the way. Had a lot of fun building it on stream today. If you wanna see my streams, you can find them over at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. But if you've been watching these videos for a bit, you've probably heard me say that a couple of times. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who has swung by, and also thank you to everybody who's still watching these videos. I'm very excited to see what the next couple of years for this YouTube channel have. So now we are kind of in the tail streak of this. We just need to wait for those items to be completed. And then when it comes to different nobles, like let's just say the captain of the guard as an example, it's more or less the same process. You just simply make the 3 separate rooms that they require, assign them to those 3 separate rooms, unassign them from their old bedroom quarters, and then make sure that they have access to this new room. And paying attention to the demands is generally not too bad. It's usually maybe 3 items a season. Just keep in mind you don't need to pay attention to the demands right away. Once they hit red on the nobles screen, that's when they become a problem and when they're going to start getting mad if you don't have them done immediately. So we're now just gonna real quick place those last 2 items that we need, which is the weapon rack and the armor stand. And then at that point, as you can see up here, they're pretty much satisfied with everything. Not entirely satisfied with their bedroom, but you know, it's nothing a couple engravings on the wall or a statue or 2 won't fix, and they're demanding 3 coffins, so we'll have to get to that right away. If you wanna see more videos like this, check out the YouTube channel. Hello everybody and welcome back to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video we are going to be talking about garbage disposal, and in this case, atom smashing. We're going to be removing some items and turning them into atoms. Now, the way we're going to be doing this is we're going to be using a drawbridge, and we're also going to be using a lever. So we're going to need 2 things. We're going to need stuff to make into a drawbridge, and we're going to need mechanisms for a lever. Now if we scroll down into the fortress, and we look around a little bit, we're going to locate our mechanics shop, which I know is somewhere in this fortress. Somewhere. Looking somewhere. Actually, now that I'm looking around, it looks like we don't have one. So, simply, we are going to construct ourselves a mechanics workshop. Now, the way this is going to work is we are going to be using a mechanism to connect a lever to a drawbridge and use that to crush the corpses of whatever the heck we need to crush, or whatever the thing we need to crush. So we're going to start off by making up some mechanisms, and once this workshop is done, and we are going to get that done real quick, we can then click here and click Make Rock Mechanisms. I'm just going to make 10, just 1 by the default, and then 2, and then 3, which is all that we're going to need for this here project. Once these mechanisms are done, I will continue the video. And now that all 3 of them are getting finished and 2 of them are done, we're going to fly up to this upper layer. Now, it doesn't really matter where you build these. I'm just going to be building this on the upper layer just for the sake of ease. And right next to it, we're going to put a little nook in this wall, and this little nook is going to be used for a lever. We are then going to be going to the build screen. So we're going to hit B on the keyboard, and then from there, we are going to click on constructions. We are from there going to make a drawbridge. Now, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to make it raise. We're going to want the drawbridge to raise in the direction of that little nook there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to make a little drawbridge like this. And as you can see, it's already set to raise to the left. Word of thumb, if you forget what direction your drawbridges go, just simply look at the little gear connector there. The little gear connector is the direction in which it's raising. And note, if I remove this and set it to be a retracting, the gear disappears entirely. So, because it's going to raise, we're going to build it like this. And we're going to construct it out of these dolomite blocks just because they're close by. We don't need that many. And then we're also going to place a door right here, just for safety's sake. The last thing that we are going to do is we are going to place a lever. Now, the lever is going to go right here in this little nook. Now, what we're going to hopefully get done here is we are going to be connecting this drawbridge right here to this lever. And this is going to be our on-off switch for our garbage disposal. And from there, the dwarves are going to connect these two things together using dwarven mind powers, because dwarves don't connect things with cables, they connect things with mechanisms, which just kind of connect from inter-cyberspace. It doesn't really matter. Don't worry about it too much. Long story short, a lever can be connected to something on literally the farthest reaches of the map. So now that everything is hooked up, what we are going to do is we are going to give this lever a pull. And then this lever is going to lift up this drawbridge, which should happen shortly after the lever is pulled. In 5, 4, there you go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a zone, right? And we're going to throw down a little garbage dump zone. Now, this garbage dump zone's purpose is anything that is marked to be dumped in this menu right here under P, underneath the I hotkey. So press I to pop up these tiny little items down here. Anything that is marked to be dumped is going to go into here. So what we're going to do up here is we're going to make a real quick refuse stockpile. Now, refuse is essentially any rotten items or any dead items or things that you don't really want on your map. We're also going to be throwing corpses in here. So we're going to have corpses and refuse. Now, I'm sure that something on the map is refuse, but just to make sure that we get everything that we need in there, I'm just going to real quick open up the work orders screen. From here, we're going to go to labor, we're going to go to standing orders, and we're going to go to refuse and dumping. Now, dwarves ignore outdoor refuse, we want to check that, and dwarves gather vermin remains, we want to check that. Now, anything that is considered refuse, rotten, broken, dead, dying, should be put into this stockpile. So I'm going to pause the game for a moment and just make sure that some things get chucked in here, and then once up, perfect. As you can see, we are filling up almost immediately with mussel shells and cockatiel remains. Perfect. That's excellent for our description here. Now that stuff is getting chucked in here, we are going to select garbage, and we're going to select everything to be dumped. And then these items are going to be brought from over here and thrown into this garbage dump. Now we just need to wait for the dwarves to finish bringing everything up. Looks like we got hamster remains, we got dead rodents, we got more shells. Of course, the dead birds. The cats have done a number on the local wildlife, I gotta say. And then the dwarves are gonna start bringing it over here, and then the item's gonna automatically be forbidden. So once all of these items that are marked to be thrown away are brought over to this drawbridge, I will continue the video. Well, there seems to be an endless wall of mussel shells being chucked up here, so simply what we're going to do now is we are going to click on this lever, and we're going to give it a pull. We're also going to real quick lock this door just for safety's sake so the dwarves don't get stuck. They're going to pull the lever, and then we're going to select it to be pulled a second time. Another dwarf should come booking it up here to pull the lever a second time, and whoop, voila! All the items are gone. This is a very good way of disposing of trash or just simply items you don't want or maybe children that annoy you. If you really, really want to get rid of stuff quickly, though, this is probably the fastest method, aside from selling it or throwing it into a volcano. If you need other ideas on how to get rid of things, something else you can do is maybe go up to an upper level and set a dumping zone just across the edge of a cliff above either a large hole or into a volcano or into the lava magma sea down in the bottom or just into a pit where you don't need to look at it. That will also cause them to throw them off the edge. They will walk into one side and throw it into the second tile. In this instance, this is just the fastest way and the safest way, and also completely self-contained and indoors, so you don't need to worry about your dwarves making infinite stacks of shells in places where you don't want them. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you want to see more videos like it, there's a ton of them on this YouTube channel. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering soap. Now, in order to make soap, you're going to need a few things. Let's get started at the top. You're going to need yourself a butcher shop where we just butchered an elephant, and you're going to need to butcher an animal. You're going to need yourself a kitchen so that you can make tallow. As you can see, we have elephant tallow in this one. You're going to need yourself a wood furnace so that you can make ash, and you're going to need yourself a soap maker's shop, which requires a bucket to construct, which can very easily be made at the carpenter's workshop, and most embarks have them by default. Lastly, you're also going to need yourself an ashery, which requires a barrel and a bucket to create, as well as blocks, which, again, you should have most of these things upon embarking, but if you don't, you can make yourself 2 buckets and a barrel real quick and easy at a carpenter's workshop. The last thing that you're going to need is you're also going to need a stoneworker's shop to make yourself a block, or alternatively, you could make a wooden block at the carpenter's shop to get all this construction going. Now, we're going to run through the entire list of things that we need to do to make soap, and it's just going to be kind of a long list of information. This goes to that, goes to that, goes to that. This is going to be one of the more advanced quick tutorials that I've done on this channel, so strap in. We're going to start off by opening up the unit screen by pressing U on the keyboard, or alternatively clicking the little face down in the bottom left. We're then going to go over to the livestock and animals section. We're going to slaughter an elephant. Now, you can use almost any animal for this as long as it has a good amount of fat on it. We're using these elephants just for an example purpose. However, if this wasn't just a tutorial fort and it was a real fort, I'd probably use a yak. The nice thing about elephants is they provide a whole lot of fat. Now, as you can see, if we scroll down a little bit on this list here, there's going to be a very large amount of fat. This elephant specifically has 19. The other one had 27. The amount of fat varies based on the size of the animal. Then an automatic job is going to be queued up at the kitchen to render fat. So they're going to grab the fat from over here and they're going to run over here. Keep in mind, if you are slaughtering large animals like this, just make sure normally that you would have a large food stockpile as well as a tanner's workshop, just so that stuff doesn't go to waste. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be rendering this fat, and it's going to become something called tallow. And then once that fat is rendered into tallow, from there what we're going to do is we're going to go over to the wood furnace. Now the wood furnace, it takes wood and can do several things with it. It can make ash and it can make charcoal. For this, we're going to be making ash. Charcoal is used for fuel for smithing, so for smelting metals and such, as well as doing stuff like making glass and porcelain. But for this, we're going to be making ash. So we're going to just set a repeating job for ash here, just so we can get some more ash in here. The next thing that we're going to need is we're going to go to the ashery, and we're going to start a job for making lye. Now, the ashery is a pretty specialized building, and I mostly use it for making lye. However, you can also make potash for fertilizing, but we're just going to worry about lye here. We're going to make lye, and now lye is going to come from the ashery, and it's going to go down here, and then they're going to run off, and they're going to do something interesting. They're going to come back with a bucket. Now, in order to make a good amount of soap in a short period of time, you're going to want a decent amount of buckets. So what I'm just going to do over here is I'm just going to run over to this carpentry shop, and I'm going to queue up some buckets in the background. Just a repeating job for the sake of this. I would recommend having a bunch stockpiled up before you start making lye. But once you have like 50 or so just kind of hanging around, you're generally not going to run out of buckets. You're going to be okay. Then the last thing we're going to do, now that we have ash that has been made into lye, which is sitting in lye buckets, we are then, lastly, going to take that tallow and make it into soap. So now we can go over to the soap maker's shop and we can make soap from tallow. We could also make soap from oil, but that's a little bit more complicated and requires some extra steps and farming specific crops. For me, I think that butchering animals is much easier and quicker method of making soap. So now from there, we can simply take those lye buckets, take those bits of tallow, and make a good chunk of soap. And bang, just like that, we have a nice, good little bar of elephant soap. And so each unit of this tallow is going to be made into a bar of soap. Bars of soap are then taken to wells or any sort of water source, and dwarves give themselves soapy baths, which cleans themselves entirely, and they get happy thoughts about it. We used to be able to build castles out of this stuff, frankly, but unfortunately that's no longer possible in this version. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking about magma forges and also magma smelting. This is a very simple tutorial of a very basic concept, but presented in a very complicated manner. We've actually built a little magma reservoir down here on the magma sea using a magma safe floodgate and a lever. You do not need to do this. If you want to use lava, the best way, in my experience, to experiment with it is just simply messing around on the surface near a volcano optimally. Or if you happen to find a magma chute, which is usually found in the cavern layers, it's just kind of like an open lava pond, basically, which you can build on top of easily. I recommend for new players, if you're messing around with lava, to do this on a volcano, but for the sake of this video, I thought we'd be a little bit fancy. So we're going to be using this fancy little reservoir that I've constructed right here. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building a magma forge using this anvil right here, this steel anvil, and we're going to be building a magma smelter. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the workshops section of the construction screen. We're going to click on the building section. We're going to then go to workshops. Like I said, we're going to click on magma forge. Now, a magma forge is the item that is used for, making your weapons, making your shields, your crafts, your furniture. It's like you're the thing that does everything with lava. Now, the benefit of using lava instead of using fuel is lava doesn't require fuel because that is your fuel, right? So normal forges and normal smiths are going to require coal or coke, as it's called in the game, or charcoal. Coal needs to be mined and then refined into coal, and charcoal needs to be chopped down from trees and then refined into charcoal, which adds an extra step of complexity and adds another resource that you need to gather. So in some ways, magma forges are actually way simpler. So the kind of pro tip here is you can either place them along the side like this, you can place them on the diagonal like this, as long as the center tile is supported by either flooring or stone. So they only need one tile to work, but if you see right up there, it says blocked at this location, it won't work. So this, we could place it here, but it won't have any fuel, so there's no point. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of place it on the corner. Right about here with these 3 sticking over the edge. We're going to use this steel anvil, and in order to construct a workshop of this sort, you do need to have magma-safe stone. So make sure that you have gabbro or something else. Now, if you don't know how to check for magma-safe stone, what you're going to do is you're going to go up to the work orders screen. You're going to go over to stone use from labor. So work orders, stone use under labor. And then if you scroll down here, anything with a little X on it is not magma-safe. Anything with a little check mark is magma-safe. So this will give you a pretty quick idea of what you have and what is and what isn't safe to use with lava. Of course, they just simply won't let you build them if they're not available, so you don't really have anything to worry about. The other workshop that we're going to construct today is, as I said earlier, the magma smelter. Now, the magma smelter can be found right here, and we are going to place this right next to it. So now we're just going to wait until these are both constructed, and once they're ready to go and the dwarves have built our 2 lovely forges, we'll continue with the video. So now that our forge as well as our smith are both ready to go, the smelter and the forge, we are going to begin work. So the way this is going to work is exactly like any other forge. We can either queue up tasks in the manager screen, and a baby was just born, or we can queue them up manually by simply going down here. So we have access to galena on this embark as well as tetrahedrite. So I'm simply going to smelt some galena. Once this task has been completed, I'll continue speaking. Now that we've smelted that galena, you can see that we have acquired 2 silver bars as well as some lead, which is what galena is the ore of. From there, we're then going to click on this magma forge, and we're going to go to weapons and ammunition. I'm going to go down to silver, and I'm going to ask them to forge a silver mace, because, I don't know, I like maces sometimes, and I don't think I've seen the sprite in this version yet for them. Generally, I would make war hammers out of silver, but every now and again, you gotta make a mace. So, when it comes out, it should be right here. Our dwarves have chucked everything together and seem quite happy about their new forges. And if you have any questions about forging with magma, do let me know. We'll do another video on sand and glass pretty soon. So if you would like to find more videos related to Dwarf Fortress, you can check out a ton of those over on this YouTube channel. And if you want to see more videos about specifically forging, well, I'm building this whole fortress out. So the VODs should be coming out from the stream shortly, and it will be the 4th that I will be streaming for the next couple of days, unless a patch pops up out of nowhere, at which point then I'll probably generate a new world. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking about hotkeying different areas of your fortress. This is something that people ask me about quite frequently, and something that I keep having to point out on the UI, so I figured it's time to make a video about it. Now the way this works is you have 2 options. You can either click on this button or you can press H on the keyboard. Now if you click on this button up here, it just has the exact same indication. So by default there's always one hotkey assigned, which is F1. This takes you back to your location, or to the location of your wagon's drop-off point where the fortress began. This is where your wagon was, so even if you deconstruct the wagon, it'll still take you back to the location of where the wagon was. Then after that, we can either remake this spot or rename it to other layers. So right here we have an area that used to be the farms, or in the case of this fortress, I think about to be the farms, as this is an older save for one of my fortresses. So we're going to call this farms. Now what we're going to do is we're going to click on this button here, set this entry to recenter to the current location. Bang. So now, if I press F1 on the keyboard, I can then press F2 on the keyboard and go to farms. Let's try this again and be a little bit more complicated. Let's go main stockpile. So we can make main stockpile. And then from here, we can, once again, recenter this space. Now, if we want to reset any of these, we can simply exit, and this will delete the location. We can also manually recenter from this menu. So if you forget what screen is where, then you can do that. Perhaps you would also like to recenter to your cooking stockpile. So we could have one that's called kitchens, or in this case, this is more like brewing, because this is where all of our alcohol is being brewed. And so then bang, we now have another location. So now wagon, farms, main stockpile, brewing. Since we're here, it's also worth noting that there are 2 other helpful buttons here that I think a lot of people miss. This one here takes you to the surface. So whatever the surface layer is based on your current camera position. So if we go down to here, then this button right here will just simply take us to the highest location relative to where the camera is. And then down here, the other button is deepest possible location relative to the camera, which right now is just this beautiful little river here. You can bump up to the top, back down to the bottom. Both very useful if you're digging a lot. So once again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and completely editable via clicking on the button or pressing H on your keyboard. This has been a really short one, but I hope that it was helpful, if nothing else. I know that a lot of people claim that they've missed this and keep on asking me where this button is and how to find it and also how to use it, so here it is. That's how you assign locations in your fortress to specific hotkeys on the keyboard. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you want to see more tutorials, basic and advanced, on this YouTube channel, there's more than you could reasonably watch in a couple hours. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video, we're going to be talking about keeping bees and making mead. In order to make mead, well, and keep bees, of course, you're going to need bees on your map. So here we have a little colony of honeybees that's popped up, which has me very excited. So what you're going to do once you have your colony of honeybees is you're going to go find your crafts dwarf shop. Down here in this crafts dwarf shop, we are going to make beehives. Now, as you can see right here, we're making a rock hive. Once this hive is completed, we are going to construct it up on the surface. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to go right next to this. Now, beehives always have to be on the surface, but they can sort of be underground if you give them a little vent hole. So the bees do need access to the surface, so keep that in mind. Now we're going to go over to workshops, farming, and grab ourselves a beehive. We're going to place it right here. So we could place it underground, but we would have to dig little tunnels so that the bees could see the surface. They need access to the sky in order to work. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get this hive constructed. Our little dwarf over here is going to grab it, and then they're going to yoink that little beehive and put it in here. So now, what we have to do is we have to wait a little bit. But we've got this. Gather products, which requires a jug, okay? And then install colony when ready, which it already did. And then gather products when it's ready. So it will destroy the bee colony. So they will need to go get more bees from elsewhere in order to continue making mead. So once this is ready, I'll continue the video. But while this hive is getting its stuff going, and the 19,131 bees in this colony are being busy being bees, what we're going to do is we're going to prepare a few other things. We're going to need a crafts dwarf's shop, which we already have down in the basement, but we're also going to need a mechanics workshop because we need 2 mechanisms. So I'm going to plop down this mechanics shop right here, and we're going to fly underground, and we're going to do some jobs in the basement with our crafts dwarf shop here. So as you can see, we're making more rock hives, but we can actually cancel that job. But what I do need is I need jugs. Now, jugs are made in the rock menu of the crafts dwarf shop. Of course, you could automate these using the manager, but we're just going to queue up jugs and just click repeat. Now, what jugs are essentially is they are a material for they are the storage case for our mead. Mead is only stored in jugs. Don't ask me why. I designed the thing. So what we're going to do from here, so while this beehive over here is doing its thing, there's something else that I need to show you. We've constructed this mechanics workshop because we are going to need 2 mechanisms because we're going to need to make a screw press next. Another thing that's going on down here in the lower level is we are making jugs alongside of some more hives. These jugs are going to be used to store our honey once we actually have honey that is ready to be harvested at this beehive. So what we're going to do is we're going to make those 2 mechanisms, and once those 2 mechanisms are done, we are going to make ourselves a screw press, which apparently is actually hiding somewhere else. Right here. We're going to make one of these as soon as it's available. So we will need a second one of these. And then once those 2 mechanisms are complete, we are going to make a screw press. And a screw press is a workshop that can be found right here. Screw press, there it is. Or which can also be selected using the capital R hotkey. And we just need this dwarf here to finish placing this. And it does take 2 mechanisms to make it. So you will need 2. Otherwise, this will not work. So once that is complete, we are going to bring the dwarves back over and we are going to build this screw press. And there it is. That is our screw press. So now we have our beehive with 19,000 bees and we have our screw press. So what this screw press is going to do is it's going to take the wax and the wax comb and all that, and it's going to press it into honey, royal jelly, and a wax cake. The wax cake can be made into wax crafts at the Crafts Dwarf shop. You can make them into necklaces, rings, bracelets, all sorts of fun things. And the honey can be brewed into mead, which is the whole point of this video, as well as the royal jelly, which can be cooked. So you're getting a food product, which is the royal jelly. You are getting honey, which is for your mead, and you are getting wax crafts. So you get 3 separate industries rolling from nothing but bees. Also, I love the little bee sprite. It's so cute. Since we're still waiting for this hive to do its thing, if we click on the screw press, you'll see some other things. The screw press has the ability to press honey from honeycomb, press liquid from fruit, press liquid from paste, as well as press plant slurry into paper sheet. This is part of the process of making books, which is a tutorial I will have to put together one of these years. And this is as part of making oil. And this is also for making oil, just different kinds of oil, which are different kinds of dwarven cooking materials. Over here, as we can see, we're into midsummer now, and some migrants have just arrived, and it is still not ready to place the beehive. I do not know if there's other beehives on the map, but let's place a couple more of these hives while we're at it. So as you can see, we have honey that has popped up at this first hive. So now that we have honey, we now have this honeybee wax comb. The hive's going to continue doing its thing. We also have a jug that is sitting here and ready to grab the royal jelly. So if I look at this, we can actually see that it has royal jelly. So this will just be used as part of cooking. Keep in mind, these do get put into tools stockpiles and can end up in bins. And at least back in the past, this used to cause some problems with job cancellations and whatnot. So you might want to make a stockpile specifically for royal jelly. We're going to do just that right now. I'm going to jump up here and we are going to make a real quick stockpile. And I'm just going to make it for honey and royal jelly. So this will be under, I think, food products. And this will be under animal products, extract animal. There we go. So we're going to make bumblebee, honey, royal bee jelly, and we don't need to worry about the bee venom. So this is all going to now go into that stockpile right there. Now what we're going to do is we are going to grab our screw press, and we are going to press honey from honeycomb. Now what this is going to do is the dwarf's going to run over, and they are going to grab that honeybee wax, and they are going to press it. Now, it's going to require a container to put it in, so in this case, a jug, and then once that is ready, and we have our lovely, lovely honey, we can then brew some mead. Turns out that we were out of barrels, so now that we have our honey bee wax cake. This can be crafted into crafts at the Crafts Dwarf shop, which I'll show you in a second. But apparently we were out of barrels. Once we have some barrels available, we will be able to make mead. So now, as you can see, mead is available to brew. So we are going to brew ourselves some mead. Let's make our very first ever barrel of mead. I don't know about you, but this is actually my first mead in this version of the game. Bees are kind of a slow and arduous process and can run into some issues, but it can be quite a rewarding series of crafts that you can create, considering you get delicious drinks, you get delicious royal jelly, and you also get wax crafts. So if I jump down here into this Crafts Dwarf shop, now we suddenly have a whole new option. We can now make wax crafts. They will go grab the honeybee comb, or the pressed honeybee comb from the screw press, and they will make wax crafts, not crass. While this tutorial might be short, this recording certainly wasn't. It took almost 55 minutes to record this whole process, just because, brewing honey or making mead out of honey takes over a year almost in game. So I just wanted to say a real quick thank you very much for watching this entire video through to the end. If you want to see more videos like this, I have a whole playlist of them. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking about customizing statues. Now there's a few different ways you can do this, and I'm going to show you both of them. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be making a statue and we're going to be assigning a custom image to it. You can also specify stone and the type of material you want to use, but for this we're just going to be talking about customizing images. So what we're going to do is we're going to queue up a statue. Now we're going to do this at the stoneworker's shop. Keep in mind this also works for other materials and other types of statues, such as metal statues or clay statues or any other type of material. Now, all that we're going to do is we're going to click on this little magnifying glass here. It says set details for this task, such as material to be used. So we're going to click that. And now we have two options here. We can specify material and we can specify the image that we use. We're going to just start off by specifying material. Now, the only material we have available in this current fortress is shirt. So we will select shirt. So it now re-specifies it as a shirt statue. Then from there, we can specify image. So here we have a little bit of fun. We can make one related to a specific historical figure, and then we can simply search through for one of our dwarves or somebody from Legends. It also gives you a little bit of information as to who that person was. Maybe you want to learn a little bit about somebody that's visiting your fortress, like a mercenary, for example. You could actually search for them. Like, let's just type in the word Jurist and look for every single dwarf named or person with the word Jurist in their name that exists in this world. This is every single notable Jurist that has ever existed. A very important metric to keep an eye on. Now, as we back out of this screen and go back by one, another thing we could do is we could do it related to a site. So maybe perhaps we want to make a fortress out of this, a statue out of this fortress, which is called Well Even. So I could just simply go to Well Even and we could make a or wall even, not well even, wall even. We could make a image out of here. So this is a Dwarven Fortress in the Fortunate Jungles called Wall Even. So we'll queue that up just for this video. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to queue up another statue to give you another idea of what you can do. Now, since we only have one type of stone, we're not going to worry about this one. But what we do have this option to have a peek at now is we can specify existing image. We can make it related to a civilization or group, or we could specify a new image. So existing image, usually what you'll have by default is your group symbol, which can either be created by you if you prepare carefully, or alternatively will be randomly generated for you. This artwork is a superiorly designed image of a hood. The symbol is a symbol of the frilly glove, a local dwarven government, that is us. And then the noiseless paper, which is our civilization, their symbol is the symbol of the decent chambers, a local dwarven civilization. So you know what? We'll queue up one of our local dwarven civ. And then lastly, I'm going to show you the final way that you can queue these up. And if you have a manager set up in the noble screen and assigned to an office, then you'll have access to the labor and work orders screen. If you queue up a work order, you can say queue up rock statue. And then once you're here, this same magnifying glass exists. So we're going to click on this. And we can once again specify the stone type, and we can also specify the image. And for this, we're going to use a new image to give you an idea. So let's just talk about what kind of power you have here. You can create some pretty detailed images with this. Of course, it's all just text descriptions, and the first entity listed in the image will be the one that the statue appears as in this tile set. However, you actually have quite a lot of options here. So let's say make a image of a badger. Why not? How about just a single badger? So this is an image of a badger, right? And now we're going to have an image of maybe a dwarf. And the dwarf is embracing the badger. So this is clearly a dwarf that loves badgers, right? It's a dwarf that is embracing a badger. Now, let's say that there's something a little bit terrifying going on in the background. Let's say that there is a goblin, okay? Now, this goblin is doing what goblins do, which is, let's say, can I say vomit? Even better. The goblin is burning, and the goblin is screaming as well. So now we have this image of a badger, a dwarf, and a goblin. The dwarf is embracing the badger. The goblin is screaming. The goblin is burning, and the goblin is screaming. And the let's say that the dwarf here is laughing. And now we're going to name this image, and it's going to be called the Otur scream. Okay, so let's say the the dutiful scream, which is, of course, in Dwarven. So when you're naming your statue's images, you are limited to the Dwarven words, so sometimes you'll have to kind of bend it into working, but estus tubas, the dutiful scream, is now a new image. So once we click done, it's now queued up. And even better, if I were to queue up more statues, let's say rock stat, because we've created that new image, if we now go into specify image and we go to an existing image, looks like the Dutiful Scream is now listed underneath a group commission for this fortress. So now that we're here, it is set to make 10 of each. I'm going to actually lower that number down a little bit to just 1, and we're going to make these statues up, and then once these statues are done, we'll finish up the video. So now the 3 statues are done, we're going to get them constructed. We're going to hit B, we're going to go to Furniture, and then we're going to click Statue. Now we're going to simply select the one that's closest by. And now, as you can see, we have a couple different images here. We have this statue of a badger, clearly our custom designed image. Right next to it, we have the statue of a dwarf, I think. And it looks like we had one already made up elsewhere. We've got statue of dwarves, so we're going to skip the statue of dwarves and then the statue of a dwarf. Now, once all these get connected and set up, we can actually examine them and have a closer look at them. So this is our first one, which is a statue of Almush. Insert statue of Almush, an image of Almush, the deity of the dawn, depicted as a female dwarf. Okay, well, that wasn't the one that I intended to make, but clearly we had one previously made. And then let's place that last one. But here, down here, we have an image of a badger. The image is a rendition of the Dutiful Scream, an image of a badger, a dwarf, and a goblin. The dwarf is embracing the badger. The goblin is burning. The goblin is screaming. The dwarf is laughing. The image was commissioned by the Frilly Glove, a local dwarven government. Glorious. And then down here we have this shirt statue of a dwarf, a finely crafted statue of a dwarf. The item is an image of a finely designed, it's a finely designed image of a dwarf in shirt by Zadam. And then lastly, down here, we have this well-crafted search statue of dwarves. The item is a rendition of the noiseless paper, an image of dwarves. The item is the symbol of the Decent Chambers, a dwarven civilization. Hello everybody and welcome to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video, we are going to be talking about how to make a very basic moat and how to fill it up safely. In order to do this, you're going to need 2 workshops primarily, although a third one is an option. You're going to need a mechanics workshop and you're going to need a stoneworker's workshop. You could also do this with a carpenter's workshop. Basically, what we're going to need is a floodgate, which can be made out of wood at a carpenter's shop, and it can also be made out of stone. I like to make them out of stone. It just feels more thematic. So we're going to make a floodgate. We're also going to queue up a total of 3 mechanisms. So now that we have the 3 mechanisms queued up, and our floodgate queued up, what we're going to do is we're going to begin digging. Now we're going to need a source of water. Now because this is going to be a moat, we're probably going to build it on the surface. So we're going to need space for it. So just let me get rid of these pesky trees. So now that that dwarf is working on their way getting through those trees, I'm going to queue up a space for our moat. Now if you're going to make a moat out of water, with water in it, you're going to want it to be about 3 tiles wide. You're going to kind of want it to go around wherever you want your fort to be. I don't like perfect squares, so I'm going to kind of round off the edges a little bit. We still have some trees to get rid of, so we're just going to kind of wait for our dwarf to complete that task, but I can queue up as much as possible until then. Now we're channeling down, and what channeling does is it removes the layer below as well as the surface layer. We could also dig, but that would require us going underground initially to do so. Once it's all channeled out, there will be space at the bottom of the moat. And then from there, what we are going to do is we're going to connect the moat to our creek, but not all the way to it. And we're also going to need to make a lever to actually fill the moat itself. So I'm just going to wait for the dwarves to dig this out, and then we'll continue with the video. Now that they're digging out the moat, we might as well also build a little drawbridge. Now what we're going to do is we're going to connect this drawbridge to the edge of the map, which of course later we could hook up to a lever. I just like to have a drawbridge in place before I fill my moat. So what we're going to do is we're going to click and drag and make a little drawbridge right here. And for this video, we're just going to make it out of wood. Just a nice thin little drawbridge right there, just so the dwarves have a way of getting in and out of the map. Now on the lower layer here, as you can see, they're finishing this up. There's still these ramps here. If I press R on the keyboard, it'll actually show the arrows. These are all ramps that are going up to this upper layer. I want to remove most of these. I want the dwarves to still have a way out, however. So I'm going to remove everything. Whoops, not that tool. I'm going to remove all of these ramps using the Remove Ramp tool, which is this little button here. Also deconstructs constructions and various other things, but I'm going to leave 2 spaces for them to get, or 1 space for them to get out, which is going to be that 1 corner right there. So we're going to build this bridge, and I'm going to let them remove all of these ramps. While we're doing that, we're also going to place ourselves a lever. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go down to the mechanic shop, and I'm going to place a lever right over here. Now, we could use one of these for the drawbridge, but we're actually just going to use this to fill the moat. We could theoretically reattach it later to the drawbridge, but we're not going to worry about that so much. We're just going to get her placed. So what this lever is going to do is we're going to be connecting it to that floodgate. And that floodgate is going to be over here. That's a sea lamprey, which looks creepy. We're now going to go along underground, and we're going to dig, not channel, just dig, normal dig button, all the way up to the edge of our water source here. Now, once they've dug this out, what this water source here is going to do is it's going to allow us to place that floodgate right here. And then we have full control over what flows in. But before we do that, I just want to stop any unwanted debris from getting stuck in our floodgate and forbidding it from closing. So we're going to make a fortification. Fortifications are these. They do allow for water to flow through and can be carved into water as well. Quite useful if you would like to, keep your fortress safe. So now that fortification is placed, the next thing that we're going to place is our floodgate, which is going to go right next to it. Now this floodgate is going to be connected to that lever once again, and this is going to allow the water to flow through freely into our moat. And now that the floodgate is placed, we are going to connect this floodgate to a lever, and it looks like our dwarves have been busy building the beginnings of a basic little fortress here. We're going to click the link lever button, and we do need those extra mechanisms that we made earlier to connect this, and then it's going to link the building to trigger. We're going to follow a dwarf and watch them do this. They're going to run over and grab the first mechanism and connect it to the floodgate. And then they're going to run and grab the second mechanism and connect it to the lever, just like so. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go right where our mechanism is, right on this side, right here, and we're going to use the channel tool. We're going to go one layer above and we are going to channel out that water. Now this is going to be what allows the water to flow into our future moat. Now you do want to kind of do a double check, make sure that there's nobody stuck in there. Normally I would remove these logs from here. An easy way that we could do that, actually I could just show you, is I could make a little garbage dump up here on the surface, maybe right there. Just remember to get rid of it afterwards using the zone tool. Then we're going to use the garbage tool and we're going to chuck all this into garbage. So the dwarves are going to run down here and they are going to grab all of this out. Also a pro tip, I would also recommend carving out one line all the way around the bottom of your fortress before you let water in. You want a little bit of overhang on your moat. It's a very, very, very effective thing to stop enemies from climbing. Some enemies can breathe underwater and won't care so much about your pesky water and will simply crawl into the fortress. Of course, you'd want to make something a little bit larger, and now there's a dwarf sleeping here. So I'm just going to wait until all of this trash has been removed, and then we'll fill her up. And now that everything has been removed, all that's left to do is to pull the lever. So we're just going to wait for a dwarf to come over and pull the lever, give her a good tug, and that is how you fill up a basic moat. I would very much recommend having a way to drain your moat, just in case something gets stuck in it, like a dead body or a dwarf body or your Urist's favorite pet cat, or what are you doing there, dwarf? I just get out of the moat. Anyway, that's how you fill a moat, not necessarily safely. Thank you very much for watching this quick tutorial. If you would like to watch more videos like this about Dwarf Fortress or otherwise, I recommend checking out the playlist for this series of tutorials. Hello everybody and welcome to a video about Dwarf Fortress. In this video we are going to be talking about traps, just the basics of traps, nothing too extremely fancy. I'm going to be going through the 5 different types of traps in the game, explaining what they do, and giving you some ideas on how to use them. We're not going to be getting into the super fancy Rube Goldberg machines of death today. We're just going to be sticking to the fundamentals. So, what kind of traps exist in Dwarf Fortress? Well, in order to build them and find out, you're going to need 2 workshops at the very least. You're going to need a mechanics workshop, and you're going to need to make rock mechanisms. We're just going to get those going on repeat for this video. The second thing that we're going to need is a carpenter shop, and we're going to need at least 1 cage. So I will make a cage. Now, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be, like I said, building every single one of those traps. So once we have a couple of mechanisms, we'll get right into it. So as you can see, now we have a mechanism, so we can get started with the video. The first trap that we're going to be looking at today is a upright weapon and spike trap. Now this one is kind of an interesting one. All right, so now you can see that we have 1 mechanism and a second one being worked on. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at the first trap of the day, which is going to be the stonefall trap. The stonefall trap is a very basic trap. It is essentially just a distraction mechanism, if nothing else. It is a place where a stone or a boulder is hoisted up above this little plate on the ground and then hung from the ceiling. Now, they look kind of silly when placed above ground and are best used kind of either in a tunnel or a long walkway with a space on either side like this. So what these are good for isn't killing the foe. It's not really going to hurt something, these stonefall traps. They only have one shot, they only get used once, and it hasn't even been loaded yet. It's waiting for a boulder. They only have one shot and only get used once, and once they've fired off, they're done. And they're not very good at killing things because it's just a boulder, and most creatures will be able to dodge out of the way of them. But what they're very good at is they're very good at making things dodge off of ledges because, oh no, there's a stone coming. Oh God, gotta jump out of the way. And they fall down into the ledge here. Now, this is just kind of a trench that I dug as an example. But what I would recommend doing with these is simply forcing them off of a high ledge or into a volcano or into an ocean or into a big old thing of water that you've filled up. Maybe into your moat, or alternatively, just onto a pile of spikes. Whatever works for you. I think that stonefall traps can be quite effective if correctly utilized. In tight hallways, when there's nowhere to dodge, you can make them dodge into other stonefall traps, and then they'll actually take damage on the second one. But just remember that they're only single fire, they have to be reloaded, and they're not super good at killing things, but can be utilized in multiple ways. The second trap we're going to be having a peek at here is the cage trap. Now, this is probably the one that you'll use the most in Dwarf Fortress. A cage trap is possibly one of the most overpowered weapons in the game, and also a very useful tool for animal husbandry. These are the traps that you're going to be using to catch any wild animals out in the wilds. They're also the trap that you're going to be using to stop major threats. Fun fact, a dragon can be caught in a tiny little wooden box in a cage trap. So can a giant. So can an Etten. And apparently there's a bug in the game right now that might be fixed by the time you see this video that they can catch were creatures. They're not supposed to be able to. There's some weird bugs surrounding cage traps and spider webs as well. So if you put them in the cavern layers, you may occasionally see your own dwarves stuck in them. So be a little bit careful. But what I will say is if a spider web gets caught on one, anything can be caught in it. This includes forgotten beasts. This includes any kind of crazy critters. So if there's a lot of cobwebs around, maybe disable auto-seeking webs and let something more interesting be caught in one of these. They're very good for catching invaders, and invaders that are caught in them that have armor on them can have their armor removed by using the garbage dump function in this, by using a garbage dump zone if you make a garbage dump zone, and then you go into the stock screen and find their armor in the stock screen. You can also remove their armor. Just a few tips about cage traps. Of course, once a creature that is evil, like let's just say a bronze colossus, is in a cage trap, you can then connect it to a lever using 2 more additional mechanisms and use it to fight off sieges like I have been in one of my recent fortresses. Cages are very, very utilizable and very, very useful. Definitely abuse them as much as you can. The next trap we're going to be talking about here is a repeated weapon trap. Now, for this one, I'm going to be placing it after the stonefall trap. Now, a weapon trap is maybe the most basic and easy to understand. A weapon trap, when placed, gives you up to 10 weapons that you can place in it. For this one, we're just going to place a single battle axe. Now, weapon traps are repeated weapon spinning, essentially. They come up and down and attack anything. They're kind of like a trap from an Indiana Jones film. In this case, it'll be an axe going whap when a thing walks over top of it. It won't hurt your own dwarves, of course, but any enemy entity that walks across this trap will get a nasty cut, potentially. However, keep in mind, if they hit too many things, they may jam, which means they will stop functioning and the weapons will all fly out of them. My personal favorite is serrated glass discs for these, or serrated metal discs, as they have a tendency to turn enemies into Swiss cheese, but just keep in mind they can jam, and they will jam in major fighting situations. So if you're going to use weapon traps, be sure to use a lot of them, and definitely fill them up with as many weapons as you can. This is very much a tutorial fortress, so I don't have a lot of weapons at my disposal, but I'll just leave it at that. Make sure to use them as much as you can with as many weapons as possible. For the next trap we're making here, we're also going to open up the carpenter shop again, and we're going to be making menacing wooden spikes. Now keep in mind, these can also be constructed out of metal for menacing metal spikes, and are a very effective method of impaling things. You can just simply place them on their own, or you can use them alongside of the trap that we're going to be talking about now, which is upright weapon and spikes. Now, upright weapon and spikes look like kind of a bunch of holes in the ground, right? They're just kind of a small collection. Well, I need spikes. Can you finish making the spikes? There we go. Now, if I could continue with this, upright spikes. Now, upright spikes are Again, they give you up 1 to 10 that you can place in them. Now, these upright spikes are a little bit interesting. There's a few different ways that you can use them. The first of which I'm going to show you using a lever. Now, upright spikes by themselves are kind of a retracted spike, but you can connect them to levers. And once a lever is linked to them, if you pull the lever, they will stab. They will pop out. And then you push the lever forward and they go back in. So if I tell the dwarves to pull this lever, and we look at this upright menacing spike, see, it goes down. Then pull it again, and it pops up. And when it's in the up position, if you were to drop something onto it, it would get impaled by it. And then when it goes down, it retracts. So you could very much just fill a whole hallway up with these, and then connect them all to one lever, and just tell a dwarf to pull it. Or you could use the next trap we're about to talk about. Now, the next trap is kind of sneaky. This is a pressure plate. This is one of the more confusing ones initially. It's got a bunch of options here. Water does not trigger by default, magma does not trigger, minecarts do not trigger, and creatures do not trigger. Someone on my Discord was actually talking about how minecarts don't trigger or can't be placed on minecart tracks. Yes, but minecarts that are going real fast will keep going even if the track ends. So if you want to use minecarts to trigger one of these, just make sure you end the track, place the switch, the pressure plate, and then continue the track afterwards. If the minecart's going fast enough, it'll just keep going. But we can also set these to reset automatically or be single use only. Now, if we want creatures to trigger it, which is what I usually use these for, we can set it so that all sizes of creatures, only a specific type of creature, or anything of any size triggers. We can go all the way up to the biggest possible creatures that this world has, and then we can set it whether or not citizens trigger. So I'm not going to set it so citizens trigger for this just because I don't want to hurt somebody, but what I will say is have a peek at this. So once this pressure plate gets placed, there's a lot of things we can do with these. They work just like levers do. We can connect them to drawbridges. We can connect them to doors. We can connect them to trapdoors. We can connect them to these upright spikes. The exact same way levers work. Pressure plates are something I should use more, frankly. I'm not very good at using them. I have a habit of not using them, but I should use them because the potential for those are awesome. So, real quick rehash. Pressure plates work as levers do and have the potential for mass destruction and many, many casualties. Stonefall traps. Good for making things dodge, not very good for killing. Weapon traps. Very effective with the right weapons in them, but have a tendency to jam and break. Cage traps. Very overpowered and should be abused. Upright spikes. Good for impaling. Good for repeated impaling. Also can jam, similar to weapon traps. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking about plant cloth and making plant cloth. So there's many different types of plant cloth that you can make in the game. You can use hemp, you can use rami, you can use pigtails. And plant cloth is a very, not easy, but, well, actually I would say easy, quick way of making a variety of clothing for your dwarves. So we're going to quickly roll over plant cloth today and explain what you're going to do. So we did this little farming tutorial earlier in this series, which you can go watch if you would like. And so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to make another farm plot. We're going to make a pigtail farm plot. Now, pigtails can be brewed into alcohol, but by default, I don't think that they're allowed to be brewed into alcohol, which I'll check in a second. But we're going to jump over to workshops. We're going to go to farming, and we're going to go to farm plot, and we're going to make a little farm plot here in the corner. Now, this is just going to be for pigtails. Pigtails only grow on several seasons of the year, and in the alternate seasons, we will be growing other things, or we could alternatively just leave it blank. We don't need to grow things there year round. And the dwarves are going to come running down here, and they're going to build this. Now, we already have some pigtail seeds, as you can see. There, pigtail seeds. Now, we already have some pigtail seeds, so we know that they're going to plant them as soon as they are available. They are available in the summer, so we're not going to have to worry about them right now. So pigtails in the fall and in the summer for this particular area. And so the thing that we're going to do up on the surface is we're going to make 2 more workshops. We are going to quickly make ourselves underneath the clothing and leather, we're going to make a loom, right? And we're going to make a farmer's workshop. Or we'll actually do them down here where we have a little bit more space. If we go to workshops and we go to clothing and leather, we're going to make a loom. And we are going to make a farmer's workshop underneath farming. Now, these two workshops are the two things that we're going to need to make plant cloth. Now, if we look around here, there's probably, see, there's rope reeds. That's another one, rope reed fabric. So if I say go over here and tell the dwarves to harvest some of this rope reed over here. And let's see, what else can we find here that I could use for this? Grapevines, larch, raspberry, more grapevines, raspberry bushes. We'll just tell them to get those as well while we're at it. They'll go grab those, and two dwarves are going to run over here and grab this stuff. And then the last workshop that we're going to need for this, assuming we want to do clothes, is we could use clothing. Now, if we planted a bunch of dimple cups, we could use those to dye our clothing, but we're just going to jump straight over here and make a clothing workshop. So now, as you can see, this is already happening here. So I'm just going to suspend this job real quick. What is happening is this dwarf has grabbed pigtail thread. By default, you will embark with some pigtail thread. There are several auto labors going on in Dwarf Fortress that we're going to find real quick, so I can explain to you sort of the default here. So if you go to labor, underneath the work orders screen, and you go to work details, and then you go, and by default you'll pop up onto work details, go to standing orders, automatically weave all thread. They're going to automatically take all thread from your fortress, and this includes spider silk from the caverns, spider silk from the surface and on biomes that have spiders on the surface, and any plant fabric that they find. You can disable this if you want, and then manually assign it in the work in the work orders screen, or manually assign it in individual workshops if that is more your shtick. Otherwise, by default, they are set to automatically weave all thread. Now, when making clothing, you can tell them to use any cloth. You can specifically say only use dyed cloth, or you can say just, use any cloth. Automatically connect webs is obviously to run out and collect silk to make cloth out of spider webs, and then that we don't need to worry about the rest of these here because that's not relevant to this video. But keep in mind, once again, that is down here under orders, standing orders, and also hauling and dumping is important for other things, but we don't need to worry about that. Same with sieges and forbidding and all that jazz. But for here, standing orders, automatically weave all thread. So they're already weaving the thread. That's the first thing that you need to know. Now, our next goal is to make some more thread. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to this farmer's workshop, and we're just going to check over here. It looks like they've already harvested the rope reed. Perfect. We're going to go over here to Farmer's Shop, and there's a lot of stuff that we can do here under Farmer's Shop, such as milking animals into milk barrels and then making cheese out of them if we wanted. But what we're going to do is we're going to process plants right here, and we're going to set this to repeat. Process plants. Someone should grab, there we go. See, we've got the rope reed that they're freshly harvested rope reed. Dwarf is going to run over here, and they're going to make that rope reed into rope reed thread. Give it a second. Aha, see, now we have rope reed seeds, which we could plant on the surface if we wanted to do surface farming, and rope reed thread. And now over here, this dwarf's got 2 pieces of pigtail thread, which they are working on automatically, and I was kind of hoping they'd grab the rope reed one, but it doesn't matter too much. But they're eventually going to grab this rope reed thread from over here. They're going to bring it over to this loom. And then, now that we're making our cloth, we could go to cloth items in the clother shop. And let's just say we wanted to make a cloak. So we're going to make a brand new cloak for our dwarves. And look, they grabbed the pigtail cloth from this workshop right here, move it over to here, and then just like that, bang, we're going to have a piece of cloth clothing. Let's just say we wanted to make a sock. We could also make a sock. And that is basic plant farming and clothing industry. Of course, when the seasons are in, they will fill this little farm plot up with pigtail seeds, and they will grow pigtails as well. Keep in mind that those pigtails can also be brewed into alcohol, although I think by default they're not set. So we're going to go check that real quick. We're going to go over to this citizens menu. We're going to go to labor menu. Once again, right next to the standing orders menu, there's the kitchen menu. There is the drinks menu. Actually, no, we want to be in plants and stuff. So we don't currently have access to it. I should have checked this before, but by default, I'm like mostly certain that pigtails are not set to be brewed in this screen by default. That's the way it's been in the past. I don't know how it is in this version, but when there's pigtails, they will show up on this screen and it will say whether or not that they're set to be brewed. If you want to have ample access to pigtail fabric specifically, you might not want to brew those. That is a very brief rundown on how to make fabric and different types of cloth and how to like set up a very basic clothing industry. If you found this video helpful, there's a whole ton of these tutorials on YouTube at this point, and the list is just getting longer. And if you enjoy watching these videos, give this channel a subscription and maybe jump over to the Twitch channel and say hi while I'm live on twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody and welcome back to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video we're going to be talking about strange moods. As you can see, we have a dwarf here, Erdim, who's in a strange mood, and they're running off to go claim a workshop. So when you hear that sound go off in the corner that has a little anvil there, it says that they've been possessed. Possession essentially means that they're not going to get any skills from it. If it's a fey mood or a white mood, it means that they're going to be getting skills from it. If it's a fel mood, well, good luck. Anyway, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to let this dwarf run off and go find whatever workshop they want. Now, if you see them running around and they don't find a workshop that they want, what I recommend doing is look at their skills. This dwarf happens to be a stone crafter, so it appears that they've probably claimed a crafts dwarf shop as they've gone and grabbed this boulder. Once they get back to the shop that they are connected to, I'm going to click on a thing right here. So they've claimed this workshop, right? So this stone crafter has claimed this crafter shop. They've got a boulder in their inventory. If they are running around back and forth looking for the location, it means that they have the items that they require. But if they are just sitting in the workshop, if you actually click here, right there, it'll give you an idea of what they need. So it'll be like, I need cloth or stacks of cloth, sketching pictures of a quarry, muttering words, something about skeletons. If it's skeletons, they need a fresh skeleton, which means you need to butcher a piece of livestock. If they are talking about a quarry, it means they need a boulder. If they're talking about bricks and blocks, it means that they need a brick and or a block. If they're referring to things like thread, it means they need thread. If they're talking about cut gems, it would be like gems shining or gems rough, various different words. You can look it up on the wiki, actually, if you want the full list of all of the possible things that they could be. So if they're just sitting there at the workshop and you think that you've got an insane dwarf, they're not insane. They're just looking for specific items. I also realize we need to trade here. So we're just going to let this dwarf run around and grab everything that they need. And as they run back and forth, we'll worry about trading when that's done. But they dropped another item off. They grab a gem. They then run down. They're running outside. What are they going for now? Wood, maybe? Probably wood, I would assume. What else would be outside? Maybe bones? Another piece of wood. Something has collapsed on the surface. I'm sure that's fine. Very particular piece of wood. Okay, runs back inside. Grab something from the trader pile. And then, here you can see he is muttering, Batan Shirar, which means he has everything that he needs. And over here underneath the notifications, it says that he's begun a mysterious construction, which means that he's beginning to make the artifact. Now we're just going to wait here until he makes the artifact. And now you can see Erdim Zenthris, the stonecrafter, has created Batan Shirar, or I think is how you say that, Lemonite ring, and offers it to the safe gate. Well, thank you for the generous gift here, dwarf. So now the dwarf's going to run off and go do their thing and go back to being a dwarf. But if we click on this workshop, we can scroll all the way down. See, there it is, right there. Now, if we click on it, we can see its value. It's valued at 3,500 dwarf bucks, or Zathal, as I like to call them. And this is a Lemonite ring. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned limestone cabochons and decorated with ash and almond wood, and encircled with bands of floating guts leather. And this object menaces with spikes of ash. On the item is an image of weriguanas in limestone. On the item is an image of Arab worked fight the dwarf and Az yell gleams, the veil of questing, the bison demon in green jade. Holy crap. Yell gleams, the veil of questing is striking down Arab. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Arab by the bison demon Yell gleams, the veil of questing, with Sensing gifted the trade of arenas in shell-fenced in the Brilliant Mountain in the mid-spring of 242 during Rushgur Ilgath. The attack of scrapes. On the item is an image of true foraging behavior. The chipmunk parchment scroll in llama bone. On the item is an image of thrones in leopard leather, and all of that is on a ring. Very talented and lovely little artifact there, Dwarf. Why are you so pissed off? You just made an artifact. You should be happy. Anyway, thank you very much for watching this video about artifacts. One other thing that I would like to note, though, is we can go over here into the nobles screen, and we can give this to one of our nobles. So let's just say we give this to our mayor as a ring of good luck, perhaps. How about we give them that? So now they have a fancy mug and a fancy ring. That's some of the things you can do with artifacts. You can also sell them to traders as like a good trade good, or you can use them in parlays as part of sieges if they decide they want it. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you enjoyed this video and you want to see my face while I play video games live on Twitch, you can go to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Hello everybody and welcome to another short Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be talking about hospitals, and the importance of hospitals, and why you should build a hospital, and why it is important to build a hospital. Well, first and foremost, dwarves get hurt, and this means that you're going to need to care for your injuries. So in Dwarf Fortress, what dwarves do is they will bring dwarves to the hospital and tend to their wounds. This means a few things need to be set up, and you also need a room for it and dedicated to it. So before we do anything else, we're going to begin digging out our space for a hospital. This right here is my central staircase, which leads up to the surface and the entrance of my fort. I kind of like to have my hospitals somewhere close by to everything that are easily accessible. This is my guest bedroom for dwarves staying in, or humans, or anybody else who comes by the fortress who's staying in this tavern to hang out in and rest in, so might as well have a connection to that as well. It doesn't need to be a particularly large space, it just needs to be big enough so that you can fit basically 10 dwarves is what I say usually, because a squad is up to 10 dwarves, so you might as well have a hospital that's big enough to fit the majority of your military, which seems intelligent. Now, just like any self-respecting dwarf, we're going to begin smoothing the area around our hospital and just kind of begin beautifying it up a little bit. We're going to fill these two up with doors and this one up here with a door. Now, if you look over at my stockpile, we have a few items in here already. We have several beds, and we have these coffers, which are rock chests. Chests can be made of wood or metal, and coffers can be made of stone. And I think boxes are made of glass. But any of those will work. Even a bag will work. There's some fighting happening in the basement. Looks like the war against the troglodytes is continuing. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be placing beds, we're going to be placing coffers, and we are going to be placing a table, and the last thing that we're going to be placing is a traction bench. Now, a traction bench is a little bit tricky. It requires a few specific materials. It requires a constructed table, which can be made at a carpenter's shop or a stoneworker's shop, and it requires a mechanism, which can be made at the mechanic's shop, which is down here, and it requires a rope, which can be made at the clother's shop with cloth right here. So, once you have all of those materials, we are going to make ourselves a traction bench. So we're going to open up the manager's screen over here, and we are going to assign a traction bench. Or we can go down here, and we can queue it up at the mechanic's shop, which is what I'm going to do manually for this video. So we're just going to do this now so that they complete the task immediately, and then go back to watching them smooth and polish up our little hospital zone here. And once the traction bench is complete and the order has been assigned, and the dwarf who is building our traction bench right here, Rimtar, has completed the traction bench, we will continue the video. Now the dwarf is finishing up the traction bench right here, so what we're going to do is we're going to just make sure that they continue mining. And they seem to have stopped as if they found jobs that were more important. So what we're going to do is we're going to increase the priority amount on digging out this hospital. Alright, so now as the smoothing gets done, we can start placing furniture. So the first thing we're going to place is that traction bench that we constructed earlier, which is for setting your back and making sure that your body is still functional after a major injury. We do have one shale traction bench, which was made out of a shale table. In fact, it looks like we made several. So what we're going to do now that we have that traction bench is we are going to throw down some beds. We're going to go back to furniture, and we're going to go. And once again, remember to click Keep Building After Placement so you don't need to place multiple at a time. And because we don't care about materials, we'll just place down 6 beds. We'll do 3 more. I'm only placing them where the floors have been smoothed until we run out of beds. That'll do just fine. And then in those last spots there, we're going to place a chest and a table. Now, The table is important because the dwarves will put injured dwarves on the table, and I think they apply casts on tables. I've seen them do it enough that I'm like, well, we need to put tables in there. And then the chest is where they store thread and cloth, which are used as both bandages and for stitching up wounds, as well as crutches and splints. Now, crutches and splints are brought with in the default Embark, and if you need more, they can be queued up quite easily from the manager's screen. That being said, if you do not want to use the manager's screen, it's also very easy to just queue up a whole bunch at your carpenter shop for both crutches and splints. They can also be made in the metalworker's shop and in other locations out of different materials, but I usually just make them out of wood, at least initially, because you generally have quite a lot at the start, and they're not too difficult to keep in large quantities. Now that almost everything is placed, we're just going to simply place that table that I mentioned earlier, which we're going to plop down right there. And now that all of this is done, we're going to make this into a zone. So we are going to select a meeting zone, because that's what this is. And then we're going to click and drag and fill up this entire zone, right? So now that this zone is full, we can accept it. And we are going to assign a new existing location to this zone. And the location we are going to add is a hospital. Now that we've made this into a hospital, it's now officially a hospital. You can see this little hospital icon up there. We can click on this little we can click on the little magnifying sign. Now it's going to ask us to assign a chief medical dwarf so that the hospital functions properly, which means we're going to pause the game. I'm going to close all of these notifications and these petitions and everything. I'm going to open up this screen, and we're going to select a chief medical dwarf. Now this is the nobles screen. Now the nobles screen is selected with the hotkey N. And we need to assign a chief medical dwarf so that the hospital functions. So we're going to simply click on a dwarf that I was going to say has skills in doctoring, but instead we'll just simply pick somebody who's probably handled a body before. So fish cleaner, congratulations. You've just received a massive increase in your responsibilities. So Ast, our fish cleaner, is now our chief medical dwarf and is going to be doing all of the hospital-related jobs. So now that that is completed, we're going to open up this hospital zone once again, and we are going to click on the expanded options. So it's going to tell us what they're going to store in here. So in order to have a fully functional hospital, you're going to need thread, you're going to need cloth, you're going to need splints, and you're going to need crutches. Now, buckets are important as hell for keeping dwarves alive, so you want to have buckets as well, and then everything else at this point is optional. So now, as you can see down here, there's a list of other options you can give. These are specializations that are not necessary. Ast, the chief medical dwarf, will go around just doing all of these tasks, but if you want to have very specific dwarves for certain tasks, such as diagnosing, surgery, and bone setting, this allows you to specifically set those tasks. You only need the chief medical dwarf, though. Once again, as always, do you want to doctor people that are part of your fortress or not, or do you want it to be just your dwarves only? We're going to say citizens and long-term residents only here. Soap is optional, but very useful for preventing infection. Buckets is necessary for keeping dwarves alive. Powder for casks is optional, but ideal if you want to have your bones setting correctly. Crutches are very important and required for dwarves who can't walk. Splints are very important, and I recommend making a bunch of crutches and splints, and storing probably close to 10 of them in your hospitals at a time. Those can be made at the carpenter's workshop, as mentioned earlier in the video. Cloth is important, and you start with a bunch, and as long as you have looms set up and access to spider webs, you shouldn't have any problem getting more cloth. And thread comes from the farmer's workshop with various different materials, such as spinning it off of your livestock or just from spider webs, and all of these should naturally fill themselves up. The only one that you'll need to do yourself are powder for casks and soap, but those two are optional. Hello everybody, and welcome to a short Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be talking about guild halls. Now, in the grand scheme of things, this is a relatively recent mechanic that was added to Dwarf Fortress not so long ago. It is a mechanic that I think is kind of important to talk about. It's very similar to zones or hospitals or taverns or temples or libraries, aside from kind of one specific wrinkle. They don't actually require anything and are probably just as, if not more important than the previous. Now, the reason guild halls are important is because that's where children can learn skills. By default, the only jobs that children can do is hauling and some cleaning, and they're really not that focused on skilled labor. However, if you make a guild hall, children can be trained kind of like a school. So the way guild halls work is it's a zone not too dissimilar to a tavern or a hospital or even a temple for that matter. However, it's focused on one particular style of job. So you can have a woodworkers guild hall, you could have a metalworkers guild hall, you can have a doctors guild hall, you could have a stoneworkers guild hall. And you can set them to, just like any other zone, public for anybody, locked to only members for the guild hall, or citizens and residents only. If you lock it to citizens and residents only and not guild members only, then anybody in your fortress can visit. And anybody with skills in that particular class of skill can teach the other dwarves in your fortress that skill, making it extremely useful as a way to get a bunch of skilled doctors, or maybe train everybody on ambushing, or perhaps give everybody some skills in crossbow early on without really having to do anything else aside from allow some dwarves to have free time. So the way we're going to make a guild hall real quick is we are going to place a zone. Now, we're making this of our own accord. Nobody's asked us to make this. However, in Dwarf Fortress, the dwarves will demand a guild hall if you make them wait too long and you manage to get enough dwarves of a particular skill set in your fortress. So what we're going to do is we're going to be making ourselves a little stone crafters hall right here. It's, as you can see, it's kind of just in the corner of my workshops here, and generally just kind of in the way of things, but that's kind of the point. I just kind of want to show you that they don't need to be anything fancy. So now that we've made that zone real quick, it's just set as a meeting hall, we're going to set this area to be smoothed up just so that it starts to look a little bit nicer. We're going to open the zone screen back up and give it our specifications. So we're going to set it, we're going to click on this little plus sign on the shield here after reselecting the zone. Keep in mind, you can select the zone hotkey by hitting N. Now that not by hitting N, by hitting Z. Once you've selected the zone and clicked this shield, we're going to select it as a guild hall. Now we have several choices. We could set it as a miner hall, a woodworker hall, carpenter hall, bowyer hall, bowyers for crossbows and bows, woodcutters for chopping down trees, stoneworker is for stones, which is what I'm going to ask for. Now, as you can see, it says 5 workers, no established guild. When that number goes up, they will establish a guild on their own terms, and they will request that you give them a guild hall. At that point, it's going to have specific value amounts, and you're going to need to put some statues in there probably. But because we are just building it, we don't have any value requirements. It's not going to stop me, though. We are still going to give it furniture. So we've now assigned our guild hall, and suddenly these dwarves are going, oh no, we're not supposed to be here, most likely, because they're smoothing floors in an area that they're not allowed to be in. Once this meeting place gets up to a value of 2,000, it'll be allowed, or it'll be what a guild would request. So now that we've clicked this little magnifying glass, we can see our details. So now only members can visit if guild is established, which is what happens when you get that certain number of dwarves of the guild. But I'm just going to set it so that citizens can visit. So any citizen in our fortress can visit this guild hall, including children. We're going to need to add a little bit of furniture. And there's a quick tip I want to throw in here as well. I haven't made any yet, but it's worth noting that children are attracted to areas where there are toys. So if we make a little stockpile here, and specifically, if we want to train our children on the skill of this guild hall, we can jump into this stockpile, set it to custom, go to finished goods, and type in toys. So now toys are allowed in this stockpile. So as our fortress gains toys, they will be allowed to be stored in this finished goods stockpile right here. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to add a little bit of value to the room. So we are going to throw down some furniture, and by that I mean just some tables. Just give these dwarves somewhere to sit while they work and learn. We've run out of tables, so that is perfect. And we're also going to throw in some thrones for this little here room. And I think that that is kind of the quickest little example of a simple guild hall. Keep an eye on the value of the guild hall if it's requested by your citizens. Make sure you get that value up to 2,000, otherwise they will be quite disappointed in your inability to create a competent guild hall. Guild hall's value is quite easy to raise up rather quickly if you engrave the walls using the engraving tool, and also quite easy to speed up if you just put a bunch of statues in there. Generally, I would also recommend making them their own enclosed zone, but just for the sake of this video, I wanted to kind of show you that they don't really need to be a whole lot to be a guild hall. And as you can see, this child is already hanging out here. Thank you very much for watching this video about guild halls. A very important way to train your children in skills that they can't otherwise train in. Hello everybody and welcome to a very quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be covering trading, specifically trading with some elves, although this goes for anybody except with a few caveats when trading with elves. So we have these elves that have arrived and they are at our trading depot. The trading depot is one of the first things you should build when building a new fortress. It can be found just here underneath the build menu, so simply click on the build menu, click on trading depot, and then place it wherever you would like. You can place it indoors, however, as time goes on and the caravans get bigger, eventually they're going to start bringing wagons, and wagons actually require a decent amount of space to get into your fortress, 2 tiles, and can't go through doors. However, the initial carts that traders bring are quite small, and you can trade with them with only just a door. So theoretically, you could put your first one entirely indoors if you wanted to keep it safe from threats. So in order to trade, in the Nobles screen, which can be found by pressing N on the keyboard or by clicking on the Nobles button down here, we have to have a broker assigned. This is optional. If you have a broker assigned, which can be any dwarf, these 2 dwarves have some skills needed for brokering, but if you don't have one assigned, there is a second option. But I do recommend that you have a broker assigned for this task, as it will improve that dwarf's negotiation skills and over time allow them to get you better prices. But when we click on the trade depot here, once the people are in it, or once they've arrived, we have the option to move goods to and from the depot. Now, I don't have a ton to trade in this fortress, unfortunately. Our crafts are limited, but what we do have is a couple of crowns around the place, so we're going to sell them this dolomite crown. We also have some earrings, which are also all made of stone. So we're going to bring these over as well. We also have some figurines, as you can see. So elves are good for trading with because they bring useful items. We're also going to sell them a bunch of mugs because mugs are an easy thing for dwarves to make en masse. So when elves show up to trade, there is a caveat. They do not like purchasing wood. So we do have to be a little bit careful on what we're bringing to sell to them. So as you can see here, it says they are bringing these 144 items to trade. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to click broker requested at depot. Now, if you didn't assign a broker, you can just request anyone, but you might get a dwarf with no skills in trading and your prices will suck. So what we're going to click now is broker requested at depot. And so now, as you can see here, broker can access depot. Our broker is currently working on a rock coffin. So once they're finished completing that coffin, they will come over and trade. But it's okay. They have a little bit of time as we need these items to arrive first. So once all 133 items have been brought to trade and our broker has arrived after this meeting they're finishing conducting, then we will discuss trading itself. It is worth noting that you do have a decent amount of time to trade. The traders usually come at the beginning of a season and generally stick around for over a month. So you have a pretty healthy amount of time to trade. If you're not sure where the calendar is, it's located right next to the moon, just above the trading screen. Currently, we are in the 13th of Slate, mid-spring, in the year 52. Now, as you can see, this is the notification over here on the left that they will be leaving soon. However, we still have a couple of days left, and our trader is currently, was coming over to help us, but is now coming to help us, was busy conducting a meeting and speaking with a citizen. But first, they're on their way over finally, and now that they've arrived, we can trade at the depot. This button becomes white when trading is available. Note, because this is a full screen, the game will pause in the background, so you can take all your time and you don't have to worry about pausing. And the elves over here, who's Mifava Memotheolesi, the elf merchant, says, "Greetings, we are enchanted by your more ethical works," implying they don't want to trade for wood. Now, as you can see, we have all these yellow items, all these shale mugs here. I kind of wish that I was able to get more stuff into the trading, but seeing as they're leaving soon, I kind of want to get part of the trading done at the very least. Now, because I've only brought these shale mugs, I know for a fact none of these items are made out of wood. As our dwarf gets better at trading, if an item has wood in it, they will mark it a different color. So it does become quite easy to not screw up trading with elves. Although just as kind of a general rule, don't sell them barrels, just don't sell them anything encrusted with wood, and you should be fine. But generally, I just focus on crafts and materials that I made myself, where I am 100% aware what is in our trading options. So now just kind of explaining the UI here. We have our stuff over here on the right, their stuff over here on the left. We can search their stuff with this, or we can search our stuff. We can select all, and we can fold these tabs down, up and down with trading. And then we can kind of skim through what they have. Down here on the bottom, because I haven't actually asked for anything yet. We can just see the total value of my items down here, which is 1372 Zethal, which is my personal term for dwarf bucks or money. Over here, you can see their profit. They're going to want to make about 30% profit. However, as we get better at trading and our haggling skill goes up on our broker, the odds that we'll be able to trade for more at better prices go up. So we're just going to kind of take a look at what our options are. Looks like they have a giant kakapo here, and they also have a like an ibex as well as a blue jay and some other animals in these cages. All right. That's a tab I think I'm going to leave open. We have some toys. We have some sort of musical instrument that we probably don't know how to play. Some sandy clay. I'm going to keep the cages open because that one's interesting. We got some barrels. They're selling a bucket. They're selling some weapons. They're selling a bow. They're selling various other things. But I think the only thing that I want would be that giant animal. So what I think we're going to do here is we're going to just kind of continue skimming through and see what else they have. Oh, they've got seeds. Okay. Berries, food, cherries, some gloves. They brought a skirt, a splint, some rope, a loincloth. Giggity. Let's keep closing down until we make it down to the bottom. Sweet. All right, so we've kind of gone through everything that they have now, and what I would like to purchase from you is that giant tame kakapo. If it's brought to you by a trader, it's tamed, so you don't need to worry about taming it, which is the best part. So now we have some other buttons here. We can mark all or unmark all, very useful tools. Once again, I just need to grab my kakapo. Seize will steal everything from their inventory that I have selected, okay? So that will piss them off. I can offer them items as a gift, which gives them this stuff for free, and will make their faction happier with me. And then, of course, we have the mark all and unmark all options on the right side. And then, because all we're going to do is trade, let's see if they accept the deal. We can see their profit here and the value of the item that I'm purchasing and the amount of weight that they can carry. The weight is listed right here. We're going to click trade. And they say, wonderful. Thank you for your business. And they seem pleased with the trading. They got just over a 30% sale on that, and we acquired a giant kakapo. If you have any questions about trading, please leave them down in the comment section below. And if you would like to see more videos like this, there's a whole bunch of Dwarf Fortress tutorials on this YouTube channel. Hello everybody and welcome to a quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering burrows. Burrows are a way to lock your dwarves into a specific area of the fort or divvy them up into separate areas of the fort to do specific tasks. Burrows are a simple way of kind of either splitting up your dwarves and separating them into different working zones, or alternatively telling everybody to hide in one room because a monster's about to attack you. So, we're going to be using this room right up here as kind of our example, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding a new burrow. So this burrow is going to cover this kind of zone right here. Now, it's got this nice color. We can actually do these multi-layered if I just simply move up a couple layers, but we're just going to kind of drop in the one square for now. Now, this is just going to be called Test Burrow, and I can type. This is going to be called Test Burrow, B-U-R-R-O-W. Test burrow. And so now the way burrows work is if I assign people to the burrow, then they are locked into that region. So this can be used for, say, locking certain dwarves into certain crafting zones, or alternatively, like I said, hiding from an enemy. So let's just say we want to have dwarves specifically craft in this zone. Then we look at this tool here. Toggle Weather Workshops can source materials from outside of this burrow. So say we had a bunch of crafts dwarf shops in here, and we wanted the dwarves to be able to go out here to collect stuff for the crafts, but we want those dwarves to only use those specific crafts dwarf shops, then this would be a good opportunity to leave this on. However, if we want to use this as an emergency burrow, we want to turn this off. Then we can go in here and we can assign whichever dwarves we want to this, as many or as few as possible. I really wish that this game had a select all function here, as this would make this job, because my main use for burrows is locking dwarves away in case of a siege. This would make my use for burrows much easier. So now that everybody's assigned to it and we turn the burrow on, everybody is going to book it from the entire fort into this one region right here. Just give them a second to kind of think about it for a moment. But here they come. They're wandering over, as you can see, and they're going to get rather annoyed because why are we suddenly locked in this one small area of the fort? Well, clearly it's because there's 5 were creatures coming out. If we decide that the threat is over, or we no longer want them working in this particular burrow for whatever reason or another, we can press pause, and the dwarves can resume their previous activities. That was a very quick tutorial on burrows. Of course, this is a very simple application of burrows. You can get as complicated and as varied with as many of them as you want, or as simple and as quick and as easy as you want. This is something that gave me a great deal of trouble on my first day of streaming Dwarf Fortress, and hopefully it won't cause the same for you. Hello everybody and welcome to a very quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be covering the very basics of setting up a military squad. This video is assuming that you already have some sort of weapons around your fortress, and if you don't have any, that's okay too, but you might want to make sure that you have at the very least some spears or some shields lying around. It doesn't really matter what material they're made out of as long as you have something. That being said, even if you have nothing, wrestlers are fine too. So we're just gonna really quick make a squad. Now this is gonna be focused on a melee squad. So what you're gonna do is you're going to need to create a new squad. Before you can do that, you're going to need to select a dwarf to assign as militia commander, which is very simple. You simply pop up the nobles screen. As you can see, we already have one here. And then you're going to click on the plus symbol right next to this button, and you're going to add yourself a new militia commander. But since we already have one, we don't need to assign another one. Once again, that is the nobles screen down here. And then once you've finished that, you're going to go over here, and we're either going to press Q to open up the squad sidebar, or click on this little flag down here. Then from here, we're going to click on this button to create a new squad. From here, we have a real quick choice. What kind of armor do we want? We can either select no uniform, archerer, which we'll go over in a different video, or metal armor, or leather armor. In this case, we're just going to select metal armor, as I do have full sets of armor in the basement alongside of spears. So now that we've selected metal armor, we have several options of what we can do. We can select the squad. We have a symbol for the squad. If we select the squad, it's going to allow us to assign a leader to the squad, or we can name the squad. So we're going to name the squad first, and we're just going to call it Tutorial Squad. Which is the best squad. And once we've named the squad, we're going to assign a leader. Now, the nice thing about the way the game works now is it actually gives you the idea of who has some relevant skills. So if they happen to have some skills towards this particular trait, it will actually pop up down beneath. So this, as you can see, this dwarf is an axe dwarf. This dwarf is a spear dwarf. Spear dwarf, spear dwarf. If we scroll down a little bit, we'll see our active military, and it will tell us who is in the active military. So what we want to do is we want to find a couple dwarves that have some skills, or alternatively, if we want to be really picky, we could go into the dwarves descriptions and only select dwarves that have either great skills or don't get easily stressed by combat, but we're not going to worry about that too much. We're going to assign a leader. Once we've assigned a leader, it's going to give us 10 positions. We're going to add an axe dwarf, a dwarf who's another axe dwarf, a dwarf who's a swords dwarf, a spear dwarf, a spear dwarf, a spear dwarf, and I'm running out of relevant skills. Well, that's not too good. Let's scroll down a little bit and see if anybody else has skills. Looks like we're out of relevant skills, so instead of being all fancy and making sure that the dwarves are going to enjoy this job, they're just going to get it. So we're going to give them a few more jobs, and we're all the way down to position 10 now, and we're going to throw in this trader here. So now that we have our full squad assigned, we can now go back to squads. And we have an option here. We can click this button. Now this button allows us to look at our dwarves' schedule for tutorial squad. If we open up this button, we can see the original squad that we have as well. This gives us our training schedule, and we have a bunch of different options here. We've got monthly orders, we can have them training monthly. If we click this, we can see the full schedule. We can either have them off duty, where they don't train at all. If we want them to train like every 3 months, we can give them staggered training. We could give them constant training, which is what I recommend initially, or ready. If you set them as ready, then all that they will do is stay in their uniforms, ready to fight, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting until it's time to fight. They will run around and take care of their needs, though. So they will pray to gods or go to taverns or eat and drink and the stuff that they do need to do, but they will just be ready to fight on order, right? So we're going to set them to training. Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to make them a barracks. Now, a barracks is a very simple zone. As you can see, I kind of have one already set up over here, but we're going to make you a second one. So a barracks is a zone that is found right here underneath the little flag. We're going to make this barracks and accept it, and then we're going to click on this little flag here. Now, this little flag asks us what we want to do with this space. So we already have the spear magnets, which is our main squad, but we have these three options. We could put beds into this zone and set it up as a sleeping barracks. So I could attach it to that other barracks and make it into a sleeping zone. We could set them to store weapons here, store their squad level equipment here, as well as ammunition. That's more for archers, though. And we can also set them to train here. So I'm going to set this squad to train here. And if we unpause the game, very quickly, we will notice they will run up here and begin trading after they go and get all of their gear. So I will resume the video once they return. Something to note while they are selecting their gear, if we actually click on the squad checkmark and then click on the equip button, you can actually see the gear as they equip it in real time. It's kind of useful, including their backpacks, which these dwarves do need, as well as, like stuff to fill up their backpacks with. Another thing that you can note while we're waiting for the dwarves to show up is we can assign a new uniform if we want by simply clicking on this equip button right down here, and then clicking assign uniform, and then the uniform we want them to use. If we want them to update equipment, we can click this button. That'll make them run off and go get better quality versions of the weapon that they already have. And if we want to add uniform, that is adding one to this list, we can click on that, name the uniform anything we want, and then by simply clicking on these separate buttons here, we can add different headwear, different legwear. Maybe we want to give them something super specific. We can set whether or not we want them to wear it over their clothing, and we can also say whether or not we want them to use partial matches only. So do we want them to strip their normal clothes off to put bigger armor over top? I usually just let them do that, but it does give them a slight dodging debuff, I've been told. I've never noticed an issue personally. I will return once everything is fully equipped. So now that the squad has arrived, there are several other things I would like to walk through. There is this tool down here, which is assign a kill order. I do not recommend ever using this on one of your own dwarves, as it can cause some absolute catastrophes of dwarven mental breakdowns. There's the station order, which is pretty useful. It allows you to tell the squad to go somewhere specific. You simply click on the station order and then select the location, and then they will go there. If I unpause the game, you'll see them run over there. Then there's the assign a patrol route, which is pretty simple. You simply select waypoints, and then you can turn on the route or turn the route off in the schedules screen. There is the burrow defense. That's a little bit more complicated, but it allows you to tell them to defend a specific section of the map if you use burrows. This isn't an advanced tutorial. This is just basics after all. And then there's lastly, assign a training order. The squad must be assigned to a barracks with a zone and with the training options set. This is just an automatic training order, but if we turn on schedule, which we've already done, we don't need to worry about that. Also note, in the schedule, you can, if you go into the edit screen, you can assign specific different dwarves to schedule and all of that fancy jazz. So while the military in Dwarf Fortress can be a very complicated thing if overthought, it's also a very simple thing if you just skim over the basics levels of it. Hopefully this video was helpful enough to help you allow you to set up at the very least a basic military, even if you've just purchased a couple swords and you have 2 shields. You don't need a full squad to run a military. Keep in mind you can run a military with just 3 dwarves even, or even 1 dwarf. It's maybe not even a bad idea to set up a military like this with 1 dwarf and a starter axe right at the start if you're in an untamed wilds biome, as an example. Hello everybody and welcome to another Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, I'm going to be discussing Marks dwarves. This is ranged combat dwarves, so dwarves that use crossbows. Now, some people are asking about bows and arrows. Because bows and arrows are technically a foreign weapon and only humans can make them and dwarves by default cannot, I'm not going to be covering bows and arrows. However, if you end up with a surplus of bows and arrows in your fortress and decide to use them, the process is exactly the same. One caveat I'm going to put at the beginning of this tutorial is I'm going to be showing some designs for defenses for Marks dwarves. Please note, while watching this video, Bay12 Games are currently updating Marks dwarves to potentially change their behavior and or abilities. So if any major changes happen, I will either unlist this video or pin a comment beneath this video explaining the changes. If the video becomes completely obsolete, I'll remake it. Otherwise, if the video is still up and you are watching it, this should still function as I am showing in the video. So let's dive in. One of the most noted problems I've heard a lot of people discussing with Marks dwarves is them attacking the enemy instead of simply standing their ground and firing their bolts. While I do have plenty of examples of Marks dwarves emptying out their entire quiver of bolts before attacking the enemy, they do still have a habit of attacking the enemy when they run out of ammunition. Often I think what's actually happening is they are simply running out of ammunition before they get into combat in the first place. So we're going to roll over setting up Marks dwarves and how they work. In the background of this video, I've dug out a space for them to train, and now I'm setting up archery targets for them to shoot at. Once the dwarves have finished constructing all of your archery targets, we're going to set up an archery range zone. This requires you hitting either Z on the keyboard or clicking on the zones button. Then you're going to create an archery range, which is right beneath the barracks button. It operates the exact same way as a barracks if you've set those up before. However, it has a few extra little features, one of which is the direction that the dwarves need to shoot at the targets. Now, fortunately, this system is pretty smart in this version, so the little crossbow should be automatically facing the right direction. But if it's not, you can simply adjust it by clicking on these 4 buttons. Now we're going to set up our squads. As you can see, I already have some set up here, already training elsewhere in the fortress, but for this, we're going to build a new squad. Now, when you're assigning dwarves to be Marks dwarves, you really want to look for dwarves that are brave in the face of imminent danger or dream of mastering a skill. But fortunately, because Marks dwarves is a less direct combat situation, it's actually good for just many different random dwarves to train a little bit in crossbows. Just keep in mind, you do not want to assign any dwarves that are assigned to mining or woodcutting, as that'll conflict with their civilian uniforms and you'll have problems with them dropping and picking up and dropping and picking up and dropping and picking up items. So you just want to look for some dwarves that dream of mastering a skill and ideally are a little bit brave. Now, I told them to have no uniforms so that we could set up a custom one. This is pretty simple. Generally, for your Marks dwarves, especially if they're going to be hiding in a tower or behind battlements in a protected position, they don't need too much armor. However, it is a good idea to at the very least give them bucklers, which is a form of shield that works best with the crossbows. So for this uniform, we're going to be giving them a crossbow, which is going to automatically equip a quiver, which needs to be made out of leather. We're going to give them bucklers, which is going to be our shield stand-in, and we are going to give them helms, just to protect their noggin. Of course, you could go full armor with this. It'll just take them a little bit longer to train because initially they're going to be slower moving back and forth, picking up their ammunition. You could also use leather armor if you want to be more specific by clicking the material button. The last thing I would like to note about this particular screen is down in the bottom left. If you are doing full suits of armor and you want them to wear shoes, meaning low boots or high boots, you want to click the replaces clothing button. This makes them strip naked and then put on their armor. However, if you are going to swap that toggle so that they're wearing foot armor, just make sure that they're going to keep that armor on, because it's kind of traumatizing having to suddenly throw your clothes off and be naked for a while, running around a fortress full of dwarves. Now that our uniform is set up, we are going to assign that uniform to this squad by clicking the Assign Uniform button, and we'll assign the crossbows that are at the bottom because that's the most recent one we've made. Now we're going to make sure that we have the things that we need in this fortress. Because we have a manager assigned, we don't need to do this manually. I'm going to tell my dwarves to make some steel bolts because we have a surplus of steel in this fortress. Of course, you could use iron, wood, bone, or any other material that you like. Of course, the more intense the material like steel, the more damage it'll do. Bronze is also pretty good, same with copper. Silver will get by in a pinch, and if you have to use bones, they are good for knocking things over, if nothing else. We're also going to queue up a bunch of leather quivers and our crossbows. We're going to make our crossbows out of steel as well. Then we're going to open up our equipment screen and click Update Equipment until everything is green. Once the dwarves have equipped all of their gear, we're going to make a stockpile for ammunition in our training zone, the little archery area that we built earlier. We're going to click on the ammunition button, and then we're going to click on Custom within the stockpile. Once it's open, you can see a bunch of types of ammunition we don't need here. In fact, we can get rid of or sell most of that other stuff. So we're only going to be using bolts. Leave everything else as is, but only keep bolts. Now that we have our stockpile and our zone set up, we're going to click on the archery range again. Then we are going to click on the little blue flag with a plus next to it, and this will allow us to assign our squad. Our squad is at the bottom of the list, so that's very easy. Once we click on the little hatchet in the corner, the squad is ready to train. Next, it's time to set up our training schedules. So we're going to click on the little schedule button down at the bottom of the squad once the squad is selected. Then we can decide between monthly orders, training, or ready. Ready just tells them to keep their stuff equipped all the time. Off duty, they put their stuff away. Monthly orders, they will alternate between training and putting their stuff away. And constant training is just training around the clock. Usually I start off with constant training around the clock and then set them to no orders so that they can go about their day as normal dwarves and help out in general affairs around the fortress while keeping their stuff equipped. And this is why you don't want them to be either miners or woodcutters. Now, there's an issue happening here. You'll notice that the bolts are disappearing when they hit the targets. They are being destroyed and they are not recoverable. The game used to have the option to allow for training ammunition, and people would use wooden bolts for this. However, we have a workaround. This is kind of a bug, but it's a bug that's more or less accepted by the community at this point if you want to use crossbow dwarves. Because in the current game, there's no specific way to tell them what type of ammunition to equip. They'll simply grab whatever's the highest value, which in this case usually means steel or whatever is the best. If we dig a small trench in front of our targets, when the dwarves go to fire their bolts, instead of the bolts hitting the target and then disappearing, they hit the target and then fall down 1 Z level. While this does split the stacks of 25, it doesn't take that much longer for the dwarves to simply go re-equip their bolts. It's maybe a millisecond if you're running at normal frame rates. So the bolts go back up and into the bins in the stockpile, and the dwarves re-equip them in a half a second, and then go back to training. This is actually a very good job for children, as there's no chance of friendly fire, they can't be hurt by the falling bolts, and they just simply run in a circle, stockpiling the bolts. So, with all of that covered, we have covered how to train Marks dwarves, but let's talk about combat. My dwarves are, however, firing many bolts at it. Asmel is now a mangled corpse, and the child is still sitting in the corner. But my Marks dwarves are still doing a great job shooting many bolts directly at it while holding their babies as they do. The Hollow Gorov Fights is now the full title of this creature. Steel Bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the body, tearing the muscle, bruising the gut. For the remainder of this tutorial, we are going to be talking about setups for your Marks dwarves themselves. Of course, you want them to have a place to shoot from, as well as a storage spot for their ammunition. You want the place for them to shoot from to be 1 tile wide, and ideally with a roof. If it doesn't have a roof, there is a chance an overly ambitious dwarf may decide to jump over the wall and run directly at the enemy. This can cause some problems when dwarves decide to yeet themselves over top of a wall and then try to use the worst melee weapon in the game, a crossbow, as a melee weapon, or alternatively their shield, and they may have some more luck. But you want them to stay where you want them, and then go get more ammunition. So with a simple design like this, you can pretty quickly set up an area for your dwarves to fight against an enemy, at least underground. This could also be replicated above ground, or on the edge of a cliff face, or on the edge of a trench, or just about anywhere you can imagine. Once the space has been dug out, we're gonna smooth the space in front, and then use the fortification tool to dig little slits. You could also construct fortifications or carve fortifications in constructed walls. Once this has been completed, we are going to dig a little trench in front of this. This is gonna further dissuade our overly ambitious Marks dwarves from climbing over or jumping through the fortifications and trying to attack the enemy. If there's no way back up, they're less likely to do so, especially if there's an overhang. So we're gonna dig 1 tile overhang underneath. Once this is all set up, as you can see, we can station our dwarves here without too much issue. They very happily stand there. Note, when an enemy is walking into this area, if this was actually a combat arena, do not tell your Marks dwarves to attack them. Simply stationing them is more than enough. Once they've been stationed or set to patrol an area, they will walk back and forth and then go get the nearest ammunition. But now I'm going to walk you through a real quick issue that some people run into. As you can see, I've dug out a small area directly behind them. This, in theory, would be used for ammunition. However, because the wall is only 1 tile thick and there's an open doorway, the dwarves automatically say, we're gonna clump up together in a little group, kind of a circle. So some of them will end up stationed on the wrong side of the wall. You don't want that because then there's less bolts flying. So you could either lock the door and then unlock it when they need to get ammunition, or we could build something like this, where it's a little bit further away and they know to stay in the hallway. If the entrance to your tunnel has access to the outer area, you may also want to lock the door on the right, just so that they have nowhere else to go, aside from get more ammunition. Now, even with setups like this, I do have to say Marks dwarves are very effective nearby a melee squad. So if you happen to have a melee squad or a whole bunch of trained dwarves, they will stand back and fire the entirety of their ammo supply before attempting to attack in melee. Even if the dwarves don't kill any invading enemy, they will debilitate them significantly to the point where they'll drop their shields, they'll drop their swords, they'll drop their weapons quite literally in front of you as they are attacking, making them very, very effective. One final thing that I should note is you should toggle the forbid used ammunition to forbid used ammunition during sieges. By default, when dwarves fire a bolt, it's automatically forbidden, so that they don't go running into fights to go gather them back. We want to retoggle this within the standing orders, sieges, and forbidding menu to forbid used ammunition during sieges. Once the siege is complete, you can then go clean things up. Keep in mind, a Forgotten Beast and Cavern Dwellers do not count as sieges, so if you're setting up to fight a beast or Cavern Dwellers, you may just want to toggle it back to forbid used ammunition. But to save yourself a lot of headache, leave it on during sieges, and then when you go to set up to fight in the caverns, just forbid used ammunition. Unless you are in melee range, then there is a chance they'll run in, pick up their ammo, and jump back and start shooting again, which is also quite neat to see. The last design I would like to show you here are 2 designs I have set up in my current fort. Here is one in the caverns where they have an ammunition depot, which is currently empty because it was all moved to our demo spot. And here is another one where we have a tower above the fortress. 1 layer beneath this is where they would get their ammo, and they are set to patrol in circles around the outside. Hello everybody and welcome to a very quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be showing you how to send a squad out to attack something. It's pretty simple and also has some pretty fun outcomes. So we're going to do that real quick. And the way you do that is you have to have a military squad. If you don't know how to set up a military squad and you also want them to have trained for a little bit and you don't know how to do that either, I have another video on this channel which will show you how to do that, which should be right before this one in the playlist. So go take a look at that and then come back to this video. But if you want to attack something, it's pretty simple. So you see we have this squad here, right? This squad is the lovely spear magnets. Now the spear magnets are mostly spear dwarves and they've been training for a little bit. One of them is an axe dwarf, but that is fine. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the world map and then we're going to center on our fort. We are this tiny little spot down here. As you can see, there are many spots that we could attack here. We've got these Dwarven forest retreats where they've taken over elves. We've got this whole Dwarven faction that we're at war with. Our faction is the blue faction. But if we want to find somebody to attack, we generally want to go for somebody that we're already at war with because they're the ones that are already coming after us. Another tip is you want to go after something that doesn't have too many units in the location, and you also want to go after something that has some fun artifacts. As you can see, the artifacts are listed right there below the artifacts line. Generally, there are a lot of books. Be careful about raiding towers because you might get some artifacts you don't actually want. Now, we're going to pick a elven location to go raid because sometimes they have fun animals to recover. And what we're going to do is we are going to select one. So I've selected this one right here, which is the Dwarven Forest Retreat of Rounded Bear. So these are dwarves that have taken over this elven forest retreat. And we are going to go raid them. So we have several different options here. We have raid. Squads will try to avoid detection. Pillage, which is openly attack them. Raise, which is openly attack and attempt to destroy the site. Demand a one-time tribute. That's a fun one. They might bring you stuff if you're successful. Demand ongoing tribute. If you are successful, they will bring you ongoing tribute. But keep in mind, if you are at war with them, they might not ever do. They'll probably just say no. So you only want to demand tribute from people that you're currently neutral with. Although keep in mind it might start a war. Conquer and Occupy. This does force you to lose the squad. However, you can request them back in the future, and it makes it a part of your holdings. This is a good thing to do if you simply want to, maybe get rid of that squad, but also at the same time stop a faction from invading you as often, because it essentially creates another AI entity in the world that exists. And once adventure mode is in the game, then you'd be able to go visit your old dwarves in that location, just as an example. Demand surrender and occupy as well will keep the current population there if you're successful, as well as occupy it, and then you can request your dwarves back from that location. Now, because we're going to use the first option, which is raid, we have several other things beneath it here. We can free captives belonging to my civilization. Well, I know there's no captives there, so I'm going to remove that. Release other prisoners. There might be prisoners there, so we'll leave that active. Take important treasures, which is steal artifacts. Loot other items, which is random gold and such. And then steal livestock. We're going to assign the spear magnets, and then they're going to go do that. They're not traveling just yet, but they're going to go do that. So now we have this mission active, and we are going to jump back down here, and we are going to follow this dwarf from the spear magnets. And we're going to see them book it up to the surface and run off the edge of the map. And so they're all just going to run right to the edge of the map, the very far edge of the map, after they walk through my currently unfilled moat, which is very, very sad. They're then going to run all the way off the map. And I will return to the video when they return from their siege. And now our dwarves have returned. So, because they spawned on this corner of the map and kind of ran into the fort already, I already missed the train of them running in. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the report from what actually happened. As you can see, there's some livestock here, so something happened. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on the map again, and we're going to click on reports. Now, as you can see, there's two options here. There's one that says spoils report for the silvery pillars, and then there's one raid round bear. Let's look at the spoils report first. So our dwarves brought back 1 copper cage and an earthenware tatlosh, which is some sort of musical instrument, 2 cougars and a moose. which is grand. We'll have to put those to good use for sure. Also, on the raid itself, as you can see, the dwarves trekked all the way across these mountains to the location, and the fight took place right up here. So, up at the top, we can see in the late winter of 252, the dwarf Locum Feastake's tactical planning was superior to the dwarf Putrid Stalker Avuz, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage. So our planning was better, but their positioning was better. Now, you can read through all of this text if you like. It can get kind of funky, but long story short, if it's yellow or blue or white, that's generally fine. If it's red or purple, that's bad. So it looks like it kind of went well for us. We beat up the few who were there and made off with some loot. And that's how you raid people and attack stuff in Dwarf Fortress. It doesn't let you see the fights itself, but it does give you the written description of everything that happened. And it's still quite awesome when you send off large numbers of squads off to different locations to all do different tasks in different places and steal stuff and raid grand cathedrals, and you never quite know what's going to happen. And then a squad goes away and doesn't come back. And then half a year later, they show up with a ton of stuff and a great story to tell. It's always kind of a little bit of fun experiencing what happens when they return. Hello everybody and welcome to a Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, I'm going to be covering minecarts. It's quite a long and complicated subject. However, if you stick around and you give me a little bit of time, I hope that I will be able to explain it all as concisely and as quickly as possible. Minecarts have a lot of potential uses in Dwarf Fortress, from yeeting dwarves off cliffs to transporting goods from place to place. In this video, I'm going to be showing you the basic logic of minecarts, explaining how they work and their purposes. And then, by the end of this video, I hope that you will be able to set up a basic minecart track yourself. So, let's get started. It wouldn't be a minecart track without a minecart track, so let's build ourselves a minecart track. We're going to talk about the two different types of minecart tracks in the next few seconds. This is a constructed minecart track, which can be constructed out of just about anything. It is found in the build menu under constructions. You simply click on point A and drag it to point B where you want the minecart track to go. Then from there you select the type of material. Once you've finished constructing the minecart track, you can simply add on to the minecart track by grabbing the construct minecart track tool and pulling it in a different direction. You can also add multiple routes onto this and make quite complicated tracks, similar to like train tracks, if you will. The second type of track I would like to show you in this video is a smoothed or engraved track. An engraved track is used in a very similar way to the current track. However, instead of using materials, they require open stone on the ground. So this can either be done above ground or below ground as long as you have open stone. So I'm going to click and drag, and we are going to create an additional portion to this track. And then once I unpause the game, the dwarves will come running over here and engrave the track on the ground. So if you're using dirt or if you're building over top of something, you want to be constructing your tracks like I did back there. And if you're using open stone, feel free to use these engraved tracks. Now let's set up a little basic minecart route. What we're going to do is we're going to click on the Set Hauling Routes for Minecarts button. Then from there, I'm going to add a new route. Now, if you would like to add a cart to a track and just tell them to push it along the track, which is all that we're going to do, we're going to select Add a Stop to this route, which can be a minecart stop, or it can just be a piece of track. We're going to select right here. And just to make sure that we get the dwarves pushing a cart, we need to add a cart to it. Assign minecart to this route. We're going to add this wooden minecart, which I made up here not too long ago. And this minecart is going to be placed on the front of the track right here by a dwarf. Now, as you can see right here, there's a bunch of different things already installed in here. A whole bunch of different options. If we click on this button, we're going to get a little bit of an idea. I'm going to clear these bottom two just so things are a little bit easier to look at. We can set whether or not we want them to push the minecart, kick the minecart, or ride in the minecart, and the direction we want the minecart to go. If we get them to push the minecart, they will simply push the minecart along the track. This is the safest option. Kicking the minecart can get a little bit hazardous, as if dwarves get the minecarts going a little bit too fast, it can either derail or turn other dwarves into flying red mist. The third option here is riding it, which is a questionable decision. That's all I'll say. So, we're going to get this dwarf to push the minecart. Now, because we're not actually asking the minecart to be filled with anything, we just want it to push along the track as an example, I'm actually going to click this button. So, it's just going to push it immediately regardless of the amount of stuff in it. Now, there's several different options on this side before we drive into just pushing the minecart. I can say, glide east immediately when full of any items, glide east immediately when full of desired items. So, glide east immediately when full of any items. This could be liquids, this could be things that are not planned to be in the minecart that are in the minecart because things fell into them, or this can just simply be things that are being loaded into the minecart kind of at random, and it's less specific. But we just want it to glide. So we're going to say glide east immediately, at most 100%, but immediately. So now we just need to wait for a dwarf to come over here and push the minecart. And now you're going to wonder, Why are they not pushing the minecart anywhere? Well, we haven't told them to push the minecart anywhere. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop back into this screen. We're going to add a second stop right down here. And then now they push the minecart. Sweet. Awesome. We've made some progress. Maybe I want them to push the minecart back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the conditions screen for the stop 2. I'm going to say push up immediately. And let's see what happens. And would you look at that? Absolutely miraculous. I'm going to spend a few seconds and set up a new route for us, and then we're going to talk about track stops. Now, track stops, as you can see, you don't actually need them. You can just place the minecart wherever you want on the track, but we're going to be using a track stop for this particular build. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to place a track stop right here. Now, this track stop allows us to have several different functions. If it's powered, which we'll get to in a minute on the next track, you can add brakes. So over here, you can see your braking functions. So this is maximum brakes, meaning it'll slam to a halt regardless, unless it's being pushed by a dwarf. So essentially, if it's kicked, it'll slam to a halt. Second option here is slightly less brakes, and then slightly less brakes, and slightly less brakes, and then no brakes. It'll just go through. But more importantly, we can tell them to dump materials out of the minecart. So let's say we want them to have a stop right here in the middle, and we want them to dump the items right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click north, and we're going to select the spot right there. Now let's say we want them to stop and load the minecart elsewhere on the track. Let's go down to the bottom here, and we're not going to select it to dump in a particular angle. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go slightly further down, and I'm going to grab the Stockpiles button, and I'm going to place a stockpile right here. And let's just fill this up with wood. As the dwarves begin filling this up, we're going to add this and this into a route and tell them to dump it over here. Let's just say that we're cutting a lot of wood at one section of the fortress, and we want them, instead of all just hauling the wood all at once, we want all of the wood to be put into one specific spot very quickly, and less dwarves to be actively working on the job of hauling the wood into the fortress. This is definitely a very effective way of cutting down on jobs, and it gives you a whole bunch of interesting little options here. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a route to this track. I'm going to click on Add a New Route, and then I'm going to add the first stop to the route. And then just to make our lives easy, we're going to add a stop to the second route, or to the second stop up there. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to tell the minecart that it's going to load up with wood at stop 1, which is, of course, the lower one. We're going to tell the minecart that it's going to load from here, and then we're going to tell the minecart that it's going to be pushed to the left when at least 50% full. So now, dwarves are going to guide it to the left when it's at least 50% full of wood from this stockpile. Now, all that we have to do is we have to add this minecart back to the route, and then simply wait for the dwarves to deliver it, which shouldn't take too long. As we can see, Inod here is doing the task already, running the minecart down to the track stop. They've placed the track stop, and now we just need to wait for the dwarves to begin filling the minecart. As they come down, they begin loading it up. Now, I've seen people say that this is less efficient than simply hauling. It can be, depending on how you set it up. If you're setting it up so that all of the stuff goes into a very specific stockpile, this can actually be significantly more efficient. But what you may run into is, well, I've run out of resources in this location. Say you're transporting boulders, and then the boulder route needs to be deconstructed. You have to be willing to construct, deconstruct, and reconstruct the minecart routes as they are needed. It is very rare that you'll end up with a permanent need for a minecart route, with the exception of maybe fishing in one location and delivering that fish halfway across the map. It's up to you, really, how you wish to manage your fortress, but I do find that this can be significantly more efficient. And also, you may notice, the minecart's stuck up here now. Well, we need to tell them, when empty of specific items, glide this way, right? So, glide east immediately when it's empty. So now somebody's going to run down, and we're going to get ourselves a little loop going. We're going to have somebody come over here, push the minecart down here, and then push it up and around. And then they fill up the minecart as soon as the children are done playing. Children love doing these jobs. It's actually a very good job for children. And there we go. It's completed. Look how easy that was. So that's a very basic minecart route. Once again, you can make these as large or as small as you would like. It's really up to you. The world's genuinely your oyster in this one. The next thing we're going to cover in this video, and one of the last things we're going to cover in this video, is powered minecarts. Let's say you want your things to go a little bit faster. Well, let's try that out and see what we can come up with. So now I have the basic pieces set up to make a powered minecart track. Right here you can see that we have a mechanics workshop. Now this mechanics workshop is going to be making us a mechanism, because we're going to need a couple mechanisms for this job. So I'm going to add a few jobs to that, so that the dwarves can work on that in the background. Now what we're going to be doing is powering a minecart track. So it's going to be a very simple setup. What we're going to do is we're going to power the minecart from here over to here. That is it. And we're also going to be discussing the act of kicking a minecart track. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a piece of wall right here so that there's nothing for it to crash into when it hits the other side. I don't really want this to go skidding off the track. When you're powering minecarts, what you really want to do is make sure that whenever there is a curve in the track of any sort, such as this as example, there is no way for it to go flying off the track, because it can and it will. Dwarves will, by default, attempt to not walk on minecart tracks because, while dwarves can be a little silly at times, they're not that stupid in most cases. However, if you're not particularly careful with how you set these tracks up and you put them in very heavy trafficked zones, you might end up turning a dwarf into a very unfortunate walking vegetable and not so much of a dwarf anymore. So now that we have this little track set up with our little blockades here so that they can't go flying off the track, we're going to do what we did previously. We are going to build a track stop. So I'm going to jump over to constructions here, and we're going to make a track stop, and this track stop is going to go at the end here. And once again, it's going to be set to dump to the south, okay? So we're going to set this to dump down, and it's going to be placed right here. We're going to make the stop out of wood, and we're going to make a second stop up top. And then what we're going to do is we are going to build our track rollers, which are what's going to power the track. Track rollers are pretty simple. They're made out of mechanisms, and they are made out of rope. By default, you will embark with rope, but you'll need to make some mechanisms as we did up there. Then up here, you can select your speed. I, of course, say ludicrous speed, because what kind of coward do you think I am? From here, we can click and drag, and it's going to use varying numbers of ropes and mechanisms based on the size, and you'll also get more acceleration. We're going to select our mechanisms. We're going to need 2 of them, and we're going to need 1 rope to make this. The dwarves are going to deliver the pieces, and while they're doing that, we're going to set up our power for it. And we're going to do that by making an axle. Now, axles can either go horizontal or north to south, and can just be connected to the side of your windmill here, or water wheel, or however you would like to power it. And then simply place the logs in, and that will be delivered. These don't use very much power, and the windmills all produce 40, so you're pretty safe without having a ton of power generation for this kind of setup. Then what we're going to do is exactly what we did previously. I'm going to jump over to the minecarts menu, we're going to add a route, and it's going to go right here, and then I'm going to go down to the wood section, and we're going to add all of the wood. We're going to tell them to load from here, and we're going to say something pretty specific that is different. I'm actually going to remove all of these. We're going to add a new one. I'm going to say, immediately when empty of desired items. No. When always at least 75% full. I'm going to tell them to kick it. Now, kicking it is going to send it flying around this track at the speed of whatever dwarf sound is, or speed of sound is. Now, of course, the last thing we got to do is add the minecart to the track. Once we've done this, well, it's already 20% full from the last one. It's going to be a little bit heavier for our dwarf. Once we've done that, the dwarves are going to simply deliver the track to the location where it needs to be. They're going to go pick it up from the previous track. They're going to run all the way past our other demonstrations over here. And little Inod here is probably going to be the dwarf to boot this off. But we'll see if other dwarves begin loading it quickly or not. Regardless, there's the minecart. And now we just simply need to wait for dwarves to load this up, which should happen pretty quickly. Here they come. They are now loading the minecart up. And as soon as the minecart is ready to go, they're going to kick it. And there it goes. Would you look at that? And of course, it unloads at the location. So systems like this, with powered minecart rails, can very quickly increase the speed at which you're able to deliver items. They're going down hills or are slightly powered. As long as you're making sure that it's not going to go flying off the rails, this can be quite an efficient method of making sure you get a bunch of items in a location quickly. So now the last thing I want to do with this tutorial series is I want to have a little bit of fun. We're going to power one more minecart track, except this time we're going to put a dwarf in it and just see what happens. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this track setup we have already. I'm going to remove one of the minecart stops, and then we're going to add a little bit of power to this. So I'm going to place a windmill right here, which takes 4 logs, of course. Then I'm going to go back into the power section, and I'm going to add ourselves a little bit of power, and then I'm going to go and add ourselves a roller. Now the roller is going to go up this way, pretty simple, right? And then we're going to add our mechanisms and our ropes, And then we're going to let the dwarves construct all of this, and while they're doing that, I'm going to add a new route. Now, this is going to be a very simple little route. The only thing that it's going to do is it's going to be a, hey, dwarf, get into this and ride it. And then we're going to make sure that they're not going to die immediately. And our way of doing that is we're just going to simply add wall pieces here, 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 and here. And of course there. Of course, there is one other thing that I need to note. They still will load the minecart up. So one use for this you can possibly have is, what if you want the dwarf to load the minecart and then jump into the minecart and then unload the minecart and then take the minecart back with the items? So it's a little bit useful in that regard. I find it a little bit dangerous to have dwarves riding in places. But let's see what happens when a dwarf comes and pushes this vehicle. There they go. They go do a lap, and then they hit the track stop, and then they leave. Now, we could remove this track stop, and then they would just kind of keep going ad nauseum until we turn the power off. But frankly, that would be a little bit dangerous and maybe unreasonable of us. But, you know, maybe we should just remove it anyway. See what happens. Dwarf over here removes it, and there we go. So now we have a very fun little, very safe ride for our dwarf, where they can simply go in circles forever until we decide to release them. Now, we can do this one of many different ways. But the way I'm choosing to do it is I'm going to remove this. And still, it is not quite going fast enough to derail. Well, that's a disappointment. I'm not going to lie. I was actually hoping that this would end a little bit more excitingly. However, we're going to let it keep messing around until we end with that. Wasn't actually as dangerous as I was expecting, but Saigon seems to have had a good time on the ride. If you would like to see more tutorials like this, check out the playlists on this YouTube channel or on the KitFox YouTube channel. Thank you very much to KitFox for commissioning these videos. And honestly, my name is Blind, and I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress on twitch.tv/BLINDIRL for quite some time, and I hope that you come over and check it out. Thank you very much for watching these videos, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to a quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. This is well even. The last fortress kind of, well, got destroyed by troglodytes and various other things. So, we started a new tutorial fortress for these quick videos. This video, we're going to be covering shallow farming, a much requested topic, something I can't really believe I haven't done yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly dig down one tile into the dirt layers, and we're going to be digging. Keep in mind, this is one of the least effective forms of farming, but is an alright stopgap in the early game if you are desperate. So we're going to dig down one layer and dig out a little square, and a kind of little circle, and maybe extend it a little bit, and then a little circle. In this video, we will be covering three things: starting up a farm, brewing basic alcohol, and getting it rolling so that it doesn't screw up and run out of seeds, and making a seed stockpile. Once this little hole is dug out, as well as a little space just above it for stockpiles and a still, we'll return to the video. So as you can see, this top half is now completely free of stuff. We're going to need something to construct our still out of. We're just going to queue up a couple trees here to be hacked down, and we're going to be using that wood as our material to make our still, just as a reference while they continue to dig out this dirt. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to build a stockpile. So I'm going to build a small stockpile covering around this large of an area. It doesn't need to be too big, especially initially. Now this stockpile is going to be used for seeds specifically. So what we're going to do is we're going to select food, we're going to go to seeds, and we're going to click all. So this is going to be for all seeds. We could use this for shallow farming, deep farming, we can use this for upper farming. The only thing that we're really going to need in this particular stockpile though is plump helmet seeds. We're not going to be covering cloth farming, so we're not going to worry about those types of seeds. Just sticking with plump helmets and alcohol. So what we're going to do is we're going to back out of this window, and we are going to build ourselves our still, which definitely has wood available to be constructed out of now. We are going to go and jump over into farming, and we are going to grab us our still, which can be found with the hotkey L. We are going to place this just up here and click go. Once it is available, you'll also notice that they've already filled up this stockpile with seeds, and they're in bags. Seeds are stored in bags. We're going to click on this barrel here, and we are going to click on the number button, and we're going to hit 0 to remove all barrels from this stockpile. It's just, long story short, we don't need to worry about it in this tutorial. Just simply remove barrels from your seed stockpiles as a rule. You'll thank me later. Now, while we wait for them to build that, we are also going to construct our farm plots. Now, these plump helmets are large mushrooms that grow underground that the dwarves can consume in 3 ways. They can eat them raw, and they enjoy them that way. They can brew them into alcohol, and they can cook them into meals. Something we do not want to do is we don't want to cook them into meals. It's okay if you know what you're doing and you have a large food supply to cook them into meals. However, if you are a brand new player, you do not want to cook them into meals. And the reason for this is if you cook them into meals, well, you lose the spawn, which is what you use to plant more, which is a bad thing. In the background here, I've constructed another building, which is the farm plot. We're going to wait for that still to get constructed over here while we are waiting on this. And now that everything is constructed, we are going to go to the labor menu, and we are going to go to the kitchen screen. Now, right here, you can see these 2 green permissions underneath vegetables, fruit, and leaves. And we have plump helmets listed. This is the only vegetable that we have in our fort right now, which is just a wagon, admittedly. And we have these brewable, cookable plants here. So this plant is allowed to be cooked, and this plant is allowed to be brewed. We do not want to cook plump helmets because, as I said, that will destroy the spawn, and we can't plant more as seeds. We want to have access to plump helmet seeds. We want to be able to plant more of them as the seasons go on. If you're an advanced player, I wouldn't worry about this too much. Once this is complete, we can go here and we can click on the farm plot on 1 layer underground, and we're currently in summer. We are going to click on plump helmets, and then from here we are going to click on summer, and then also go to plump helmets. And as you can see, they're already planting the spawn. And then we can go to autumn, and we're also going to select plump helmets. And then lastly, we're going to go to winter, and we're also going to select plump helmets. Now, keep in mind that there's a bunch of different plant variety here. Plump helmets are just the easiest ones and the most prolific ones to keep planted. Now, for the sake of this video, rather than waiting for the whole season to go over and the first yield to come through, we're going to go up here, and I'm going to add a brew task. And we're going to, well, we don't have any empty food storage items. I'm going to make some barrels. And when I make some barrels, we will return and continue the video. So now a barrel has been constructed, and we are going to click on our still. And we're going to add a task and brew drink from plant. And hopefully they bring down a plump helmet to be brewed. That's my guess as to what they will bring down anyway. Looks like they brought down plump helmets, and they're going to go grab that barrel. And that barrel is going to be used to brew the alcohol into. And then when the dwarf is finished brewing, you will see we'll get some more spawn, and they will plant it in this field. As you can see, it's quite large. Keep in mind, this is the lowest possible yield you can get from a type of farming. Now, as you can see, the dwarves are running down, and they're going to begin planting it, or first they'll put it in the bags, and then they'll come down here and plant it in the field. Hello everybody, and welcome to another Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, I'm going to be covering how to make wells, 4 different techniques, as well as some tips and tricks around these 4 different techniques of making 4 different types of wells. We're going to be covering the materials required for a well and how to construct them, how to make a well on the edge of water, buckets, pumps, and with an aquifer. And also, all of these different sections of the video are time-stamped down beneath, so if you would like to just simply jump to a specific spot and learn that particular technique, links are in the description. Let's dive in. So now that we're in game, you can clearly see that there is a big open space of grass right here, and we're going to construct a couple of workshops to construct all of the materials that we need to build a well. The first thing we're going to need is a mechanics workshop. Now, a mechanics workshop can be constructed out of whatever material you like and uses boulders and turns them into mechanisms. So we're going to open up the building screen, we're going to go to workshops, we're going to click on workshops, and we're going to grab the mechanics workshop, which can either be selected by hitting H on the keyboard or simply clicking it. You are then going to place the mechanics workshop wherever you see fit, and then choose your material of choice. The second thing we are going to need to build a well is we are going to need a stoneworker's shop. Now, once again, a stoneworker's shop can be made out of any material you like and can be selected by hitting T on the keyboard in the workshop screen. We're then going to place this workshop and select our material of choice to make the workshop out of. We are going to need a woodworker's shop, or carpentry shops to be specific. Now, this is going to be used to make a bucket. Wood is not the only material you can use to make a bucket. You can also use metal, but for this video, we're going to be using a woodworker's shop. And once again, we select the material of our choice. Once those 3 workshops have been constructed, we need to make ourselves a clother's workshop. This can be found in the clothing and leather section of the workshop menu. This is going to be used to make a rope. Once that has been placed, just like the other workshops, we're going to open up the mechanics screen, and we are going to queue up some rock mechanisms. From there, we're going to open up the stoneworkers screen, and we're going to queue up some rock blocks. And then lastly, we are going to open up our clother's shop and carpenter shops and queue up a bucket and a cloth rope. And then once that gets queued up, we can see that the dwarves are building all of the materials we need for our well. This brings us to the start of the first type of well, a surface well. This is just any water that you find that isn't salty, of course, assuming it's not on an ocean, so like this puddle or this river here can have a well built on it. So we're going to go hit B on the keyboard or click the build screen. We're going to open up machines and fluids, and we are going to go to well. You might be wondering, what exactly is a well used for? A well is a space for dwarves to get water. Dwarves do not drink water and do not want to drink water. They should be drinking alcohol. However, if there is no alcohol available, they will drink water on a whim. They get really upset if you make them drink water straight out of a puddle and prefer to drink it out of a well if they absolutely need to. Wells are also very important for hospitals, as they are how dwarves gain water to clean wounds with. So any injured dwarf is going to need access to a well or some sort of water source. And if it's in a well, it'll be a better water source than if it's just pulled directly out of the river. So we're going to place this well down on the ground. We're going to use sandstone blocks. We're going to use an almond bucket, and we're going to use a pigtail rope. And we're going to use a chalk mechanism. This is then going to construct this well. And then what we're going to do, once we've built the well, is we're going to hit Z on the keyboard as the well's building. We're going to select the water source tool, and we're going to drag a water source around this well. As you can see, some of this water source is over top of this river, meaning they will actually use this river as well, which we don't want. So we can either build floors, or I can remove those squares from the water source, allowing for us to have a well that is operational that dwarves have access to. The second type of well is something that you can use underground quite easily if you're somewhere that doesn't have an aquifer. So we're going to use this area by our little farm here. Now, the way this type of well works is quite simple. You just need to dig out a little bit of space. Once you have some space dug out, then what you're going to do is you are going to channel one layer down. This removes the floor as well as the blocks under the floor. This is what I call a bucket well. This is not the most optimal type of well and not generally what I would recommend you build. However, it's good to know how to make different types of wells for your future prosperity in Dwarf Fortress. Now, we have this hole in the ground, which is quite useful, and we are going to hit Z on the keyboard. We're then going to go to Pit and Pond over here on the left. Once I've selected Pit and Pond, we are then going to drag that little zone right over top of the hole. We're then going to click Accept. Then here we're going to see 2 options. We can set it as a pit, or we can set it as a pond. We can also tell them to throw animals in there. It's a very good way to throw things you don't like into a volcano. But we're going to set it as a pond. Now that it's set as a pond, any dwarf that is available is going to go grab a bucket and fill the pond. So our metal crafter here is doing the task. Since the well is at 6 of 7, we'll just call it full. Now what we can do is we can click on the pit pond zone and just set it to be a pit so the dwarves stop dumping buckets of water into it, and then simply go to the machines and fluids section once again, select the well, and then place it over top of the hole. Once again, we're going to use blocks, buckets, and a rope, and our mechanisms. And then the dwarves are going to construct it. This will work pretty effectively. However, keep in mind it will dry up and will need to be refilled, which means you'll have to kind of keep an eye on the well itself. Also, if your surface water freezes in the winter, or if you have to deal with a very long siege, you may run out of water. Meaning, while this is one of the simpler ways of making a well, and safer than leaving it outside, it's not the most practical. So let's dive into something a little bit more complicated that's also much more effective. So now we are looking for an aquifer, so that we can make a aquifer well. Now, aquifers scare a lot of people away. However, they are one of the most efficient ways to find a well. As you can see, we've dug right up to the edge of an aquifer here. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to force the dwarves to keep digging. Now, there's several different ways we could do this. We could dig down from the surface into the aquifer, or we could just dig sideways into the wall and let the dwarves do their work and push away the aquifer. As the dwarves continue to dig into the aquifer, we're going to slowly start to see water dripping down from the ceiling. Now what we're going to do is we're going to wall off the side. so that there's a little bit of space for the dwarves to, get themselves stuck underground inevitably. So we'll have to dig them out. Look at you, Geshud. Very intelligent. Now that we've saved the dwarf and sealed off that final spot, it's a little bit sticky looking, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go one layer above, and we're going to dig up to where the aquifer is from one layer above. So the dwarves are going to dig all the way over. Then what you're going to do once they've dug over is you're going to dig a hole down into the area. This will slowly fill up. It'll take a little bit, but give it half a season or so. If you accidentally leave any rocks or boulders in with the water, an easy way to fix this is simply click on the little invisibility tool and then remove it. You don't need to see it there. And this will slowly fill up. It'll take a little bit of time because this is only a light aquifer. But once you've done that, just simply proceed as normal. Grab the Machines and Fluids tab and place your well on top of it, using the same materials as previous. Then what's going to happen is the dwarves are going to come over, construct your well, and then as this fills up, once it hits about, I think it's 3 of 5 it needs to be full, it will be considered a functional well, and the dwarves will be able to get water from it. Unlike surface well designs, this will not freeze and will be infinite. One of the most important reasons to settle on an aquifer, if you ask me. And now we enter into the final type of well. This is going to be filling up a well using a pump system. Now, this is going to be a little bit trickier than the previous ones we've done, but I should be able to give you a setup that should be quite simple. Now, to make a pump, you're going to need a pipe section and an enormous corkscrew. There's multiple different materials you can make these out of, but for this video, we're just going to be using wood. So the first thing we're going to need to do, now that the pump pieces are constructed, is we're going to need to select where the pump is going to go. It needs 2 open spaces to be constructed, so we're going to pump from here in the water down this way. So as you can see, there is some space, and we're going to channel down. Now, we are then going to wait for the dwarves to dig this out, and then go inside of here, and then dig one over, and then down again. So our well is going to end up going right here. And it shouldn't take too long to fill. But we're going to have to be a little bit careful on the actual digging of it because we may end up flooding things if I don't do this safely. So instead of doing it so close to the edge here, let's actually move it a little bit further this way to give us a little bit more leeway time. Now, underneath here, this zone is going to need to be dug out so that we can actually get the water to where we need it to be. So we're going to fill up this little space down here. And also, for fanciness sake, we can make the reservoir a little bigger by going down an extra layer. And now that the reservoir is dug out, we're going to go one layer above, and we are going to channel in this upper layer. Now, the last step for this rather precarious setup is we're going to need to set up our pump. We're going to go to the Machines and Fluids section in the build screen, click on the pump, and we want it to pump from the left to the right. So if you look at these little arrows here on the pump itself, you can see that it goes from the left to the right. We're then going to place it right next to the river. We're going to use our pieces, the pipe section and the corkscrew, as well as a single block to build this. Now, something you should know about pumps, the front piece right here on the right, where the water comes out of, acts as a wall. So if I take a wall tool and I build a wall around the front of the pump, it will be treated as a wall, thus not allowing any water to escape backwards and wash your dwarf back into the creek. I see some people being very scared of using pumps for this kind of reason, and I just want you to know that if you just simply build around the front like this, it'll be quite safe for the dwarf to operate the pump, and you will not need to worry about the dwarf drowning. Of course, you could use machines for this, but that's a little bit complicated for this video. We have our reservoir, and we have our pump. We're going to click on the pump, and we're going to pump manually. We're going to allow a dwarf to begin pumping. And we're going to feather the pause button here. As you can see, Inod here has claimed the pump and has begun pumping. It's going to pump quite quickly, so we're going to need to be quite careful with this. Here comes the water. It fills up the reservoir, and just like that, we're going to go up to the dwarf, and we're going to tell the dwarf to stop pumping. The reservoir fills up. We have a good amount of water in there, and now we can build our well. There is one final reason why you should use pumps to make your wells like this, instead of using an aquifer, is if you have salt water and you want clean water, this is the only way to purify salt water in Dwarf Fortress, meaning you will not get any, salt in your water and be able to drink it and use it for wet wounds if it's an ocean. So if you're settled on an ocean, you need to know this setup. Granted, most ocean embarks also come with an aquifer, so you also have the option to make aquifer wells. Now that the well is being constructed, I hope that you found this video informative or entertaining, or at the very least, a little bit interesting. If you would like to see more tutorials, check out my channel on YouTube, or alternatively, the KitFox channel on YouTube, where these videos are being dual posted. I just wanted to say thank you very much to everybody for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video, we're going to be talking about Pumpstacks and water wheels, so it's going to be a lot of information. So if there's a lot of stuff in this video and it's hard to follow, I'm sorry in advance. First thing that we're going to be making is we're going to be making some mechanisms. We're going to need a handful of those in order to complete this. We're going to need to make gear connections, and we're also going to need to make a lever in order for this to work. So what we're going to start doing immediately is we're going to start digging. And we're going to make a 4x2 kind of stack of digging area all the way up. Something else that I already have constructed in this video, but you're going to need to have in order to make this work as well, is a good supply of blocks, and you're also going to need to use wood or metal or glass to make pipe sections and corkscrews, okay? So pipe sections and corkscrews. On the edge of this little construction here, we're going to dig stairways just so that we have access. You want these to be at least one tile away from the square so that you have one space of walking space between where the pumps are going to go and the access stairway, because you want to be able to fill that in with a wall at the end so that you don't have any water leaking out the sides. Because there's going to be a lot of water moving through this really quickly, and there's going to be some crazy pressure behind this once it's all done, if you do have water leaking out, it's going to fill up your fortress pretty quickly, even if it's in small amounts. So just kind of be wary of that. You're going to want to make sure everything is filled back up when it's done. So we're going to be using water from this little creek here that I dug myself, but in order for this to work, you're going to have to either use a river or a stream. A brook won't work. If a dwarf can walk across it, it's too shallow. So we've begun digging out the area that we're going to need, and what we're going to start doing is we're going to do a alternating pattern of channels. So we're going to dig down in an alternating pattern. So we're going to start, and the first pump down at the bottom, as you can see here, is going to be digging from that, or is going to be pumping from that little break in the river that we've dug, and it's going to pump north, and then we're going to alternate the spots that we're digging north and south. As you can see with this visual aid, it pumps from the left over to the right, and then lifts up, and then pumps over to the far side, and the one below powers the one above from the rear. It's kind of a lot, but hopefully the visual aid on screen, alongside of the footage in the background, will give you an idea of the pattern that you need to build. Once we're constructing the pumps themselves, this should make a little bit more sense. This is probably the most advanced video I've done in this series so far, so if this is a lot and I do a poor job of this, please let me know down in the comments section, and I will do my best to improve on another one of this similar complexity level. So, as we dig this out, we're going to let the dwarves begin channeling and removing these layers in an alternating pattern of 2x2s. And then we're going to begin working on power. Like I said, we're going to be using water wheels for this, but we're going to need to carve out a little bit more space just so that we have space to work here. Now, as you can see, I've grabbed mechanisms from the liquid and mechanics section of the build screen, and we're going to place 3 of these gear mechs 2 spaces apart. Then we're going to go back into the fluids and mechanisms, and we are going to grab water wheels. These are constructed out of wood. It's the only material they're made out of. And then we're going to place them on the mechanisms. Now, don't worry, you can't fuck this up because it's impossible to place them without the mechanisms there. And so it's kind of a foolproof setup here. And if they start spinning, they will be visibly spinning. You know that they're working. If you select them, you'll also see that they make 100 power per wheel, which is a lot of power, and this is a super duper overkill setup. On the other side, we're also digging out a little bit of space, and the reason for that is we're going to double up the wheels, just because I want to show you that you can do that. Now we're going to place our last mechanism, and in between, we're going to connect them all with axles. These are very simple. Just select the flat axle, not the vertical axle, and just connect the mechanisms together, and then they will spin. That's all that there is to it. So mechanism, axle with water wheels on the outside. We also just built a lever really quickly right there, as you can see. And the reason for that lever is we are going to connect it to the last gear point that we just placed, because that is going to act as an on-off switch. You can connect levers to these gear mechs, which can be disabled, acting as an on-off switch for the whole thing, because once it's running, we're going to want to be able to turn it off when it's done. So we're now going to start placing our pumps because all of the pieces are finished. We're going to click on the arrow and tell it to pump from the south and push the water up north. Remember that visual aid? That's what we're doing now. So the water is going to go from that little pocket right there in the south, and it's going to go north. And then what we're going to do on the layer above, after we've selected all of the pieces, is we are going to pump in the opposite direction. So from the north to the south. The little gear on the back of the pump is what we want to be facing the water, and it's going to be outputting out of the little spout on the end. We're just going to alternate all the way up. So it's going to have little gear next to the open space on the bottom, pushing out to the closed space on the top. And what it's going to do is it's going to pull the water out from the layer below, push it out onto the layer above, and then immediately it's going to be pulled out from the layer below on the layer one above, and just rinse and repeat all the way up to the top. This might be a lot of information, but with a little bit of fiddling, it's actually quite straightforward, I think. Now we're going to speed this up and let our dwarves kind of finish putting everything together. And then we're going to do the second side because we're going to be doubling this up. Now you're going to see me doing some digging here, and that's because I need to dig an extra access channel because apparently you can't dig these you can't build these side by side. So we're going to need to have stairways on both sides for the top side. Now, once we've got it all lined up, exactly the same, alternating left and right. Fortunately, digging the second one's going to be a lot easier, or building the second one's going to be a lot easier because we already know the pattern, so we just have to match the one that's already there. Now, this is what I was referring to when I was digging a little bit extra access channel because I was like, well, yeah, here we go. Now, as you'll notice, I start digging the stairs next to it, and then I realize, oh no, I have to get rid of that. And the reason for this is because if the stairs are right next to the edge, the pumps will actually leak, and we do not want this leaking because there's going to be a lot of water coming out of this and it will flood our entire fortress. What we do want, however, is we want one tile of space on either side connected to these to the stairs so that we can fill it up with walls when we're done. Now we're filling this in with a wall just so that we can build this, and we realize that there's a dumb murist in there, so we let him out. And then once he exits, we were going to place a door to just kind of let him take his time, but eventually he just kind of walks out in about 5, 4, 3, 2... Well, there he goes. See? What a guy. It's not Dwarf Fortress unless somebody gets stuck. Then we're going to fill that in with the last tile, and then we can get ready to turn this thing on. And it's going to be kind of crazy, so... If you've never messed with pumps before, just realize probably the first time you do, you're going to drown somebody. So just make sure that you've tooled around a little bit with them. You can run them manually, so I would recommend running one manually. Up here at the top, it's going to output in the direction of that towards the bottom of the screen. And then we're going to run down here, and we are going to click our lever that we've connected to the mechanism down at the bottom using the link lever tool, and it should start pumping. I'll be honest, this video was a little bit difficult for me because I don't know how to condense this down into like under 8 minutes. And I feel like if I make them longer than 8 minutes, it doesn't really fit in the quick tutorial kind of format. But that is how you connect a pump stack to a water wheel. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering metalworking. So we're not going to be doing magma metalworking, just regular metalworking. As you can see here, we have a bunch of furnaces. We also have a bunch more furnaces. We also have 2 metalsmiths forges and 2 smithies. This is kind of going to be what your complete setup's going to look like. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to be making a smaller setup down here in the corner. So what I'm going to be doing is we are going to be using our pre-set up stockpiles, however. Right here, you'll notice we have hematite. If you click on it, it'll say that this is the ore of iron. It's for making furniture or building. Right over here, we also have platinum nuggets, which is what we're going to be using for this video as we're going to make some jewelry. Now, what we're going to do is we're also going to need some wood. I have a big old stockpile of wood right here, and it's for making projectiles and all that stuff that wood is for, and also generally annoying the elves. We're going to go down here, and we are going to construct our workshop. So we're going to go to the workshop screen, and we are going to go to furnaces. With this, we are going to make a magma, well, not a magma smelter, a normal smelter, right? We're going to place that here. Now, keep in mind, they can only use rock for this, so you have to have like rock or metal around. Just keep that in mind. We're going to use a rock block. We're also going to go back over to furnaces, and we are going to make ourselves a where is it? A wood furnace. For some reason, I don't look at the bottom first. We're going to grab that, and we're also going to make that out of a block. Let's make that out of limestone as well. And then we're going to just go to the normal workshop section, and we are going to make the last bit here, which is a metalsmith. Now, we can also do this with magma, but we're going to do that at a later date. Now, this is going to require an anvil, which I just clicked, and also a block. Now, once these 3 buildings are finished being constructed, we'll continue with the video. All right, everything's finished being built. Now, because I do have a bunch of jobs queued up already, some things might pop up on these, but what we're going to do is we're going to make some stockpiles real quick. I'm going to make a small stockpile, and it's going to be specifically for metal ores, which might as well make this look uniform because we're being fancy here in this little tutorial. So we're going to make a small stockpile here. Actually, let's do wood first. So we're just going to make a small wood stockpile, which is going to go right there. We are going to make a small metal ores stockpile, which is going to go right here, right in front of the smithy. And we are going to make a small... I guess I theoretically could make a bars and blocks stockpile, but I don't generally use those. So we're just going to make a metal ores stockpile. And then those are the 2 stockpiles that we're going to need here. Once there's wood in both of the, and wood in this one and ore in this one, we'll continue with the video. Now that there's wood in this stockpile, we're going to click on it, and we are going to go to this wood furnace here, and we're going to tell them to make some charcoal. And we're going to just set this job to repeat. Keep in mind, you can also do all of this stuff through the manager. Now, the thing with charcoal is we're going to use that to power the next workshop. Now, they're being kind of pesky here. Here what looks like comes some metal ore. Perfect. Guys, that's a sock. Why'd you leave a sock there? Oh, I see, because there's a wheelbarrow underneath it. They're going to run over and get metal ore with the wheelbarrow. Dwarves will be dwarves, I suppose. Okay, there we go. Now we have some hematite down here. So we are going to grab this, and we are going to use the charcoal from over here to smelt hematite. Now, we could also make pig iron and be real fancy with steel, but instead we're just going to focus on smelting hematite. It's going to be brought up. And then we are going to, once that is complete, select the metalsmith's forge, and we are going to make something out of iron. Now, once you have ore of iron or iron bars, if you have a flux stone layer, you can check what those are. There's various different forms of flux stone in the game. Or simply click on this. It'll give you the option to make pig iron. If you can make pig iron, then you can make steel, which is a very useful later alloy for stronger weapons. But we're just going to be focusing on iron today. Now that we've got some iron bars that are getting done, we're going to queue up a few more of these and just put that on repeat. And then we are going to click on the metalsmith's forge. And we are going to click add new task. We're now going to go and select weapons and armor. And that doesn't sound good at all. There are things attacking us in the basement. Well, it's a good thing we have weapons and armor. Or it's a good thing we are making stuff out of iron. So I'm going to select weapons and armor right here. And then we are going to select iron. It's going to give us the material options. And we are going to ask them to make us an iron spear so that we can kill the thing that just showed up down in the basement. Looks like there are cavern dwellers down there. Well, that's terrifying. We're just going to cross our fingers and hope that nobody starts dying in the background while they very desperately grab the bars that we just queued up down here and make us an iron spear. They're going to use the charcoal that we forged in the first stockpile. They're going to smelt the hematite in the second stockpile and put it together in the third workshop. Now, you don't need to make stockpiles for all of these. You can simply just let things play out. And I'm not entirely certain what's happening down here with all these serpent men, but this has been a very quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. If you found this video helpful, maybe give this channel a subscription. Otherwise, check me out on Twitch, twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope this fortress doesn't die. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be covering pastures and butchering, okay? We're also going to be covering the use of cages for livestock and animal training. So this particular episode is going to be a little bit packed, but hopefully it'll be useful information that you can use in your fortress. So first things first, you'll notice here we have this cage, which inside of it has an elephant in it. And it's kind of a shame, it's a very sad elephant. It's a tame elephant that we embarked with, and we've put it in this cage as for demonstration purposes. Now, there's several different ways we can get this elephant out of this cage, but before we talk about that, we're going to cover making a zone first. So we're going to make ourselves a pen and pasture zone. So we're going to just select the zone button, either by hitting Z on the keyboard or clicking the button down at the bottom, and then click and drag, and we're going to make a nice non-circle because, well, circles are boring, and then we are going to click accept. And then up here, you'll see there's this little button where we can add animals to this zone. Now, certain types of animals need to graze, others don't. If you notice an animal that's running around in your fortress and they're hungry, they're probably a grazer and they need to be stationed in one of these grazing zones over top of either grass or floor fungus underground if you've broken into the caverns. So what we're going to do is we're going to assign our elephants and our mule and our cavy, which our guinea pig here does need to be pastured. And then any fowl are good, so birds don't need to be pastured of that sort. Unless, if you want to pasture birds, one good use for pasturing birds is nest boxes. If you put a nest box in the pasture, the birds will then normally just go lay their eggs in the nest box. Dwarves will automatically collect these eggs as part of food. So we do actually have a nest box constructed here. So I'm just going to quickly grab one. We're just going to go over here into the workshops. Then we're going to go into farming. Excuse me, I have the hiccups apparently. We're going to go into farming, and we're just going to plop two of these down, or one of these down, in that zone, and we're also going to assign our birds. Now, unfortunately, this keet here that we have is too young to lay eggs yet, but at the very least, we'll have an example. We can also chuck this goose in here, and maybe they will lay some eggs for us. Now, once they get all this constructed, we will be able to select this here box, and if you keep an eye on it, you'll immediately see eggs have popped in, right? Our goose has run over and laid us a goose egg. Now, if we forbid this goose egg, now, you do have to kind of keep an eye on these. If you forbid this goose egg, the dwarves will not collect it and use it as food. And if we have a male goose around, which we don't, then they will hatch after X amount of time and make a bunch of baby geese, and then you can breed your fowl. Otherwise, you can use it as a seemingly infinite food source until they decide to fall over and die of old age, or you butcher them. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to cover this cage here. So we have this elephant, right? It's in this deconstructed cage. So you click on the cage, and there's nothing you can do. The first way that we can get this elephant out of this cage, let's just say we just purchased it, is we could go to Cages and Restraints and go to Cage, and then we can select Material After Placement, and then if you happen to have a lot of different cages, click these down arrows, and then you can select the elephant in the cage. We only have the one cage, so it makes our life easy. And then the dwarf's going to come over here, and they're going to construct the cage. Now from here, we can click on the cage once again, and we can click on this check mark, and that will release the elephant from the cage. Now, if you want to assign an animal to the cage, you can then click on this arrow here, and we can put the elephant back into the cage. Now, that's the first way you can let something out of a cage. If it's not tame, you don't really want to do it that way, because what's going to end up happening is you're going to end up fighting with whatever you just let out of this cage, right? We're now going to deconstruct the cage again, and I'm going to show you a second method of also getting animals out of cages. I actually prefer this second method as I find it easier and less annoying. If you hit Z on the keyboard and pop up your zones, and you happen to have a pasture zone, you can then click on that pasture zone. You can click on the animal icon on the pasture zone, and then you can find the elephant that's in the cage, and they will simply run over to the cage, let the elephant out of the cage without you having to construct it, and bring it to the pasture zone so that the elephant can graze. One more thing I would like to cover in this video is animal training. And then we're also going to cover butchery at the very end. But first, I want to cover animal training. So if you make an animal training zone, which can be found right here, then if you happen to have an animal like, let's just say, a dog or an elephant that you wish to war train or hunting train, then you can press U on the keyboard, go over to Pets and Livestock tab, and then you can select some of these rules here. So in the center here, we have training, and then over on the right, we have butchery and I'll make available as a pet. If you want a dwarf to be able to acquire one of these animals as a pet and make them unbutcherable, then you can click this button, and it says available as pet. And then any dwarf that happens to like dogs could claim this dog as their pet, and then that dog can't be slaughtered. Secondly, if you wish to assign a specific trainer, you can use this button. And then there are two options for dogs here, as an example. The two options for dogs are war training, which can then be assigned to a military dwarf to then go out on raids or defend your fortress. And they'll also simply go and attack wild animals that are dangerous to your fortress. Or you can toggle them as hunting, where they will specifically seek out small prey and bring them back into your fortress for you. Or your dwarves will go get them if they decide to not. So for this instance, I'm going to train this dog as these two dogs as war trained. Also, the concept of a hunting elephant is hilarious to me. So we're going to train a hunting elephant as well. Now what we're going to see is we're going to see our dwarves run over, and they are going to grab these trainable animals, and they're going to bring them over to this zone. And as you can see, train stray dog. They're going to bring them to this training zone, and then you're going to almost immediately notice these dogs, after a couple attempts, become a different sprite. And then they're going to be hunting dogs, and they're going to be much more useful around the fortress than just running around as normal mutts. So that's training. That's animal pasturing. That's eggs. The last thing we're going to do is butchery. Now, if you're going to butcher an animal, there's two shops you want to make. You want to go to farming, and you want to go to tanner, and you want to make one of these because you don't want that good that good leather to go to waste. And then the second thing that you want to build is you want to build a butcher shop. And what you're going to do is you're going to place both of these shops, and once they're constructed, the dwarves can then have butchered animals to be assigned. So we're going to be a horrible person here and select somebody to eat. And our edible animal of choice is, drumroll please, this poor mule. We're going to select the big old butcher knife button. It's going to say ready for slaughter. And then a dwarf is going to run over here, and they are going to slaughter this mule as soon as this shop is ready. Here comes the job. As you can see, it's automatically added to the shop. You don't need to add this manually. Now, if you have dead animals around and you're thinking to yourself, why aren't they butchering these dead animals? Keep in mind, dead animals that are mangled or rotten cannot be butchered. And also, intelligent creatures like, let's just say dwarves or gorlaks cannot be butchered either. Now, as you can see, we have all of these bits and pieces, and then suddenly there's this stray mule skin right here, right? And then a dwarf is going to grab it, move it over to the tanner shop, and turn it into leather for us. The bigger the animal, the more leather. So if you happen to have a bunch of elephants or a bunch of hydras somehow in your fortress, you might have a very nice source of clothing and or bags. Thank you very much for watching this video. There is one more thing I would like to cover before we get to the end, however, and that is gelding. Now, if you decide, man, I don't want all of these baby cats everywhere, make yourself a farmer shop, place it up top. Whoopsies. Make yourself a farmer shop and place it up top. Can't click the right thing. Make yourself a farmer shop and place it up top right there. Make it out of whatever's closest, or whatever you choose to make it out of. And then we can geld our animals. So the way this works is it's just exactly the same process as everything else we've done. Gelding is spaying or fixing, whatever you prefer to use. We're going to fix our yak bull down here using this button. Toggle whether or not this creature will be gelded. So now we're going to leave the game unpaused. And it'll probably be this dwarf, or potentially not, who's doing the gelding. There we go. Our planter, Kib, comes over, grabs this yak bull, and snips their nuts off. Fun fact, you can actually see the combat log, and sometimes they fight back. Nope, not this time. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you like this series and want to see more of them, there's a ton of them on this YouTube channel. If you want to see me play Dwarf Fortress live, go to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. Mostly 6 days a week, actually, because I'm going to take this Friday off. But I've been streaming basically 7 days a week since the game came out. However, my normal schedule is going to be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for a very long period of time, and then Sunday afternoons for kind of a bonus stream thing. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you in the next one. Hello everybody, and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering millstones, and also windmill power. Windmills can work a number of different ways, but there's one way that makes them work really, really easily, and that's just simply placing them on the ground to use them to generate power. Now, we kind of did a video on Pumpstacks and water wheels, which was very jam-packed and kind of fast, and I kind of want to make this one a little bit slower and a little bit more simple for everybody to understand. So, I'm going to be building a windmill. Now, windmills are very simple to put together. You simply go to the machinery and mechanisms section of the game, so machines and fluids. We're going to click on windmill. Now, a windmill can go pretty much anywhere. It can go up high. It can go down low. It can go right outside anywhere, as long as it has access to the sky. Otherwise it will have no wind and it will not work. Now we're going to place it, and windmills use wood to be constructed, so it doesn't really matter what type of wood we use as long as we have enough. So bang, we're going to select wood and build our windmill. Then we're going to unpause the game and let our dwarves put together this windmill. And once the windmill is put together, I'll continue the video. So now that the windmill is constructed, you can see that it is spinning. This means it's generating power. If we click on it, we can see how much power it is generating, which is going to vary based on the amount of wind. But as you can see, it's generating 40 power. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to be powering a millstone, which is a very simple thing to set up and power in Dwarf Fortress, and I'm just going to use it as our example. Now, a millstone is used to grind various plants down into flour, which is used as a cooking ingredient in Dwarf Fortress. Now, millstones do require bags, so do make sure that you have some bags available. In this fortress, we have some bags lying around, so that's what I will be using. But if you don't have any bags, I recommend either making some out of leather or cloth or silk, or alternatively purchasing some off of your recent crap thrower or trader that shows up. Now we're going to click on this add new task button, and then we are going to click on millstone, or type in millstone. So make rock millstone. This is done at the Stoneworkers Workshop, which I'm assuming you know how to build, and I will be clicking that. Now I'm just gonna say do it now so they get it done quickly. Then also we have this little clothing set up here that we set up earlier, and as you can see we have some pigtail socks down here. I'm going to queue up some processing plants just so that I can get some more fabric to make us an extra bag in case we are out. Once that is all completed and the millstone is done, I'll continue the video. So as you can see here, the person is coming over to build the bag that I have ordered up, and also our millstone is complete and sitting right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to construct this millstone. So we're going to go to the, once again, back to the machines and fluids section of the build menu, and we are going to be selecting this millstone and giving it a place. Now we can just use the closest one because we know that it is the only one that we have, and we are going to place it. However, you'll see that we get a notification which states that we need to make mechanisms, which is quite easy. So we're going to quickly make up a mechanism shop for the extra step. Now, a mechanics shop is kind of used for traps and various other mechanisms, things for power, and generally something that you kind of want to have one of during building any kind of machinery in Dwarf Fortress. So we're going to quickly make this up, and we're going to make 2 rock mechanisms just to have some extras lying around. Now, we're going to be connecting power to this windmill, so what we're going to need is we're going to need a axle. So we're going to Some migrants have arrived. Oh, that's lovely. We're going to click on Machines and Fluids once again, and then click on Horizontal Axle. Now, these have one of 2 orientations. We can go north and south, or we can go east and west, and we can drag them as long as we want. Welcome, newbies. And we're just going to put it up to right about here. Now, one of the most interesting changes with windmills in this version of the game that wasn't possible in previous versions is you can put power out the side. Previously, you could only have power coming out directly from the bottom, which still works. So if you build it up one layer and channel underneath it and connect a gear to the bottom of it using mechanisms, you can also power things that way. I'll show you how to do that at the very end of the video. So what we're going to do is we are going to go into Machines and Fluids. Once again, we're going to build a millstone, and we're going to use closest materials, and we are going to click right here, and it's going to appear. Now, a dwarf is going to come over shortly, and they are going to build this. So once it is done, which shall be here in a moment, here it comes, and done. We now have access to our very own millstone, and we can add mill. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some flour right here. We made a bag up here for the flour, and they're going to process the flour out of the quinoa, and then that, or quinoa, or however you pronounce that, and then that can be cooked at a stove as part of food. And so what we're going to do next is we're going to dig down beneath this thing, and we are going to dig 2 over to right in the middle. And right underneath it, in the very center, we can hear combat's going on somewhere. Well, that's unfortunate. It looks like my hunting elephant is fighting with a badger. Well, I'm sure it'll win. Now, if you want to connect power underneath, maybe you want to do the same setup indoors. We're going to deconstruct our millstone and power it from underneath, just so I can show you how that works. So we're going to deconstruct these 2, and we're going to go 1 down. And then what we're going to do is we are going to go back into the Machines and Fluids section, and we are going to select Gear Assembly, and we're going to put it directly beneath this guy. And please, dog, don't stop it. There you go. So as you can see, it's directly beneath this, and it's being powered. And then if we wanted to power it indoors instead of above ground, what we can do is we can once again go into the Machines and Fluids section, and we can place our millstone right here, and it will again be powered just as it was before, except underground instead of out in the open. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video we're going to be covering the Justice System, the Captain of the Guard, the Dungeon Master, and the Hammerer. Also, the Sheriff, which is the Captain of the Guard but with a different name. Essentially, what these jobs allow you to do is it gives you access to this tab in the Nobles area called the Justice System and all of these tabs. I'm going to walk through the UI, explain what they all mean and what they do, and then I'm going to jump to a different fort where I'm going to show you some of this UI in action and kind of what it can cause and what to look for. So the first thing I want to cover is the Nobles associated with the Justice System. The first one starts off as the Sheriff when you have before you have a Mayor, and then becomes the Captain of the Guard. Then once you acquire Nobles and Royals, from there you'll get the Dungeon Master and the Hammerer. Now, although the Hammerer shows up when you get a Mayor. Now, essentially what these jobs do is you assign a dwarf to them. This is Mebzith, our Captain of the Guard. You assign them they require a study, which is an office zone. They require a bedroom, just like any normal dwarf, and a dining hall. So for this particular dwarf, they have a study right here, which includes a table, two cabinets, and then the weapon rack and armor stand. Then they have a dining room, which is just over here. It says it's overlapping because it's overlapping with some of these bedrooms because I was lazy. And then over here is their bedroom. Now, they require these specific buildings in order to function properly. If you do not provide these buildings for them, they will not be able to function. They don't need the bedroom, but they do at the very minimum need an office. And then the dining hall just makes them happy. I think they actually cover meetings in the dining hall. Now, the Hammerer doesn't need anything specific, but the Dungeon Master does. Now, you might wonder to yourself, what do these particular roles do? So the Captain of the Guard is kind of, or the Sheriff earlier in the game, is kind of like the Fortress Police. When crimes are committed, and crimes are things like somebody tries to steal an artifact, or a dwarf tantrums and breaks something, or somebody got into a fight in the tavern and kicked somebody in the forehead and their nose got knocked off, those kinds of events are then brought to the office of the Captain of the Guard. Then they report those events to the Captain of the Guard, and then they show up here in the Justice screen. Now, in order for the Justice screen to work and the Captain of the Guard to be able to function properly, you need some prison cells. If a crime is reported and it shows up in the open cases section of the Justice screen and there's witnesses, and you click accept, which we'll cover in a little bit, and you don't have a prison set up, the Captain of the Guard over here will simply go and beat the ever-living crap out of the person until they keel over. Now, within this screen here, if we scroll through, you can see total number of desired cages and whatnot in the dungeon. So 12 of 13. This is based off of population. Every 10 dwarves, you'll need one cage or chain. Our current prison setup is right here, and I've just increased the size of it, and I'm going to really quickly designate this whole area as a prison and show you how this works. So I've got cages down here, and then I've got ropes and more cages and more ropes, and they're all in kind of a big open zone. If I click dungeon and I click and drag over this entire zone, it'll complete, and then as they construct this stuff, if I go back over here into the Fortress Guards, 13 of 13, we've got exactly what we need, which means now my Captain of the Guard and Hammerer won't get upset unhappy moods underneath the Fortress Guard screen. You can also appoint dwarves to a militia captain's squad if for some reason you have a very crime-heavy fortress and they need a lot of help. Now, the jobs that the different members of this do is the Captain of the Guard takes crime reports and will take dwarves to prison, carry out beatings, and will also take care of the prisoners in prison. However, if this is getting too much, or if you have too large of a fortress, then I recommend adding in a Dungeon Master. The Dungeon Master will also take crime reports and will help kind of lift some of the work off of the Captain of the Guard. And alternatively, if you have a very crime-heavy fortress, I recommend adding in a Hammerer. Now, the thing about the Hammerer is the Hammerer does one job, and that is they carry out the beatings. So, say perhaps your Captain of the Guard is in a military squad and training a lot, and very, very strong. Maybe you don't want your Captain of the Guard walking over and one-shotting Urist into pieces because he punched him so hard in the face. What you really want is you want weak Jimbo number 44, the Hammerer over here, with the weakest weapon you have in the fortress, to walk over and lightly slap them a couple of times. So they don't die, but they get the idea. And then from there, you'll see open cases. And for this part of the tutorial, I'm going to jump over to a different fortress that is significantly more active in, let's just say, crimes. So now, as you can see, we are in the Fortress of Waterlungs, which is a fortress I'm currently streaming. This fortress, if I go through, we have all of these unsolved crimes. Now, these can be one of two situations. These can be a an attempted somebody trying to steal something from the fortress. This could be somebody committing a crime and it not getting reported correctly. In the case of all of these were all not reported correctly. So we don't have any witnesses because they were reported before my captain of the guard was fully equipped to actually deal with problem dwarves. They can also become unsolvable if the perpetrator gets killed. So keep that in mind. Now, the part of this system that is half built is the intelligence section. This section over here for conspiracies. Now, I will jump over to a different save in a little bit that has some active conspiracies, and this is why this tutorial has taken so long to make, is because I need like 4 different saves to actually show you everything. But essentially, we have these open cases. Now, open cases are recently reported crimes. If we, for some reason, had no witnesses, we can go through and we can interrogate anybody in the fortress. So if us, the player, witnessed a fight happening and it didn't get properly reported, I can go and interrogate somebody who would have witnessed that fight, and hopefully that will give us some more information as to who did the violence. Now, if you scroll down, you can even interrogate a goat if you wish. Although I will admit, while this does train your goat's, or not your goat, your captain of the guard's speaking ability, it will not give you much chance of finding the perpetrator. So I'm going to interrogate 2 dwarves here, and then I will show you the result in the intelligence screen. Now, as this dwarf gets dragged off to be interrogated, something that is also worth noting is if you have public taverns, it might not be a bad idea to just interrogate random visitors that show up. Now that the interrogation is complete and the dwarf has been brought to the office to be interrogated, we can then go back into the nobles screen to see the results. So if we go to the justice screen, we can go to intelligence and we can look at this interrogation report. And if I click on it, it says that we met with the subject on behalf, and the subject appealed to the subject's belief in truth, and the subject valued honesty and despite being intellectually stubborn. And the subject used Iton Tattooed Steak as an alias in the past. So in the past, this dwarf has actually lied about who they are, and we just learned a little bit of information about this dwarf. Of course, this doesn't expose any plots or organizations, but it does give us an actors list. They haven't committed any crimes, so we know that they are not involved. Now, this system can get quite interesting when you start interrogating people that are trying to steal artifacts, because they will give you information like, oh, this person from an unknown civilization or unknown entity plotted to steal this artifact. Now, this is where this gets clunky because this system is half built. This system is supposed to be part of the villains and treachery systems in Dwarf Fortress. And the problem with this system is half of a patch. We got part of this system so that Zach and Tarn Adams could go work on the Steam version that you're seeing now. So these features have actually been in previous versions of the game, obviously with the older UI, but it's unfinished. It is impossible to complete a lot of the plots that you'll get strewed out. However, you can still get some really interesting bits of lore out of it, so it is still worth paying attention to this system. And some other reasons why you want to pay attention to this system is, as you can see, we have a bunch of dwarves in prison here. If I look at them, this dwarf right here feels guilty after being confined. This dwarf over here, actually, this militia captain, Lolar, actually feels repentant after being confined, meaning this is actively improving their mental health being in prison. You can also make extremely nice prison cells for your dwarves, and this will incredibly and greatly increase the happiness of the dwarves. If you have something like a vampire in your fortress and you see them walk into your fortress and they look odd and you're very suspicious of them and you interview them, they might just admit to being a vampire, and then you can put them in prison and seal off the door permanently. Also, little dwarves like this little child here, it's Frank, is actually feeling sympathy after bringing somebody water, so this dwarf is getting positive moods from it. This dwarf over here is also repentant after being confined and was incredibly stressed beforehand and was like tantruming a whole lot and causing problems in the fortress. So a reason to very much take part in this system of prisons is it can actually improve the overall health of your fortress. I see some people saying, oh, I ignore it because if you ignore the nobles' demands up here, and let's say I fail to make ballista arrows, again, some dwarves might get thrown in prison. But a percentage of them will actually improve in mental stability-wise while they're in prison, unlike real life. So largely, I would say that the disorderly conduct under open cases is definitely something you want to pay attention to. If you have an open case, it'll show up like this, where it says, this dwarf, JKRT, committed disorderly conduct, and there was 7 witnesses. I could interrogate JTRT and get their side of the story first, or I could just simply convict them. Once we convict them, it states that they have been convicted, and then from my from my knowledge, it should just go directly into closed cases here. Probably down at the bottom of the list, if I had to guess, or nope, at the top of the list. From the looks of things, I need to unpause the game ever so slightly, repause it, and jump back over to closed cases. It hasn't popped up yet. They'll get it in there. And then over here we have cold cases, which are usually just somebody died before they could possibly be convicted. Now, you can still convict dwarves within cold cases, and you can also interrogate dwarves, and if you can find a witness, you can convict them, which any dwarf that values the law that was involved in that case, or any dwarf who's tangentially involved or related, will get happy thoughts about the fact that, well, this dwarf, Fallout Rain here, injured Jaden, and so now all of Jaden's family are, oh, yes, and they're happy. And if Jaden is still alive in the fortress, then that dwarf will be happy as well. Over here, underneath the Fortress Guard, once again, lists the Fortress Guard, everybody who's ever been convicted in the fortress, and you can select and see what they've been convicted of. And then lastly, over here under Intelligence. So let's say we interrogated this human, Sespa, the human mercenary. Now, we made intimidating remarks. In the late winter of 255, an unidentified creature plotted to assassinate an unidentified creature under the influence of unidentified creature via subject. So this is something that's completely unrelated to us. However, in 252, the subject plotted to infiltrate Chunky Orb, that is us, in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. Now, we can theoretically figure out who this unidentified creature is if we keep interrogating people. In fact, there was one time in a fortress I was able to find the unidentified creature, and it just straight up gave me their name. However, the prepare a coup portion is unfinished, so that will never actually happen. Same with certain artifacts getting stolen. It's very difficult to get the artifacts back. A lot of the artifact theft stuff is primarily an adventure mode feature, where you're kind of intended to go find the artifact in adventure mode and then bring it back. The coup stuff, that is part of Villains Part 2. If you see assassination attempts talked about, that is Villains Part 2. If you see various other things that it seems like you can't interact with or nothing ever happens, then that is also Villains Part 2, generally, which is an upcoming update that'll be out probably around the same time as Adventure Mode, if I had to guess. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, we're going to be covering paper making and libraries. For the library section, we'll be in this fortress, and for the paper-making section, we'll be in my other fortress. So let's just jump over to the other fortress and quickly learn how to make plant paper, and then we'll jump back to this fortress, and I'll talk about libraries and what all of the jobs do in each library. We're going to be covering cloth plants paper, using a quern to turn it into a slurry with a screw press. It sounds a little complicated, but trust me, it's not that bad. Now, the reason I like to use cloth plants is because I always have a surplus of them. I generally use them for making cloth and clothing, so I always have a pigtail industry set up. If you would like a video on how to do that, check out my video on how to make a simple cloth industry, just to give you an idea on how to farm pigtails. We do actually have a pigtail farm just down here, which just got harvested from what I can tell. So the first thing that we are going to do is we are going to queue up a quern over here at the stoneworker's shop. We're also going to need several mechanisms for our screw press, which is going to be the next part of this. So I'm going to queue up several mechanisms as well as our quern, and once those are constructed, I'll continue speaking. So now that our quern is finished being built at the stoneworker's shop, we're going to open it up from the farming tab. It's over here. It's under Q on the hotkey, or just simply click it for the quern. Now this video is going to have a lot of terminology here, and so you're going to have to kind of bear with me. It does make a lot more sense than it's going to initially seem. The next thing we're going to need to construct is that screw press, which we're going to place right beneath it. Now remember, instead of using a quern, you could also use a mill, which will be automatically powered and a little bit faster, but gives you the same result. So what we're going to do is we are going to mash plant into slurry, right? So this slurry is going to be the thing that's going to become our paper here. So once they've brought a piece of plant over, we got a pigtail here, they're going to mash this into a slurry, which is just, like I said, sounds like a mess, right? And now that we have this plant slurry, they've brought a second pigtail over, we are going to select the screw press, and we're going to add a new task and press the plant slurry into paper sheet. Very simple little task, but just has a lot of weird terminology that's confusing. Now you might think, sweet, we have paper now. No, you'd actually be wrong. What we need now is we need to go to a crafts dwarf shop. So I'm just going to real quick drop one down here right beneath us, and then at the crafts dwarf shop, we are going to queue up another task. And this task is make a quire. And a quire is your actual writing material. From there, if you want, you can make scroll rollers or book bindings, and once the book itself is actually written, you can then bind it. It's a bit of a mess of kind of stacking options here, but it does kind of make sense once you understand what the words mean. So now that we can select our screw press here, and you can see that we have 2 paper sheets, and now you can see that they're taking those paper sheets over here and making them into quires. And at the Craft Dwarf shop, we can jump over to rock or various other material types and make book bindings. The book bindings are what will actually be binding the book together. So now that we've talked about making paper from plants, what we're going to talk about is libraries. So in order to build a library, you simply make a zone, just like any other area you would make in your fortress or making a tavern. You open up the zone tool by pressing Z or clicking on it down on the little hotbar down here. Then you click accept on the zone, and then from there you're going to click the plus button and you're going to click new library. Now from here, underneath this button, we can go through all of our settings. The settings are quite simple. Up at the top, of course, designate whether or not you would like to have visitors, or whether or not it's citizens only, or whether or not it's citizens and long-term residents only. Long-term residents, of course, are like any kind of traveling performance group that lives in your fortress, or monster hunters, or that kind of folk. All visitors welcome, of course, will allow people from other lands to show up if they are aware of your fortress, although this could bring crimes and other people that want to steal your books and artifacts and whatnot. So, you know, a little bit of risk there. Then under here, you can see the number of written objects, and then this one's a little bit confusing, which is the total number of each to scribe. If you have extra quires lying around, your scribes will copy the books that you have in the fortress. This allows you to then sell fancy engraved codexes and whatnot, or alternatively allows you to just have a lot of copies if you want to have multiple libraries in your fort or something. Then, of course, the number of chests and the written material. Now we're going to jump over to my already constructed library, and I'm going to show you all of these numbers here. So we have the number of written objects in this library is 17. We can make copies of the written objects with this button, and then the number of chests in this fortress in this library is 7, and then the amount of writing material. Now, I haven't produced any writing material in this fortress, which is why I did the tutorial in a different fortress. I will be doing that at a later date in this fortress in my streams. If you want to see some of that, you can find those at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, or of course in the VODs on this YouTube channel. The amount of writing material is the number of quires in this particular library. Once you have quires and things written, or copies have been made of the books, then you can bind them at a Craft Dwarf shop. So if I jump over to one of my Craft Dwarf shops over here, I do have the option to bind book. Of course, it requires a book binding and a quire, as covered earlier in the video. So overall, the process is a little fiddly, a little bit complex. But there is one other thing that I would like to kind of cover here, and that's exactly what the scholars and scribes do. Scribes simply copy books and exist in the library and read books. You may want to click this button if you want them to focus on the library, removing all other tasks, so all that they do is hang out in the library and copy books. And then there's the scholars. The scholars think, and the act of thinking and pondering and discussing topics, eventually they can make discoveries. If they make a discovery on a new topic that hasn't been discovered in the world yet, they can then write a new book about it. It's almost as rare as making an artifact in older worlds, because a lot of topics have already been discovered, and you have to happen to have a scholar who is interested in a topic. Alternatively, if visiting scholars show up and discuss topics, that can speed up the process. Having more scholars means there's more dwarves that can discuss topics, means it's more likely that they will discover a new topic. The younger the world is, the more books they are likely to write, because there's more topics that have yet to be discovered. The older the world is, the less likely you'll get new topics, and instead you're more likely to get autobiographies and like tales of how somebody else wrote a book once. It's a bit of a strange system that, frankly, I don't understand that well. I just understand how it works in theory. In practice, the number of books I've actually had written in older fortresses, in older worlds, are maybe in the single digits. In younger worlds, like Long Death, which was a fortress that I built that lasted 400-something years, that fortress, which started in the year 5 for that particular world, we had hundreds of books by the end of it. There's also some bugs surrounding books that I'm aware of, one of them being, I think that dwarves can only write a single page, but they can copy like up to hundreds of pages if they get a book that has a lot of pages already. It's a little muddy. I'm not entirely sure what the restriction is there, but that is kind of my best overview of one way of making paper and libraries. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be talking about siege weapons and siege workshops, making siege weapons, and what they can be used for, and the places that they are useful, as well as some demonstrations on how to train them safely. So in order to do this we're going to need a siege workshop, which is one of the larger workshops in the game, same size as a trading depot, but as you can see I already have one constructed right here. They simply use 3 blocks or pieces of your choice in order to be constructed, but once the item itself is constructed you can then select it. Now you can of course use the manager screen for this if you have the manager noble assigned right here, and they are also assigned to a chair. So then you could use the manager job screen by simply opening up the work orders menu and clicking this and then assigning the jobs here. But what we're going to be doing for this video is we're going to be assigning them at the siege workshop. So in order to make siege weapons, you need to make parts for them. Now, there are 2 types of siege weapons in Dwarf Fortress. There are catapults and ballista. Catapults fire boulders in a straight line on kind of an arc, sort of, which means they can sometimes hit the ceiling. They can destroy trees, oddly enough, and are not capable of friendly fire, making them quite useful for training, versus ballista, which do have friendly fire, don't destroy trees, and are extremely dangerous to your dwarves. Now, we're going to be assembling some parts for both, and then I'm going to be constructing them, one of each, and kind of showing you what they're used for. So first, we are going to be constructing ballista parts. So as you can see, it's not going to filter down until I type in parts, at which point then I can type in ballista parts. And we do need 3 of these in order to construct a ballista. As you can see down here, we do have some nethercat ballista parts. You can make them out of either adamantine or out of wood. So we're going to be making 3 ballista parts, and we're also going to be making catapult parts. So I'm going to input 3 of these of each, and then once they are constructed, I will get to constructing these items. Now, the second part of this is we're going to need arrowheads for our ballista arrows. Now, in order to make these, we're going to need a forge of some kind. I have a lava forge here, but you can, of course, use any kind of metalsmithing industry. Any metal that can be made into a weapon can be made into a piece of ballista arrow. So what we're going to need is we're going to be needing to make ballista arrowheads. So we're going to go to siege equipment underneath the magma forge. Now, remember, of course, you could do this in the manager screen as well to automate this process. We're going to go down to copper because that's what we have a surplus of, and we are going to queue up some copper ballista arrowheads. Now that all of our ballista and catapult parts are completed, the next thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to assemble a ballista arrow. So you do this by simply typing in assemble, and then the material that you want, copper in this instance, and then arrow, and then clicking the priority thing. We'll just set this as repeating so they'll go through the ballista arrows that we need to have made. Next, we're going to be constructing one of each type of the siege equipment. So we're going to be going to the military section of the screen, and we're going to be placing a catapult. I'm just going to use closest material so that they just simply use the ones that we just made. And then I'm going to place this. Now, once it's constructed, we will be able to orient it in whatever direction we see fit. Now, remember, catapults only fire boulders. I would kind of compare catapults to a similar to a stonefall trap, right? And I would compare the ballista more to a weapon trap. So the ballista are much more effective at actually dealing with enemies, whereas the catapults only fire a boulder and are quite good at making things dodge out of the way, but maybe not the most effective at actually removing them from the scene here. So since we have the pieces for both of these, I'm going to construct a ballista and a catapult, and we're going to fire off both, and I'm going to talk about some use cases for each. And now that our 2 siege weapons are getting finished up here, we can now take a look at their UI themselves. So once they are constructed, you can set their orientation in either north, south, east, or west, and this goes for both of those. It's exactly the same UX here. Then we have 3 nifty little buttons. Now, the first one is prepare to fire. So they will go grab the ammunition for this particular here weapon, and they will prepare to fire. Then there's not in use, where if they prepared to fire and they've already loaded the ammunition, you can then set it to not in use, and they will then leave the ammunition there ready to fire. And then there is lastly, which is fire at will, which is go grab ammunition, put it into the item, and fire. And don't worry about that. That's simply some forgotten beast dealing with some friends down in the basement. They'll be fine, I'm sure. Over here, we're just going to set both of these to prepare to fire and just wait for them to bring some ammo over. Now we're going to talk about some kind of use cases for these 2. As I said earlier, the catapults don't have friendly fire, which means you can kind of have some pretty hysterical situations just like firing these things through a tavern or something. However, it does make them quite useful as training for the ballista. Now, the ballista, on the other hand, need a specific firing range to use. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Now, over here, if you wish to fire off ballista and use them for training, it's best to have a setup similar to this, where you have a locked-off space so that while the ballista arrows themselves are traveling, they cannot collide with your dwarves. Now, when they're falling down here, they are safe to pick up, so they're not going to damage Usteth or Alath or Urist or whoever it collides next to. So you can fire these off pretty safely, and they can land down on a lower Z level. As long as they're not picking them up on the same level, your dwarves will be fine. So I like to make them a little bit further down and just fire it at a wall and through a spot where the dwarves can't get to, just so that there is no risk of somebody getting impaled. But now for some use cases. So now that we've talked about training use cases, what about the actual defense setups? So in my experience, catapults are useful in a situation where you want to use siege equipment, but you do not have access to metals or easy access to large amounts of ballista ammunition. As we were speaking about earlier, you do need both wood and you need arrowheads to make ballista arrows. So because you need both arrows and arrowheads, or wood and arrowheads to make ballista arrows, it is possible you could be in a situation where you only have catapults as your only form of defense. Whereas with ballista, it requires more putting things together to get stuff going. So catapults, in my experience, are useful for knocking things off of large ledges. Maybe you have a volcano on your fortress or a large cliff, or you've simply dug a tunnel down to a cavern layer and would like to watch things go wee splat. Well, the best way to do that is to just simply fire a bunch of rocks at them. You don't need to worry about friendly fire, so you can just fire them over top of your own dwarves' heads through a fortification or two, and as long as they're about 10 or so tiles away from the enemy, they are not going to freak out upon seeing these. Whereas those little critters down in the basement getting shredded by whatever monstrosity is down there, definitely a non-issue here. So that's kind of my use case for the catapults, is simply knocking things out of the way or using them as defense. Whereas the ballistas can be used for anything from simply impaling large amounts of enemies all the way down to besieging the underworld, if you know how to find it. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be showing you how to make a minecart switch. This is what you're seeing on the screen right now. Let's build it. First you're going to need a supply of blocks and a source of power. I had to cut through an aquifer to do it, it was a little bit tedious. After assembling some windmills as a source of power, I used a vertical axle and some mechanisms to transport my power just below ground level. This gives me easy access to the area where I'm going to build my minecart track. If you're looking for instructions on how to make a minecart track, check out my video on that subject. Once that is complete, I want you to designate the minecart track yourself. Make it about this size. If you make it any bigger or smaller, it will operate a little bit too quickly and the speeds won't match up just right. Then we'll need to build an on-off switch. This consists of a lever and a raising drawbridge. Construct these right next to the front door. After constructing the lever and the drawbridge and linking them together, we're then going to place some rollers. Now these act as minecart powering devices which power the minecart. This is going to be hooked up to the axle on the power. We're going to select the second to lowest setting on the roller speed and make sure that they're pointing towards the drawbridge. This way we can walk right up to the rollers and not worry about the minecarts going anywhere, and it's stopped right there as a brake. And then when we lower the drawbridge, it'll allow the minecart to release, fire over the drawbridge, and spin around in circles. Just to the right of the rollers, we are then going to construct a pressure plate, set it to repeating, and make sure that we set it so that minecarts trigger. After this, we can set up our minecart route. This is really simple stuff. Just simply add a stop and make sure that the stop is the rollers. Then we can simply remove any requirements for conditions because simply lowering the drawbridge will fire off the minecart. At this point, all that there is left to do is lower the drawbridge. Once all of the axles are hooked up, everything is powered, and the minecart is spinning, we now have our minecart switch. If we wish to disable it and automate something, we can simply pull the minecart switch again, lock the whole system, and then automate away. We can connect this to almost anything we want. Everything from upright spikes, to doors, to trapdoors, to drawbridges, to automated noble dispensers. Literally, the world is your oyster. You can use these things to automate water cannons. Imagine the carnage you could do with a couple of minecart shotguns or a simultaneous deconstruct button. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be covering two ways of generating power infinitely. There is infinite water generators or water reactors, they've been around forever. as well as a method I only just learned about blocking off water flow, because apparently water keeps flowing even if it's not flowing. Let's dive right in. So in order to complete this, you're going to need everything that you see in front of you, except for the minecarts. I just kind of have those there from a previous tutorial. But you're going to need pumps, you're going to need screws, and you're going to need blocks. These are all made out of wood. You can use whatever material you like. First, we're going to start off by digging a hole. Now, we're doing this above ground, however, you can also do this below ground. I'm doing this above ground just for my own ease of creating the video. If you're going to do this below ground, simply build the exact same design, except obviously channel it all out instead of constructing walls at the edge. Now, the lip in the center, that is where you are going to put your pump. You're going to put a screw pump there, it's going to take a block, it's going to take a pipe section, and it's going to take a gigantic corkscrew. Then you're going to attach your water wheels to the side, one on each side, maybe two on each side. This one is big enough and designed for two. And once it's fully functional, we'll generate 400 power per water generator. Once they've completed construction, or while they're constructing it, you're going to open up the zone tool and you're going to make a pit pond. You're going to set the edge of this as a pit pond and just make sure you have plenty of buckets and a water zone nearby so that they don't try and fill it from the pond that you're currently filling, because they just go to whatever the closest water source is otherwise. Dwarves will grab buckets, fill up the buckets, and dump them into the pond. You're going to need to build a wall around the front, just like so that the water doesn't spill out. And as the dwarves fill the space, eventually you will have enough water down at the bottom that you can begin pumping. Once the bottom is covered with about 2 of 7 water for filled tiles, you can tell one dwarf to go begin pumping. And this will cause the entire machine to spring to life and begin powering the whole device. If you click on the screw pump and look at the information, it'll give you an example of how consistent the power is. Just allow your dwarves to keep dumping buckets of water into the container at the bottom until it is a steady 400. And then you have an infinite power generator. Congrats, you've unlocked infinite power. Now this next method is a little bit strange. It requires digging a long trench. What you're going to do is you're going to dig a very long trench with no real drainage. It doesn't need drainage. This is the strange part. You're now going to build yourself a gear connection point for your water wheel and your water wheel. You're also going to remove as many of the ramps at the bottom of the trench as possible. After that, you're going to install a drawbridge on either side of the water wheel. This is going to block off water flow. Simply connect them both to a lever and have them ready to be pulled. Once they're both connected, give that lever a pull. Then channel out the water on the side to allow the water to come in. Then drop the drawbridges until your wheel begins spinning, and then pull the lever again, watch the drawbridges raise, and mysteriously, it'll keep spinning. You can now drain the water on either side, and it'll just spin infinitely. You don't need to worry about maintaining power, maintaining flow, and you also don't need to worry about water changing levels, and it doesn't have the same frame rate issues as the infinite power generator. Both of these setups are a little bit cheesy in my opinion, and not something I personally will use. However, it is a feat of dwarven engineering and defying physics itself. So, if you wish to use these, enjoy. Hello everybody and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video I'm going to be covering quantum stockpiles. We did this once before, but I had some out-of-date information in it which was giving people some problems, mostly minecarts being launched across the map. In this video I aim to remedy that by simply re-recording the whole thing. So in order to make a quantum stockpile, we're going to need a minecart. We're going to do that here at this carpenter shop. So I'm going to add a new task and I'm going to type in minecart. These can be made out of several different materials including wood and any other metal. Now that the minecart is finished, we're going to actually set up the stockpile itself. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to go to the constructions menu, we're going to go to constructions in the build menu, and then we're going to click on track stop. Now this is where we select what direction we want it to go. Doesn't really matter. We can go to left, right, up, down. We're just going to go to the left. Then from there, we are going to select the material after placement. We're going to select this little spot right here. It doesn't really matter where. And we're going to be making a stockpile for wood. So we're going to select that. As you can see, there's now a tiny little, almost impossible to see little stop itself. Then here we're going to grab our stockpiles and we're going to put a slightly bigger stockpile on this side, and we're going to accept it, and then we're going to put a slightly smaller stockpile on the other side. Then we're going to accept that. Now, once we've done that, we're going to go to the one on the right over here, and we are going to select wood, right? So now all the wood from the entire vicinity is going to be put into this stockpile. Well, or at the very least, 6 pieces of wood, because that's as much as can fit in this stockpile. Once the stockpile is full, we're also going to make sure that the second stockpile over here on the left is also set to wood, and then we are going to work with this. Hey, look, a squirrel. Once both sides of this are full of wood, because we added this one as well to be a wood stockpile, I'm going to select set hauling routes for minecarts. From there, we're going to add a new route, and we're going to select the stop button. We're going to select the center one. this is immediately going to set that up as our minecart stop. And of course, anything that goes into the minecart is going to be immediately emptied out to the left, which means I can actually go to the conditions here and we can remove all of them. This was the issue in the previous video. Then from there, we're going to click on this, and this button is going to allow us to select which stockpiles we load the minecart from. We're going to select the one in the middle and click on the right here, because this is our loading stockpile. We don't need to tell it to unload anywhere because it will automatically unload into the left side. Then from there, we're going to click on this button, which allows us to select what we're going to put into the minecart. So for example, if you want to make a minecart stockpile like this for food, you can select the food section. If you want to make specific types of weapons, you can make one out of specific types of weapons. This is basically your filter and how you're going to filter exactly what is going into your quantum stockpile. I'm going to select wood, and we're going to select all because that's all that we need. Then the last thing I need to do is I need to add our minecart to the quantum stockpile and then simply watch the magic happen. As you can see, although already down here, the sandpear wood minecart has been added to the stockpile. The dwarves are going to grab it, and now it's just a matter of waiting for them to show up and start moving stuff over. As you can see, all of the dwarves are now loading stuff up. They're doing this task called store item in vehicle, and then they're going to start storing items in stockpiles. And what this is doing is it's every single time they put it into the minecart, it automatically gets booted directly over to the left into this infinite pile. This is just going to keep stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking and stacking until we run out of that type of material. We can be as granular with these as we want, selecting only specific types of wood, or as general as we want, selecting literally everything in the fortress, although I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. I personally feel that quantum stockpiles should be used sparingly. However, there are some really interesting applications that you can use them for. As an example, as I'm showing on screen right now, this is a setup in my current fortress where I'm using them to dump bodies into the lava, which is a very effective method of getting rid of everything that you don't want on the map. I once again recommend that you use these sparingly, as they are sort of a bug, but they're at the point where they're an accepted mechanic to the point where just about everybody uses them. Use them where you feel you need them in stockpiles that you don't want to see, and use them where you feel you need them where stockpiles need to be heavily organized, where space is confined. And then for the rest of the time, simply use regular stockpiles, as they do generally work just fine. Hello everybody, and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, I'm going to be covering filling minecarts with liquids. This can be done with water, it can be done with lava. So we're going to be covering filling minecarts with water in this video. I will also show some examples later on in the video of how you can use this for lava as well. Now, this technique requires some power, but it is very consistent. That's its benefit. So, in order to get started, we're going to need to build a few things. Don't mind the livestock, this is a carpenter's workshop. In this carpenter's workshop, I'm going to queue up a minecart. I'm going to need a single minecart for this, obviously. Right next to this is a mechanic's workshop. I'm going to be queuing up just a couple of mechanisms. I'm just going to let it repeat because we're going to need a few of them. Some other items we're going to need for this project is we're going to need a couple of ropes, but fortunately, because we still have our wagon right here, in this wagon is a couple of ropes if you scroll down enough. There is a handful of ropes. If I need some more, we do have plenty of pigtail thread, as well as some pigtail cloth, and I can make some more. And the way we would do that is I would open up the clothes shop, select cloth, and then type in rope. And then from here, we can get some extra ropes. So that should pretty much cover all of the materials that we are going to need for this project. Now it's all about setting up a space for water and getting some minecart stuff in it. So let's go down here and we're going to build ourselves a little space for water. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here into the mining tool. I'm going to open up the channel tool, and we are going to dig a small channel right here. Doesn't need to be huge, just big enough so that we can get about 4 blocks across. Alright, so now that our little hole has been dug and all of our materials have been prepped, what we're going to do is we're going to prep this hole. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go down into it and I'm going to remove most of the ramps. I only want the ramps on the bottom side, or alternatively the right side or the top side. The only spot you want there to be ramps is where the minecart is going to leave the location. Now that it's been dug out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the little spot and I'm going to grab ourselves the mechanisms and fluids section. We're going to start by building our set of rollers. Now, what I want is we want this to be going as fast as possible, and we want it to be going towards the ramp. So I'm going to start it at the top and we're going to go down. But in order for this to function properly, we're going to need ourselves a minecart track. So we're going to go to the construction section and we're going to grab a minecart track. Now, you can do this with both constructed tracks, or alternatively, you can also do this with engraved tracks. But in order for it to work on engraved tracks, it has to be done in like on stone, but because we're building on dirt, we have to use constructed tracks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click and drag this minecart track up 1 level, right? So we're going to connect it to right here at the top. This is just how I like to do it so that I'm certain it's going to work. Then I click on the one on top and I delete it. So now we've got this tiny little track running around, and you can see this is what we want. We want this little up arrow, right? Now, because I didn't actually need to delete that, I'm going to click it again, and we're going to build this all the way up to around here, and this is going to be our full track. And then, because we're going to need a thing to connect it to initially, I'm going to start one up here, on this side of things. Now, the way this is going to work is the minecart is going to start up top. Then it's going to move to the end and it's going to drop down. And then it's going to be powered back up and out. There will be water in here, which is going to fill the minecart up with water. So I'm going to go back down into the little pit here, and I'm going to grab the rollers again. Like I said, we want this at maximum speed. That's just how I run it. You don't actually have to run it at maximum speed, as long as it's got enough power to get it up and out of the hole. So as you can see, it's going to go along, and then we're going to build right up until the ramp. Okay, so this is actually going to create a upwards facing minecart roller. So this minecart roller is going to be rolling up and out of the ramp. But as you can see, it doesn't actually want to build here. And you're going to be like, why do you not want to build here? Well, clearly, it wants to be on the ground or near a machine. So we need to give it something to connect to. So I'm going to put a mechanism right here. This mechanism will give it something to connect to. We're going to now just simply wait for our dwarf to connect the mechanism, and then after that, we can connect our rollers. So these rollers need some mechanisms, which I'm going to use the mechanisms that we've constructed, and our pigtail ropes. This is going to create a powered mechanism that goes down and out this way. Now we just need to hook some power up to this, so I need a way to it. So I'm just going to throw 2 small floor bits down here, and then I'm going to throw a windmill over here on the left. Now, we don't need to use a windmill. We could have used water wheels or something else. I could also connect a water wheel up top here just for funsies, just so you can see how that would work, which I could connect right here. But again, we'll need another mechanism to connect it to. So let's just toss a little mechanism right there, and then I can connect the water wheel to that. So we could use a water wheel like this, very simple, or we could just use the windmill. This windmill is producing 20 power, and this water wheel should produce 100. There it is. So this system down here isn't going to use a lot of power, so we probably can just get away with just using the windmill, but just in case we need the water wheel, we have it now. So I can connect another mechanism to the top of this. So we've got one down here and then one just outside of it, like just outside of the hole. And then we're going to use an axle to connect it to our windmill. All right. So what this whole mechanism is going to do, like I said, is it's going to power the minecart up and out. Now, the last thing we need to do is we need to test this. So let's just set up a break function for this so it doesn't get flown into space at the end. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a minecart route. This is going to be a very, very, very simple route. It's just simply going to be a stop. A minecart track stop can be anywhere along the track. We're going to place it right here, just as an example. Now, we don't need it to load up with anything. And all we need it to do is when it's empty, we want them to kick it. So we've got several different options here. I can tell them to push it. I can tell them to kick it. I can tell them to ride in it. We probably don't want that one. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them to kick it south immediately, at most full. But might as well just say immediately. Now, we can make them do this every couple days. We can set it on a timer. We can do all sorts of fancy stuff, but we're just going to keep it simple. Now we're going to connect our minecart to the route, and we're going to see what happens. Hopefully, assuming I've set everything up correctly, the minecart should come up here, and then a dwarf should kick it, and, well, we seem to have a problem. Well, it's going over top of this. That's not really what we wanted. Well, let's see if we can fix this. So you may notice that I've set some things up a little bit differently. I've moved it one further down, and what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to place a wall right here. Now, this wall is going to give that minecart somewhere to go. So instead of just going straight and kind of getting a little bit of air and skipping over the gap, it's going to bump into this wall right here, and then fall directly down onto our rollers, which is right where we want it, which are perfectly powered, by the way. This one setup here is doing all it needs. It is actually working here. However, we want it to be as consistent as possible. So the minecart, if we follow it now, is going to go directly into this wall, drop down, and then immediately be powered out. Let's see if we can watch that one more time. Then I'm going to forbid the minecart, and then we're going to get some water into this, and we're going to test the whole system. Dwarf drops it off. I'm just going to forbid the minecart, so we don't need to worry. And now let's bring this little creek in. And there we go. Moment of truth. The water is now flowing in. So now we just get to see if this whole system works. Keep in mind, the minecart will not fill unless the water is at least 6 of 7 full. But now, as you can see, it's 7 of 7 full, so this whole system should work. Let's take a look. So our dwarf's going to come over here and give it a kick. It's going to get pushed off. It's going to fall down and in, and then something's going to happen. The minecart sprite's going to disappear, and you're going to see a little bit of water vanishing here. That's because this minecart is now full of water, and it's going to shoot across. Now, oh no, we need this minecart's water to go somewhere, and we have an invisible minecart sitting here. Well, let's fix this system. So I'm going to quickly dig a hole on the right here, And what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump down into here to the construction section, and I'm going to make a track stop. Now, with the track stop, you can set what direction you want the minecarts to dump and whether or not you want brakes on it. Because we already have this braking system, it doesn't matter. And let's just say dump it to the right. All right. So now we've got this dwarf hauling this very heavy minecart back over because, well, it's full of water. And what should happen once this has been constructed is our minecart here should pretty quickly dump over into the right. Although right now it's creating a lot of mist, which leads me to think maybe this could be an interesting misting system. You know, just a minecart full of water repeatedly smashing through a full thing. Maybe some science for another day. Anyway, the minecart comes over here and dumps the water out as intended. And then they do it again. So you could create a repeating system. You could use this as a method of transporting liquids. You could use this as a method of, well, let me show you some examples at the end of the video. But before, there's one other little tidbit I would like to point out here. So I'm going ahead to set up a second set of rollers right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you just kind of an example of how this can be automated a little bit. I'm going to make a raising drawbridge and place it on the end here. I'm also going to use this water wheel that I constructed initially and connect a little bit of power to it. The last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to build a lever, and I'm going to put it over here, just so that it's close enough that you can see it, but far enough away that it's obviously a remote detonated setup. So now once the dwarves have brought everything together, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this essentially on a long distance activation timer, because you can use drawbridges to block minecarts. So what's going to happen here is that's going to get pulled, and then this is going to be lifted. Now we've got this empty minecart over here, and now we have a forbidden minecart that the dwarves are never going to touch. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this lever, and then the minecart is going to do its thing. So now let's show you some new examples of how this can be used in the real world, or in actual dwarven forts. So this is the Fortress of Heaven's Bolt. In this fortress, I have a few very silly little minecart designs. This is probably one of my favorites, though. This is a minecart that goes around this track at Mach 10 and then dumps the water up through that grate. This is possibly the most over-engineered minecart misting system I've ever designed. However, it's quite effective. Simply going in circles like this, the minecart fills up, and then when it hits this track, it dumps water out. Don't mind the giant squirrels. This minecart system works quite well and was actually the first misting system I built for this fortress, and as you can see, the moods are pretty good in general. There are a few kind of scarred dwarves who really wish they weren't alive, but the majority of them quite enjoy this misting system. And generally, it works as just a forced waterfall that causes the dwarves to have surprise showers, but sometimes does actually generate quite a bit of mist and works as intended. This is the machine. So this is, I actually have 2 barrels of this. This is a set of, iron minecarts that get propelled across this bridge. They hit this wall. They fall down here. They're propelled then along here by magma-safe rollers made out of iron and gabbro, which are both magma-safe. If you need a list of what is magma-safe to screw around with magma, if you go over to the labor screen and go to stone use, it'll actually show you what is and what is not lava-safe. Quite useful. Check marker X's for lava safe. So the minecarts go down here, they fill up with lava, they then get propelled along the bottom here, and then turn into a minecart shotgun. They trip this switch right here, and then they fly all the way down here and fire their lava all the way out in a straight line. The switch then opens up this grate because there's 100 ticks in between, and it takes them less than 100 ticks to fire it. So about a quarter of a second after they land on this, they then drop down a level and then are propelled all the way along here. They hit this switch, which then closes the grate, and then they go all the way back up to the start and then fly back around and do it again. I'm going to turn this setup on and then show it to you in real time, which is probably going to cause some collateral damage because this thing is quite dangerous and I'm taking 0 precautions. Now, one thing that I do want to say about building a setup like this is if you would like to build a minecart shotgun, I recommend you watch my tutorial video on how to build minecart shotguns. Setups like this are not necessarily the most actually efficient. They're just fun to build and fun to watch, which is why I like building them. I wouldn't say that I would necessarily recommend you use these as the majority of your defenses for any fortress, purely because, well, any number of things can go wrong, and it can cause massive amounts of collateral damage. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. In this video, I'm going to be teaching you how to make a very simple, but also very advanced little piece of machinery. We are going to be building and constructing and completing a fully automated, self-enclosed, powered mist generator. Now, this is a bit of an advanced technique, so it might be a bit overwhelming at first, but hear me out. Essentially, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be preparing this small zone here for the mist generator. But in order to do this, we're going to need to build some things, and we're going to need to queue up some items. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel this job for barrels over here, and we are going to make corkscrews, okay? Enormous wooden corkscrew. Now, I'm going to queue up 3 of these. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 probably is what we're going to need. Corkscrew times 6. And now that we have 6 queued up here, we're also going to queue up 6 wooden pipes. So now normally in a larger fortress, you would just simply be doing all of these at once in the manager, but because we're doing this manually, it's much quicker to just do it this way. Now what we're going to need is we're going to need a space that is a layer beneath the ground for our tavern. We're also probably going to need some more wood, so I'm going to get some more wood chopping down while we're at it. But we're going to need some space for our meeting zone. Now, as you can see, we have this little garden right here, so I think right about here would do just fine for our tavern. We're going to kind of dig around this little zone here, and we're going to have a little entryway so that our still can bring drinks directly in, and we're going to want some stairs going down from the surface. Now, of course, this is all for demo purposes. This is not exactly the way I would normally build a fort. But we're going to let this all dig out, and once this has all been dug out, I will continue speaking. All right, so now that our corkscrews are getting finished up and our little space for our tavern down here has been dug out, what we're going to do next is we are going to dig some holes in the ground. Now, kind of the idea behind this is we want to create a space where water can move freely. So what we're going to do is we're going to look kind of here. This is going to be our little tavern. We're going to dig out a hole through the ground using the channel tool with the dig tool. We're going to go up by 2, we're going to go over by 2, and we're going to go down by 2. Now that we've got that set up, there's a few more workshops we're going to need. Specifically, we're going to need a stone worker, which is going to be placed right here. And we're also going to need a mechanics shop because we're going to need, I think, looking at this, 4 mechanisms. We are going to grab like I said, the stoneworker shop and also the mechanics shop, which I can never find in this screen for some reason. So we're going to get those 2 workshops built and we're going to get these holes dug. Now that our shops are constructed, we're going to queue a few things up. I'm going to queue up blocks and we're going to need 4 of these. And we're also going to need mechanisms. We're going to need 4 of these. So 4 rock mechanisms and 4 rock blocks have been queued up. After those rock blocks are over, we're also going to need 4 statues. So might as well get those queued up while everything else is under construction. Because, fun fact, you actually get 4 blocks per boulder. We're not actually going to need to queue up all 4 of these. We can just get rid of them. Because bang, see, we have 4 blocks, all of the blocks that we need. So they can just get to work on those statues instead. Now what we're going to take is we're going to take our screw pumps from the build screen in the machines and liquid section. And what we're going to do is we're going to connect these 4 little holes in the ground that we dug, right? Now you can make one of these as big as you want and as ambitious as you want. But for us, all that we need is these 4 pumps. I did make 6 parts initially because I wasn't sure exactly how big I wanted to make it for this tutorial, I'll be honest. But now that I know, we're just putting it together. So we got the first one. So this is going to go from this side over here to over here. Then the next one is going to go from south to north. So it's going to pump from here to up here. And then the third one is going to go kind of from the right side of the screen to the left side of the screen. And then the final one is going to go from north to south down. Now, once again, these require a corkscrew, a pipe section, and a block to build. They're very easy. Once you have those, we're now going to go into the mechanisms section of the work screen again, and we're going to grab gear assemblies. I'm going to place a couple of these. We're going to place one here, and then one right across from it. We're going to need a total of 3 here, because we're going to want to connect these 2 together as well as those 2 together. So this is going to be connecting all of this. Now, you can kind of see a little machine is building here, right? What we're going to do is right next to this, or alternatively right above it, either could work, we are going to connect power to this. Now, you can get power from whatever location you want. You can get it from a water wheel. You could even pump these manually with dwarves if you really wanted. So for our source of power for this video, we are going to be using a windmill. Now, this windmill is just going to be placed right next to it. Windmills on average generate about 50 to 80 power. We might need to make 2 of them. If you actually click on the machine setup that you have constructed, it will tell you the power need. As you can see, we need 55 power. And I could also just click this and tell them to pump it manually, and we could pump all 4 manually and use this as some sort of like weird dwarven training gym. But we are going to use a windmill. We're going to place it right here. Now, windmills can be connected from right next to them, from right next to a thing. So I could simply place it right next to it like this. We could also go 1 layer above, and as long as there's floors supporting everything except for the very center tile, it could power from above, or we could place it further away up on a wall somewhere and use axles to power it. But for this, we're just simply going to connect it this way. I will also, while this is constructing, quickly queue up an axle and a separate windmill to show you what that looks like. When you have a windmill constructed, you can connect an axle like this, vertical or horizontal. Horizontal axles are quite easy. You can just simply flip directions on them and then click and drag to connect it to the pump. Now, while this windmill is constructing itself, we're going to go directly beneath the actual setup here, and we are going to place our statues. So statue number 1, looks like we're still waiting on 1 to be constructed, but statue number 2 and statue number 3, and I think we're still waiting on 1. Yes. So once the last statue is there, we'll get her constructed. So now all of our statues are queued up and we're still waiting on the windmill. The reason I'm placing these statues is because once this system is running, it could cause instant spontaneous waterboarding, or alternatively, the dwarves to collide with the water that's going to be falling and creating our mist, and it could cause them to displace the water, so we need to refill, which we really don't want to do unless absolutely necessary. So now that this is powering, we can see that we are going to need a second windmill. So I'm just going to quickly build one, and I think the game's about to save because we're about to hit a season change. So now that the second windmill is set up, we can see that the whole thing is generating a total of 80 power and all of our gears are turning. So now the final step in this little project. What we are going to do is we are going to make a pit pond zone. So we're going to go to the zone screen, we're going to go to pit pond, and we are going to click here and over the edge. We're going to accept it. Now by default, it's going to be considered a pit, a place where you throw things into. But we don't want that. We want them to fill it with water. This is a pond. So I'm going to set it as a pond, and now we are going to wait. And somebody should run over here with a bucket and chuck it into this location quite quickly, and there it is. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to hit Z again, and we're going to pause this area, because that should be enough water. Now let's see what happens. We wait. We wait. Maybe not quite. Oh, there we go. Now that we got enough water, I think actually a second dwarf threw a bucket in there, but now it is considered a full pond. We can delete that pit pond zone, and that is our mist generator. It's actually going to create mist up on this upper layer as well as on this lower layer. So now if I assign this as a meeting area or a tavern, our dwarves will run into it and happily enjoy some of this mist. Content being near a waterfall, as well as sometimes you'll also see relief being near a waterfall. This is one of the fastest ways to improve dwarven moods in Dwarf Fortress, is by building an efficient one of these. It even makes the elephants happy. See, they're relieved after being near a waterfall, although we do need to get those out of here. Otherwise, they will run into problems. So some other tips and things you can do with these is you can set them up inside of roofs. You could build walls around them and then put the windmills on top of it, like I said earlier. You can do these completely underground and power them with water wheels. And there's, of course, many other complicated ways you can set one of these up to work. You can make them as big or as small as you want. Some people say that they really impact frame rate, but not so much in my experience, at least not in this version of the game. Just make sure that you put statues or a piece of furniture in each of these locations. I've also seen people use chests in these locations and then fill them up with containers. Delighted being near a waterfall. Look at how happy these dwarves are. Look at how we've immediately spiked from having some kind of upset dwarves to all happy, considering, like, somebody died at some point, and their body is somewhere, and I'm not sure where. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another one of those quick Dwarf Fortress tutorials. In this video I'm going to be showing you how to make a minecart shotgun and kill a lot of things in the process. What you're seeing on screen is a prototype after 2.5 hours of me fiddling trying to make it work in this version. Now we're going to dive in and build one ourselves. So one of these nightmare traps is a concoction of minecarts and high speed, things crashing into things, and speedy thing go down, speedy thing whack wall, speedy thing come out. What we're going to be using to fire this minecart shotgun is wooden spiky balls, and a windmill. We're also going to be building a big construction. Please note that you can do this entirely underground. But the way we're going to start off by doing this is we are going to build a couple of walls in a row here. We're going to build a big old square. Right next to it, we're also going to build a way up. So we're going to build a big old square of wooden walls. We're going to build some wooden ramps, and then we are going to build a stairway. So we're going to get all of this queued up, and essentially, the end goal is to fire a minecart down this ramp at maximum speed to then slam off of the thing that it was connected to initially underground, hit a fortification, and crash through and send everything and the contents of it flying in a straight line at high velocity, hopefully causing a large amount of carnage. And it's a very effective strategy, and it's a very vile and mean strategy, but it's effective. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to channel down here, and this is going to be the end location for it. I'm going to channel out 2 squares so we can see what we're doing, and then down here we are going to dig out 2 tiles and then a little zone right here, and this is going to be our target. So we're going to then, as I said earlier, build a stairway up. So I'm going to build a set of stairs all the way up, and this is going to go a good few Z levels up. If I end up building this too high, that is okay. We can always make it taller. So as they begin to place these ramps, things are going to look a little fucky, but as we build things, it's going to look less screwy, so that's going to be a good place to start. Once I get these walls right here connected, I'm going to queue up the next round of ramps. Now, the whole point of this is, like I said, to make a big ramp. That's essentially what this is. It's just a big old downhill ramp to then slam into the thing at the bottom and send stuff flying. So we're going to then, after we've placed those sets of ramps there, we're now going to place our next round of walls. Now, keep in mind, when you're building ramps, they do kind of look invisible for a few seconds until you get the next piece of flooring going, but just trust me, there's ramps there. As you can see, upward slope up there at the top. Now, they're going to continue coming in here and placing all of these wall bits down, and as they get done, things are going to pop up and look a lot more clear. I'm also going to increase the priority on this digging work so that it gets done at a more reasonable time while they build those walls up top. And we're going to dig all this, and increase the priority on these channels. Although I just set all this to be channeled as well, which I really don't want. So I'm going to set those to just be dug instead of channeled. Perfect. So hopefully somebody will get to that as quickly as possible. Now, we're going to fill out the rest of this construction. And keep in mind, this isn't the only way to build these. There are some more glitchy ways to make these. There's some less glitchy ways to make these. I like this one because, to me, it feels like something that dwarves could actually do. Often when it comes to higher-tier Dwarf Fortress strategies, you begin abusing physics bugs, and this is much more what I would describe as a believable mechanic and less of a, shall we say, bug, or something that could be considered a bug. And considering I don't really like using exploits, I don't even use quantum stockpiles in my own forts generally, I think that this is kind of the only way of setting up a minecart shotgun that doesn't make me go, that's a little cheesy. This one, however, I can believe that dwarves would actually build something like this. Why is there a dead animal there? Cats, come on, please. Like, I'm recording a tutorial here. Can we get rid of this thing? No? Okay, fine. I guess it's going to take a little bit for it to get out of there. I might have to remove that. We're going to continue building those, so we're going to construct here, build another tile, and then since we've got those ramps done over there, we are then also going to throw our next round of ramps going up, and it looks like we've hit the top, so I'm going to have to make the stairs one level higher. Let's just do that first. Let's go down to here and connect to these stairs. Hold on, where's my stairs button? Go up. One layer higher, there we go. And we are going to go here and we are going to place our ramps down, just like so. Now, of course, if any of this seems confusing to you, I would recommend also watching my Minecarts tutorial, as it will make some of this stuff a lot more clear. Now, at the bottom here, I'm going to carve out around these ramps because I want a straight ramp. I can't have a curved ramp. We're also going to remove the extra bits and pieces around here. Now, at the bottom here, what we're going to do is we are going to build a fortification just kind of along like so. And then we're going to remove these walls on the other side. Now, the idea here is to, as I said, get this thing going fast enough that the contents of this minecart are launched out at incredible speeds. This is extraordinarily dangerous and will probably kill something that's standing here. I can't confirm what, but something will probably be standing here, and it will probably kill them. So if you're squeamish around dying dwarves, this may not be the tutorial for you. I'm just real quick going to get rid of this rat, and we're going to finish building this tower, and then I will continue with the video. All right, now that that vermin is gone, we can continue with the construction. So we've got a few more layers up to go here. We've got another layer of ramps to build up top, and then we want to get this up to layer 45. So for clarity's sake, we are starting on layer 41, we're going up to layer 45, and we're going down one. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish layers tall. Now, for reference, I like to try and make these about 10, so we may go just a little bit higher, as I seem to have misjudged the height here. So we're going to make our stairs go just a wee bit higher, and we are going to make these ramps go just a wee bit higher as well. We're going to continue building our walls around the edges, and because Dwarven constructions and engineering is quite sound and quite robust, we don't need to worry too much about height here. We can just kind of keep adding things on as stuff goes. So we're going to continue over here with another spot right there, and then we've got another spot right there, and lastly, another spot right here. So it's weird because I feel like I'm trying to make these tutorials very much kind of beginner friendly. This is probably the most advanced thing I've done so far, next to quantum stockpiling. Very much a technique that you're not going to be using until you've been playing the game quite a bit. So if you're following along and you still consider yourself new, congratulations, you're doing better than I did when I was new, because it took me a long time to get to the point where I was comfortable building stuff like this, and even then, I barely ever did in the older versions because of how clunky minecarts used to be. Now that we've built all the way up to layer 46, what we are going to do is I'm going to wait for these dwarves to finish these last 2 wall tiles, and then we are going to begin building the fun stuff, the actual minecarts, as well as our power source. So once these 2 walls are done, here they come, we're going to build the next piece. Now it looks like they're going to, oh, nope, they didn't cancel that one wall. How nice of them. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make our power source. So our power source is going to be a windmill, which is going to require a 3x3 chunk of wood. And we're also going to queue up our minecart, so might as well leave the game on pause so they can begin building, and then our minecart is just going to go all the way down to here. Now it's going to stop 1 tile before the end. That's kind of the key there. It's going to stop 1 tile before the end and on a ramp. So it's on an angle when it's coming down and it smacks into the wall. Make sense? No? Yes? Cool. Now, once all of that is put together and everything up top is done, what we're going to do is we're going to throw in a few extra pieces. We're going to throw in a gear assembly, which requires a mechanism, which is constructed at the mechanics shop, which is going to be placed right there. And we're also going to throw in a roller. Now, the roller is kind of like your boosters, and this is going to be powered by the windmill. You can power a lot of boosters with a windmill. It requires a mechanism and a rope. You can power a lot of boosters with a windmill as they do not require a lot of power. The last thing that we're going to do is we're going to make a track stop up at the top. Now, this is going to be a kicked track stop so that they're not going to push it, they're just going to kick it. So you do not need an end stop at the bottom. And now that everything here seems to be more or less put together, the one thing that we are missing is a axle, which is going to connect to our windmill, just a single tile axle going north and south, or east and west, sorry. And we are going to connect our windmill to the top. Now, once all of this is constructed, we also have something else that we might as well get going while that is being worked on, which is a weapons stockpile. Now, this is going to be where our source of fire and weapons is going to come from. I've had my dwarves making those lovely, lovely things down here for quite some time, and so might as well get to it. Now, down here at the very bottom, just so that we can see the things that we're shooting at, I'm going to be a bad person and shoot at our livestock, but I'm going to be removing some of this top soil here just so that we can see the carnage that we are about to cause. I mean, it would be a damn shame if you couldn't see it. So while I wait for them to bring the ammunition up and I get this dug out, I'm going to skip ahead. Now, as you can see, there's some livestock being placed down here, which we are going to fire at, and I've got this minecart track set up, and it's pretty much good to go. So now all we need to do is we need to set her up. And then I'm going to slow the frame rate down so you can see this at a good speed. So first off, we're going to add a stop to this track. We are going to set our minecarts to fill with weapons. We are going to select our stockpile to take weapons from, which is going to be down here. And then we are going to set our dwarves to kick it when it's full. Now, it's not going to fill up. I don't actually have enough stuff down here to fill it up. Because they're based on weight, I don't, and these wooden balls aren't actually that heavy, we're not going to fill this up. So I will simply let them bring our minecart up and fill as much up as possible, and then I will slow the frame rate down, and we will give her a test run. So now for the sake of clarity, I've turned the frame rate down to 25 FPS so you can see it crashing down in the bottom below. Don't worry, that's an in-game setting. That's not my game breaking or anything. And now we are going to go over to this setting and we're going to say, just fire it. So as you can see, they've already run up and they've hit it, and there it goes. And that's how you make a minecart shotgun. A very, very basic one. And it's we seem to have completely obliterated this peahen, and if we take a real quick look at the combat log, the wooden ball strikes the blue peahen, fracturing the bone. Now, if we were to imagine fill this up with glass discs, or metal bars, or metal statues, or something equally vile, just imagine the amount of damage we could do to a bunch of goblins, or perhaps an army of children that we decide we want to get out of our fortress. There's so many possibilities. Perhaps you really need to decatify your fortress because there's too many cats about. This would be a very quick and vile and disturbing method of doing so. Hello everybody and welcome to another quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial. This video is kind of about an exploit, and I've been humming and hawing as to whether or not I should make this into a tutorial or an idea or to not cover it at all. I talked about this on my stream the other day, and I had a few people that said, nah, you should just make a video of it regardless, so I've just kind of decided to make a video. Now, what this is this is a exploit. This is a kind of a way of figuring out locations of things in the game without actually digging. Now, this is a exploit as old as time as far as I'm concerned, and since DF Hack now has an alpha version out, might as well just talk about this because DF Hack does have show all compatibility, which just exposes everything on the map anyway, so I might as well just show you this little exploit so that you can kind of have the same effect without having to install third-party tools. Now, what this is this is called Dwarven Sonar, and it's a bug that's been in the game as long as I've played it, or at least as long as the game's been 3D that I know of. And it's a bug that works, it used to work in two ways, but now as far as I can tell, it only works in one way. And this is a bug with farms. So the way this works is you press build, you go to workshops, and you go to farms. And then you click on farm plot, and then you simply click and drag a farm plot. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to give you a large zone of space. And as you can see, in between the gaps where there's rocks, the farm plot stops. But it appears where there is grass or growable space. So if I move the camera down now through the map with it still constructing, when we hit a cavern layer, you're gonna suddenly know where it is. So as we scroll down, 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 and continue to scroll. Oh, look at that. Suddenly we can see a space. Layer 70 is something. Oh, layer 74 is something else. Layer 75 is something else. Let's go a little deeper, shall we? See if we can spot anything else. Ah, down here on layer 107. Let's see if we can try a slightly different location. Let's try something a little bit more central. Let's go build a farm plot, click and drag, and scroll down. Scroll down, 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 scroll down. There's one on 72. Okay, a cavern. Pretty big spot at 75, so it seems to be layer 75. Well, let's dig down to layer 75 and see what we can find. Now, it does look like we're going to miss it on my initial stairway dig, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here and dig to the side, and then I will continue the video once we're done digging. And here we go, digging into that final spot. So now it's just a matter of seeing if our sonar was accurate. Waiting for the dwarves to walk to the end of this little walkway here, and there we go. No. Stop. You've gone too far. You see the timestamps on the screen? You should click the 0 and go back to the beginning and watch from the beginning again, because that's the part that matters. Now that you're at the end, you're not getting any more tutorials. Unless that's what you intended and you actually watched the whole thing, which that's incredible. Wow. So I guess I should shout out my Patreon and talk a little bit about what I'm doing with these. So this was a very heavily asked for thing because I did a poll for it, and everybody wanted me to build a massive video of all of my tutorials, at least all of the relevant ones. There's a few that some of the more noticing of you or catchy or sneaky of you may have noticed that were left out, and the reason for that is quite simply they were either out of date or I wasn't happy with the quality of them. There are more tutorials in this video already that I want to remake at some point in greater detail or in just more modern concepts because the game has changed slightly. but this is my 2023 tutorial compilation. If this is popular and people like it, I'll do a 2024 tutorial compilation. I'm not sure if I'll include all of the tutorials or just simply the relevant ones. I think that's probably the best way to do it, is just simply the relevant ones. And then maybe by this time next year, we can do one for Fortress mode and Adventure mode. And if we do it every December, then I don't have to feel too bad about making some later this month. Because even though we'll still be in 2023, the cutoff would be, I guess, the release date of Dwarf Fortress on Steam, being the 6th. And then anything after that is gravy. So, if you enjoyed this and you want to see more of it, I don't know, turn it on the next time you're going to go to bed and just let it run all night while you're sleeping, because that'll push the watch time up and get me that YouTube Premium revenue. Also, of course, you probably heard my shoutouts in the videos somewhere that I forgot to edit out. And thank you very much for watching. If you want to see more videos like this, well, they're all in the playlists that are in the description of this video. If you want to see my face while I play video games on the internet, you probably saw it in these videos somewhere, but you'll also see that at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL, and of course, in the YouTube streams as well. Thank you very much for watching this absurdly long video, and I hope to see you in the next one. You know, the more I think about it, I'm starting to realize just how ironic it is that I state quick Dwarf Fortress tutorial many, many times throughout this video. I've already done the timestamps, I ain't going back and fixing it.